Cartman Cup 2022.
Hello, good morning and welcome back to Campbell Park for day 2 of this two-day encounter between Wesley and St. Benedict's being played for the Reverend James Cartman Trophy. And to recap what happened yesterday was St. Benedict's won the toss. They had no hesitation asking Wesley to bat first. Slightly damp conditions of the track and a lot of grass in the track itself. And in the maximum 65 overs of the first innings, Wesley made 218 for the loss of 9 wickets. In reply, at stumps yesterday, St. Benedict's were 115 for the loss of 5 wickets after 30 overs, and they resumed today with another 35 overs left in their innings in the first innings. And of course, will they look to overall that Wesley's total of 218? All to play for, and let's see what happens and how it pans out on day 2. As always, we like to talk to another very distinguished sporting personality who has also represented another country, not Sri Lanka in fact, but he was a big part of Wesley cricket for a number of years as well. He played for Wesley in the years 1983 to 1985. He captained Wesley in 1985, and also that year Wesley won the Best Schools Trophy as well. I'm pretty sure that lots of our viewers out there will remember him in the good old days from 1996, the World Cup that Sri Lanka won, and he represented the UAE in that World Cup in 1996. None other than Mailbagram Ganesh. Good morning, Ganesh, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Eric. Nice to be here after so many years at Campbell Park, where you all started. I had a lot of fond memories of this ground. Of course, the ground looks tremendous these days. It used to be a very small ground those days, but good to be back and good to be part of this traditional encounter, and good to be part of this commentary team as well.
Right, we'll go back to 1985 when you captained Wesley, won the Best Schools team as well. Talk us through that season, the players you had and the games you won.
Yes, actually, we had a pretty good side. I mean, when I say we had a pretty good side, we all played together as schoolboys from the age of 13. So we knew each other's game, and we were good mates, and we didn't have any issues in the team at all. Actually, that team unity which really gave us that championship trophy in '85. Of course, there were so many good players represented other schools, namely Prashant Mahanama played for Nalanda along with Asanga Gurusingha. Then of course Hashan Tilakaratnam played for D.S. Sarnaika. There were so many other guys who went on to play for Sri Lanka, played during that era, but we were sort of did well in that year, and ultimately we got that championship in '85. Namely, there are a few outstanding performances in that year. Mahendra Disanaika, who was unfortunate not to represent Sri Lanka, but he used to be a very good bowler, and he ended up taking a lot of wickets, and in fact I scored a lot of runs in the season as well. So overall we had a very all-round side, and it was a very good experience for Wesley, and I was quite happy with that outcome in '85.
Right, we're talking to Mailbagram Ganesh, and he captained Wesley in 1985, and of course they won the Best Schools team in that particular year. And as you talk to Mailbagram, we'll come back to him in a short while. It's time to go into the middle, join Farviz Maroof for the pitch report on day 2.
Can tell you is everything is vanished. It looks placid, and there's no much of scuff mark for the spinners to work it. If you take the middle of the pitch, a lot of grass still out there, and scuff mark I'm talking about somewhere here where the fast bowlers following through. It's not much to speak about as well. Overall, St. Benedict's I think is still up in the upper hand. Yes, 5 wickets has fallen, 100 runs deficit, but still I feel it's still good for batting. And remember, on 50 overs, Wesley College have an option of getting the new ball. That may be an option to take, but saying that, it'll be a very tricky one. Overall, this will still good for batting, and all depends on how the teams are going to hold their pressure and which team are willing to go for a result. It all depends on that. So I think clear blue skies, sun is beating down. This pitch might assist the spinners a little bit later, probably the tea time, I think. And the last 2 hours will be very, very crucial. So overall, I think it'll be a great game of cricket today.
Tremendous performance of Wesley with the pitch report on day 2. As we said earlier, we are talking to Mailbagadam Ganesh and about all his exploits in the cricket field, not only at Wesley. And now let's move internationally, because Ganesh went across to the UAE. He was a banker and then played for the UAE in the 1996 World Cup. Talk us through the experience of the 96 World Cup.
Yes, Eric. It was my decision to leave Sri Lanka and sort of pursue my banking career, and went off to Abu Dhabi to work for a local bank, and it gave me the opportunity to play in the local competition and ultimately represent UAE in the 1996 World Cup. It was a very good experience leading up to that tournament, and we played against a lot of subcontinent teams, and I had the opportunity to play against guys like Rahul Dravid, VVS Lakshman, and likes, and even Shoaib Akhtar was in one of those teams, and it had a good footing, and we had a lot of talented boys from Pakistan and India playing in the local competition. It's not a cakewalk walking into the UAE side. We got to fight hard. I can remember about 6 of Sri Lankan players were in the pool, including Shane Fernandez, Ranjit Dharmasena, myself, Johan Samarsekar. So me and Johan ultimately had the privilege of representing UAE. It was a very good experience. Of course, 1996 team was the first time UAE entered playing in the World Cup, and we were coached by Madan Lal, the former Indian all-rounder. We had good guidance from him, and of course we had a lot of support from other players who played for subcontinent. 96 was a very good experience. Of course, we were amateurs in the tournament, and we did not very well, but we did all right. We managed to win one game against Netherlands, but we sort of scored more than 150 runs in each and every game. And personally, my best performance was against South Africa in the first game, facing against guys like Alan Donald, Sean Pollock, and I managed to score 26 runs, batting really well, and got out for Alan Donald's one of those lightning deliveries. Then again, I was able to score about 15 runs against Pakistan, against the bowling attack of Wasim Akram, Waqar Yunus, Aqib Javid, and all those guys. So it was a very good experience, and unfortunately, I got to leave UAE due to some changes in the ICC residency rules, and I migrated to Australia in 2000.
Right, so there we are. So that's a great experience to play against such top quality players like you talk about the likes of Rahul Dravid, VVS Lakshman, and then going on to Pakistan like Wasim Akram, Waqar Yunus. Well, they were the masters of swing, and in fact they bowled the slow balls so well, and then they mastered the art of bowling to batsmen as well. So having faced them, that must have been a mighty experience.
It is a good experience, and I realized after playing at that level, it's not difficult to perform at that level. The difficulty is to your journey from club cricket, going through the journey and getting up there. Once you get up there, it's become very, very easy. So my advice to the youngsters, guys, don't give up. Just keep playing, keep working hard. Once you get there, it becomes easy. So that was my first gig at the international level, and I was feeling very, very comfortable against South Africa, playing against Donald and all those guys. But unfortunately, I got out for 26. I would have preferred to go and score some few more runs. But I still remember the game I played against Rawalpindi, where Shoaib Akhtar was bowling, and I got hit many times in the body, but I managed to get a 50. So it's a tremendous exposure for me. I wish I should have played for more, but due to the ICC ruling, I got to leave UAE and go to Australia.
The ICC ruling came in when you were playing. Things have changed a bit at the moment from the ICC in terms of the foreign players playing for sides like the UAE, Oman, Qatar and Kuwait?
Yes, there are some changes lately, and it's benefited the expats who sort of go there and work. And I can see a lot of expats representing those countries now.
Yes, that's right. A lot of expats represent those countries. Talking about UAE cricket, well, those were early days in 1996 when you played that first World Cup. I think there was only one UAE national who captained the team and played for the UAE team.
That's correct. That was Sultan Zarwani. Actually, there were two. Jafar was another guy who represented UAE. There were two one UAE nationals. The rest of them are from from Sri Lanka. We had 2 from Sri Lanka, 6 from India, and 6 from Pakistan. So it was a very good experience. Things have changed a lot since then. We had only one proper ground when I was playing for UAE. That was Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Of course, now things have changed. There are so many beautiful venues. In fact, Pakistan made UAE a home during all these years, and there were so many other tournaments going on. It's nice to see the UAE cricket has come a long way, and there are a lot of Sri Lankans who have a lot of cricket coaching academies there, namely Presley Poranlevita, who runs a very good Desert Cubs Cricket Academy, and it's nice to see UAE cricket is coming up. And in fact, UAE represented in the World Cup later on, which was held in Australia.
Yes, that's right. I'm looking at UAE at the moment. They are playing some games, some qualifying games right now, and things have changed. The UAE has really grown in terms of cricket itself, the stature of the game in the UAE. I know they've been playing against the Netherlands and against Oman and places like that. Oman, too, a late entrant into the former cricket. Dilip Mendis is their coach at the moment. So I think having these overseas coaches, having these overseas players who could play for those respective countries, I think augurs well for cricket itself.
It's absolutely, I mean, all this foreign experience definitely going to help UAE cricket. Then again, there are a lot of expats who have been there for many, many years who their kids were born in UAE, so they have the opportunity to play for that country. And then again, the funding level, when I started, we were not recognized by the UAE government at that time. Of course, we got small funding, but not enough funding to really develop the game at that time. But now I see it has grown a lot. I mean, UAE government has put so much of funds into cricket, and they have developed those beautiful cricketing venues, which really paved the way to develop the game to another level. It's good to see UAE coming up. I'm sure it will come a long way in the next couple of years. I mean, I was talking about cricket. When I was playing, we used to beat Bangladesh without any issues. And in fact, in the ICC Mini World Cup, we beat Bangladesh and we beat Kenya to become champions. So today, look at Bangladesh. And I'm sure the UAE will one day achieve that goal. And I hope I can contribute in some way down the line.
Yes, you're talking about venues. You talked about Sharjah. Mr. Bukhathi was the man instrumental in building the Sharjah Stadium that has hosted the most number of one-day international games. And my favorite ground at the moment is the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. What a ground that is. Have you been there?
Absolutely. I have not been there, Eric, but I have sort of watched that on television. But what a fantastic stadium. I mean, I have spoken to a couple of Australians who went and played there. They love it. They love it out there. And there are a lot of Australian coaches who are there sort of coaching various sides. So I'm hoping to visit UAE very soon. Unfortunately, the COVID didn't help me to go there. But in the next couple of years, I'm definitely going to visit UAE very frequently to help those guys. My current job, I'm a sort of executive at ANZ Bank in Sydney. My job doesn't permit me to travel regularly, but I'm sure I will make some arrangement to visit UAE in the next few years, as well as Sri Lanka.
Right, now we'll move from UAE to Australia, because now you are in Australia. You got some coaching academy going on?
Yes, I do. I sort of run a coaching academy, coaching the small boys, and one of the features in that coaching academy is I help a lot of Sri Lankan cricketers who have come there to study to coach along with me and earn some money out of it, which helps them to really look after themselves there. They don't depend on parents to send a lot of money for their living. So that's one of the main concepts of the coaching academy. And then again, I support SOS Children's Orphanage Village in Sri Lanka. My classmate Divaka Ratnature runs that, and I'm glad that I was able to do that as part of this coaching academy. Whatever the proceeds I get from this coaching academy goes towards a lot of unfortunate or underprivileged children in Sri Lanka who lives in SOS villages.
Right, we're talking to Mailvanam Ganesh, and I'm pretty sure that 10 or 15 minutes is not enough to really get to know the man, get to know all his cricketing exploits as well. But then time restrictions have come in. And thank you so much, Ganesh, for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much, Rick. Thanks for having me.
Right, there we are. So that's the latest down here at the grounds. Play will commence in maybe about 13 minutes from now, when St. Benedict's will take the field. They got another 35 overs to complete the innings. They're on 115 for 5. And it's time now to go up to our first set of commentators.
Good morning and welcome for the second day's play for the Wesley St. Benedict's cricket encounter here at the Campbell Park Wesley College grounds. Yesterday, Wesley College Wesley College was put into bat by St. Benedict's, and they went on to make 218 for 9 in their 65 overs. Remember, this game is restricted to 65 overs in the first innings, and both teams will have to bat 65 overs in the first innings, and then on the second innings, it's put up for play. So St. Benedict's in reply were 115 for 5, with Kojit getting 26. Shanmuganathan batting superbly. He's on 46 not out. A lot depends on him today. And Chanal Samaratunga got 25. Win Pereira has taken 2 wickets. And I say good morning to my good friend Amita Binaika, who's with me. Good morning, Amita.
Good morning, Paulinus. Yes, yesterday I think the first session, St. Benedict's, after winning the toss, put Wesley College into bat. And Wesley went in for lunch at 6 for 117. So the first session belonged to St. Benedict's, because their decision to put Wesley into bat was correct, and they put pressure on and bowled well and were able to capture 6 wickets in that first session itself. But second session, Wesley consolidated with Linal getting 34, Yuvin getting 24, and Samita Amarasinghe getting 26 not out, and they were able to get that 18 for 9 wickets in 65 overs. So we saw a good game of cricket yesterday, and full day's play was possible without any interruptions. And then after that, Wesley put the pressure on the St. Benedict's batsmen, 216 runs. So we are in for a good game today. Bright sunny skies here at Campbell Park, playing for the Reverend Cartman Trophy.
Well, Amita, yes, you were talking about Wesley St. Benedict's having the advantage in the first session, but I thought the Wesley batsmen fought back grimly in the second session. They took their score up to 218 for the loss of 3 more wickets, additional wickets. They were 117 for 5 at lunch, or 6 at lunch, and then they ended up the 65 overs at 218 for 9. But then again, in the evening session, the Wesley bowlers really dug in and put the Ben's batsman under pressure. But of course, that boy, little young boy, Shanmuganathan, is still there on 46 not out, and a lot depends on him for St. Benedict's this morning.
Yes, it was delightful to watch Shanmuganathan batting their delightful stroke play, just nearing his half century. So as Paulinus said, it will be entertaining cricket, and it will be nice to watch the youngster getting his half century and continuing for the St. Benedict's team.
Well, just before we start on play, we'll just give a brief summary of the last game, which was also a very interesting game, which went on for 4 days, as we had been talking about it yesterday. The first day completely washed out for rain, and the second day the play started, and then third day being Sunday was a rest day for Wesley College in particular. They were not keen on playing on Sunday, and then they came back on Monday, and so that was 4 days duration of that game was. But still, the cricket was the winner there, and the scores on that game was Wesley College got 228 for 9 declared. Shahil Das was captaining Wesley this year, got 50. Kushan Chamalka got 45. Tenuka Pereira got 42. Malinda Pereira was the pick of the Benedictine bowlers, got 6 for 66.
And St. Benedict's in their first innings in the last year's game, 139 all out. Ashen Desoisa 23, Dilan Tabru 22, Avidu Kanaratha 20. In the bowling, Tenuka Pereira got 3 for 17 and Ravindu Segera got 3 for 39.
Wesley College in their second innings were 90 for 5 declared. They went in for quick runs and tried to set up a target. And Shamit Kalyanike got 52, Avindu Kanaratna got 4 for 20, and St. Benedict's in their second innings were 49 for 1. So that was the summary of the previous year's game. There we see the highlights of yesterday's play. That's a beautiful shot. Definitely Wesley College. That was St. Benedict's innings in the evening session.
Yes, we saw some delightful strokes and good batting. Shanmuganathan, especially for St. Benedict's, some delightful strokes, just going up to 46. So probably he will be looking for his half century. The fast bowlers were getting a certain amount of pace and bounce.
You see some swinging also on the bat there. You see that shot he mistimed and was caught in the boundary. There again another beautiful catch taken. So St. Benedict's in their run chase. Of course, not a run chase, their first innings.
Yes, this
Came up to
game is first innings is for 65 overs, so it's quite an open game, and we'll see some entertaining cricket here on the second day at the Campbell Park between Wesley College and St. Benedict's.
You see some beautiful batting by Shanmuganathan, who's on a 46 not out. Lot depends on St. Benedict's. A lot depends on St. Benedict's on the bat of Shanmuganathan. Most probably he will be able to continue with his innings like as he did yesterday. Of course, the Wesleyites will be definitely wanting to get rid of him this morning quickly as possible. There you see the wicket, which Faris Maroof had a look at the wicket this morning and he was telling it's a perfect batting wicket, and if there is any turn, the turn will come after tea. Amita, what do you think about it?
Yeah, that's right. I think he's the best bet because he's an all Wesleyite and he knows this wicket very well. So that's probably, and with his experience with the game and with the school cricket, that's probably the precise assessment of the wicket.
Yes, so the St. Benedict's might be wanting to get close as possible to the Wesley total of 218. Well, we must remember after 50 overs a new ball can be taken, so that's about 20 overs from now. Wesley will be allowed to take the second new ball. Well, the Wesley fast bowlers look very good, and most probably if they can get a wicket or two before the 50 overs, the fast bowlers should be able to run through the St. Benedict's innings.
Yes, Chamat Gomez and Yuvin Pereira very aggressive too also. Saw a bit of aggression by the fast bowlers. But all in the game, all should be played for the spirit of cricket. We saw the schoolboys present yesterday from both schools filling up the stands. Hope we will see them today too to support their respective schools.
Well, one thing I saw in the wicket, Amita, was there was good amount of bounce for the fast bowlers too. We saw a couple of batsmen nicking the ball high, chest high like, and getting the edge and being caught in the slips. So the fast bowlers with the new ball in their hands after 50 overs will be really wanting to work on it, and most probably the St. Benedict's tail will be at the wickets at that stage. So they might be wanting to run through the bench innings as quickly as possible.
The two umpires for this game officiating is Damit Tasank and Tilak Fernando, reserve umpire Jayev Surya, and the match referee Nallaya Devarajan. All experienced campaigners in this field. A tough job for the umpires, very hot and humid here at Campbell Park. So to concentrate that 95 overs for the day, it's going to be a tough job, but they did a fine job yesterday. They have the experience and expertise of umpiring games of this nature.
So the umpires are in the field. So anytime now we'll see the Wesley team coming in.
The fall of wickets for St. Benedict's yesterday: 1 for 3, 2 for 43, 3 for 45, 4 for 94 and 5 for 115.
There you are, you see the Wesley team coming in to start a play of the second day, and quickly followed by the bench batsman. That is Shanmuganathan and Mevan Dissanayake are the two not out batsmen.
Dissanayake, the new batsman in, so he will have to bat through, concentrate, give the strike as much as possible to Shanmuganathan, who's been there, scored 46 runs. Rotation of strike very important, to be very watchful in that first half an hour, 45 minutes. St. Benedict's batsmen will have to concentrate. Wesley, on the other hand, should try to make use of that overcast, the wicket being covered and a little bit of moist, so that first half an hour, 45 minutes, the fast bowlers should try to capitalize on that situation.
Well, I think the St. Benedict's batsmen should be concentrating on giving more of the strike to Shanmuganathan. Of course, they got to get in and get the pace of the wicket first, and then try to give more of the strike to Shanmuganathan, because who is stroking the ball very well, batted very well. Even I can remember even the last game too, he played very well. And this year, just following it up with a century a couple of days ago, he scored against St. Joseph's College in their 50-over game. So a lot depends on him at this stage. He's on 46 not out. And Mevan Desanaik is the other batsman.
It's a nice bright sunny day here at Campbell Park. Very good conditions for cricket.
So it's Shanmuganathan is on strike and he's facing to Chamal Gomez. Chamal Gomez looked very aggressive yesterday. Must be wanting to do as much as possible today too.
9:40, 10:50. Is Chamal, tall, lanky lad coming in from the Burala end. So first runs opening up with a boundary. And 50 runs for Shanmuganathan, well deserved 50, batted extremely well, concentrated. And early morning he opens the account, or continues with his runs and gets up to his half century. 50 runs, well deserved.
Well, that's a beautiful innings. Yesterday batted very well. Sharujan Shanmuganathan getting his 50.
So that's a lovely view of the Campbell Park coming in from the drone cameras. So few
There
field
you see.
adjustments.
It's right outside the off time. He lets it go. Chamal Gomez, a very aggressive fast bowler. Well, St. Benedict's College last won this game is 2015, where they got the Wesley all out for 135. Helita Bamba Randa got 23, Rashan Senviratha 22, Kanishka Vikramasinghe got 22, Geetika Jatalaka 5 for 38, and St. Benedict's in their first innings got 211. Mahel Jalat 62, Geetika Jatalaka 33, Danuka Silva 32, Jason De Silva got 5 for 37, Andrew Paris got 3 for 64.
And Wesley in their second innings, 105 all out. Kadran Pulle 31, Fernando 4 for 18, and Ravindu Nuhel 3 for 19. St. Benedict's in their second innings, 26 for no loss, winning the game by 10 wickets.
So that was way back in 2015. They must be wanting to get a win this season. But of course, at this stage, St. Benedict's not in a good position, Amita, I would say, at 115 for 5. Not to about the game to win the game. They must, because they're just about another 30 overs remaining with 65 overs. So they should think of accelerating too, but they have lost 5 wickets in the process.
Yes, I think the first half an hour will be to consolidate, stay there, get their eye in, these two batsmen. As they've lost, as you said, they've lost 5 wickets, so thereafter look at increase in the run rate, pushing the singles, getting the boundaries, and try to get to about 250 runs by the time they get to that 65 overs. On the other hand, Wesley have got 5 wickets, so they will be keen to make use of that first half an hour, 45 minutes, and thereafter continue and try to restrict the Benedictine batsmen. Also, the last win by Wesley College was in 2017. St. Benedict's in their first innings got 122 all out.
So that's the end of the first over for today. St. Benedict's 5 for 119.
මේක නෑ මේක හක් කළද මේක වැඩ කරන්නේ මේක හක් කරමුද පේන්නෙත් නෑ මේක වැඩ කරන්නේ නෑ නෑ මේක වැඩ කරන්නේ ඔය ඒක තමයි කතරද මේක ඕනේ නෑ So 31 overs completed. St. Benedict's 5 for 119. Shanmuganathan just got his half century, opened with a boundary today this morning. So he's in good nick. He's batted well for his 50 runs.
So that was the only run scored in the first over. A boundary from Shanmuganathan to take his score on to 50. And St. Benedict's to 119. So it's Uwin Pereira, who has 2 for 16. His bowling figures bowled pretty well yesterday. As Amita was talking about, the last victory for Wesley College was in 2017.
Yes, St. Benedict's were all out for 122. Kavich is at like 26. Moving Subasinghe got 3 for 46. And
that's
yes, that was a beautiful catch. And flush blood drawn by Wesley College, able to dismiss the right-handed Mevan. So he has to walk back without opening his score. So Wesley have captured the 6th wicket. So this is pressure for St. Benedict's. Will we have a situation where Shanmuganathan is will be short of partners to stay there in the middle?
Well, Wesley has drawn blood in the second over of the day. They got the wicket of Mevan Disanaika for North. So St. Benedict's losing their 6th wicket at 119.
And also Uwin Pereira now has captured 3 wickets. He's put pressure on, he's bowled well, his aggression has paid off.
That was a good catch taken in the cover point area. Try to cut it, but cut it straight into the hands of the fielder.
මනාලෙස ඔරොත්තු දෙන ආකාරයට නිෂ්පාදනය කෙරෙන පලංචි සහ ප්ලේට් පාරිභෝගික අවශ්‍යතාවන්ට ගැලපෙන ආකාරයට මෙරටදී නිෂ්පාදනය කරනු ලබන උසස්ම තත්ත්වයේ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියක් සතු ප්‍රමුඛතම ආයතනය ටයන් ලංකා ඔබ සැමගේ ශක්තියේ විශ්වාසය වෙනුවෙන් නිබඳවම කැපවී සිටි.
Dilan Tabru, he has to play a supportive role. Just concentrate, stay there in the middle and support Shanmuganathan.
Dilan Tabru bowled pretty well yesterday. He had 4 for 42 in Wesley innings.
We were discussing the match in 2007 where Wesley College won by 2 wickets. St. Benedict's 122 all out. Wesley 130 all out.
That's nicely flicked away by Dilan Tabru. Goes into the boundary for 4. Takes St. Benedict's on to 123 and he's off the mark with a boundary.
St. Benedict's got 176 in their second innings and Wesley were 171 for 8. Won the match by 2 wickets in 2017, Wesley College.
So that was a very close game, Amita. Wesley winning by 2 wickets. That's in 2017. So Wesley looking to repeat that performance today. And that's beautifully cut away between the beam cap between extra cover and cover point that goes into the boundary for 4.
Yes, that was short outside the off stump. Tabru making full use of it. Seen that vacant area.
There was ample width for it. Pitched wide outside the off stump. Dilan Tabru getting off the back foot and cutting it beautifully. There you see it. Beautiful shot by Tabru. takes him on to 8 with 2 boundaries.
Yeah, that's a better delivery by Uvin. Wicket to wicket. That's the end of the over. 119 for 6. St. Benedict's. Huh? Still let us know. Still, yeah. Tam 119.
Well, the scoreboard is showing 119. It should be 127. 127 for 6 St. Benedict's. That's nicely driven by Shanmuganathan towards the extra cover boundary. Gets a single.
Shanmuganathan technically very correct. Nice to see for any youngster. Chamat running in from the Borrell end.
Chamat Gomez looked very aggressive yesterday, giving his heart out to Wesley College. Good amount of bounce still available in this wicket. The fast bowler should be able to utilize it. It's nice to put away down the leg side. Single taken. Dylan Tabru got a couple of boundaries in the previous over, now gets a single.
The score is 129 for 6. Previous over, Uvin Pereira was able to dismiss Mevan Dissanayaka. A good catch taken at cover point. Catch was taken by Shane Miller. Shane Miller Lian again. Good catch.
Again, nicely driven by Shanmuganathan. The sweeper copper on the boundary. A single to him. Shanmuganathan is very keen on staying at the wickets, not going for any loose shots.
Yeah, that should be the intent. So the field of 2 slips a cover. Extra cover mid off, deep mid on, mid wicket.
It's an edge, but goes down towards third man. So one more to Dylan Tabru.
Intentionally dropped his wrist. Let it go right along the ground to third man. So good sensible batting by Dylan.
But I think that should be the idea, Amita, to give much as possible strike to Shanmuganathan, who's batting very well. Dylan Tabru should rotate the strike as much as possible. Give more of the strike to Shanmuganathan. That's outside the off stump, lets it go.
Should be bowling wicket to wicket, making the batsman play every delivery. That will put the pressure on. Chamat walks back to his mark.
The 2 on-field umpires are Damita Sankar and Tilak Fernando. Reserve umpire being D.R. Jayasuriya. And Nalaya Devarajan is the match referee today. So that's the end of that over. St. Benedict's 128 for 134. 6.
So Yuvin Pereira coming in from the Wesley College end. He's captured 3 wickets so far. He has been the main strike bowler for Wesley. Few field adjustments being made, or field placements. The first slip taken out to the extra cover position. Adane.
So 132 for 6, St. Benedict. We're in the 34th over. Win Pereira, the bowler, who had got the 3 wickets for 24. Well, Amita, remember 50 overs, they can take the second new ball. So that's about 17 overs more.
That time Shanmuganathan stepped out, but it was outside the off stump, left it alone.
Wesley College have a good couple of fast bowlers. I think they should be wanting to take the new ball at this stage because 6 wickets down, St. Benedict's. The Paces will want to run through the Ben's innings. Again, nicely pushed by Shanmuganathan onto the offside. No run there, good bit of fielding.
Shanmuganathan very content to be there in the middle. That's very important for St. Benedict's because they have lost 6 wickets, lost an early wicket this morning. Wesley on the other hand, especially Yuvin Pereira putting in pressure. He's captured 3 wickets so far.
Well, that was a good short delivery, but it should be directed well, Amita, I think. There is still a little bit of bounce on the wicket. The fast bowler should be able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It should be bowling wicket to wicket, making the batsman play.
That's nicely pushed again off the back foot by Shanmuganathan towards the sweeper cover area, gets a single.
Shanmuganathan, you can see, watches the ball right up to the till it gets his connection to the bat and places it well. It's no hurry, he's on 54. Continuing from where he stopped, he was 46 last evening.
To me, Shanmuganathan seems to be wanting to bat the entire 65 overs. That's what the idea should be. To bat the 65 overs, runs will come. And of course, the other batsmen should support him.
Yeah, he's the batsman in form right now.
That's nicely played by Dilan Tabro. Pushes it towards the mid-wicket area. They go for one, looking for the second. It's a bit of misfielding there, but still quickly recovered. So that's the end of the over number 34. St. Benedict's 134 for 6.
Welcoming all of you with warmth and care. Commercial Bank. Our interest is in you.
So as we come back, St. Benedict's 134 for 6. Sharu 154. Dylan Malinta, the new batsman, on 11. And I welcome to the commentary box the past Benedictine captain, Shaheen. Good morning, Shaheen.
Morning, Michael. Morning, everyone.
What are your thoughts, Shaheen, on what sort of total would you think St. Benedict's are looking at? They got 65, so that's about another 30 overs. Ball had some pace on it to reach the boundary of the pen.
Sorry, I was taken up a bit with the ball that was bowled just now. Yes, taken off the pad, gone down to the boundary. Getting back to your question, I would think, yes, 200 would be their initial target, and try to get as many as possible in the overs that are remaining. But wickets in hand are the key. Both sides have been guilty of losing wickets at odd intervals when the run of play was with them.
And it has been set batsmen. They get their 10s, 15s, 20s and then throw it away.
Yes.
That was a cheeky single there, but all good. Well, with in the 30, this is the 35th over of this innings, so has got 139. I would look at least something in the region of 250 with another 30 overs remaining, because they've been going at a decent run rate. So 30 overs, 120 runs, 4 runs over.
Yeah.
But only problem is 6 wickets down.
250 would be nice psychologically, and
Anything more
also
would be even better. Yeah.
Yes, true. Nicely played down into the covers. I love the determination Sharujan is showing at the wicket. Never looked out of sorts. Head down.
I mentioned yesterday this boy is coming off 100 on Monday against the Josephians in the one-day match, so he must be seeing the ball pretty well.
Yes, he's carrying in the form from the Josephian match into this match.
100 not out, I think, right, in that innings. So
Good inning. Seems to be determined to go on and make a big one. Nicely played down the ground again to long on. Malinta seems to be middling the ball nicely from the time he came in. That first cut that he played seems to be middling the ball nicely.
seems to be can handle the bat well. So I think they bat deep. Runs keep coming.
Whether you want an authentic urban or off-road
25 overs
sensation,
and bending
the best way to
142 for six.
experience it is on a Rally Coyote and Hero bike. We stock a range of bikes for juniors, including BMX models and mountain bikes. Bikes with attitude to take you beyond the end of the road and in any terrain. Heritage bikes. And even bikes aerodynamically engineered. Come and see our range at the Cycletech showrooms. Bikes with attitude from Cycletech, a Jam Holdings entity.
So we see Ravindu Sigera operating from the college end. I think Wesley are in a bit of a funny situation here. They've picked up 6 wickets, but they have another 30 overs. So I think they would want to bowl out the Benedictines as soon as possible. They wouldn't want to bowl another 30 overs at St. Benedict's, especially with Charu in really good form. But Shine, we have not seen any terrors on the pitch. It's been a very good pitch to bat on.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be a major issue. It's just that you apply yourselves and what do you think? You think there might be some change?
I hardly doubt it. The wicket seems to be playing very well. While if at all the wickets that have fallen also, most of them we've seen the batsman throwing their wicket away rather than the bowler doing something special. Sigera on a length straight away.
I think our friend Maharuf had his idea saying that there might be some turn after tea. So let's wait and see. I'm sure he knows this pitch more than anyone who has been playing his school cricket here.
Yes, if Maha says that it's going to turn after tea, it probably will.
But quite a nice green tinge also on the pitch, which would keep the fast bowlers also interested. Bit of repair work done. His laces tied. So Malinta has been good foil for Sarujan. Faced 11 deliveries for his 12 runs, so he's picking up runs. Not a lot of pressure on his partner.
Yes, that would allow Sharujan to play the sheet anchor role. Personally speaking, I think the mindset of the Wesleyites need to be a bit more positive. They should be thinking wickets right now, 140 for 6.
We'll come back to that after 36 overs, and Bendix 143 for 6.
Do you want to know how you can get the CIMA qualification faster? Join CIMA through the CGMA Finance Leadership Program, a self-paced digital learning and assessment platform designed to ensure smarter learning and faster success. Discover the power of opportunity with the fastest route to completing the CIMA professional qualification at an affordable price and at double the speed.
Samila will continue. Samila has kept it tight, holding his 6th. One thing that I saw yesterday, that was I was on air at that time. 18 overs, the first 18 overs of the Benedictine innings, there were no maidens, which meant no ball was consistent. At the beginning of a innings, you'll look to at least have a maiden or two, It was very strange. So after the spinners came on, maybe that it started. But that shows that both teams were very guilty of not bowling in one area. Even in the first innings, we saw 2-3 dot balls and then a loose ball.
Yeah, interesting observation. 18 overs, no maidens. Both sides have been guilty of giving away loose balls.
Another interesting thing, this is the 37th over, just 4 maidens for this innings. And would you believe 3 by this boy on screen who is bowling now. And that's a chance gone a begging. Miss stumping.
Definite stumping chance gone a begging. Wesleyites would have done well to have Sharujan out at this moment.
කොයි කවුරුත් දන්නවානේ අපි කවුරුත් ගන්නවානේ අපේම රටේ හදනවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ ටයන්
It'll be good to see.
Short ball. Dylan gets back into the crease and cuts it to deep car right in front of square. Firmly hit.
That was placed perfectly. There's a short extra and a deep extra, but just through that gap. And I think both fielders just stand and watch it go into the boundary. There's nothing else they could have done. It was hit so powerfully. There we see the replay again. You just can't see a fielder inside.
Dylan Malinta has been middling the ball well since he came to the crease. And he's got some power behind his shots also. Once again, shot played down to long on. Looks very comfortable at the wicket.
And this is good cricket. You get the boundary and you get a single immediately. 5 runs in 2 balls. Not much of sweat. That's good cricket. Rotating the strike. Don't need boundaries always. You just, put it into the gap. Your singles, 4 runs, 5 runs over is, eyes closed. Sigera has 1 wicket to his credit. That's another single played away.
Come on, Sigero!
Michael, what's your take? Do you think the first innings being limited to 65 overs puts the teams or the bowlers in a defensive mindset, or because personally I'd love to see them be more attacking, being more consistent with their bowling, the fields up, trying to get wickets. We could have seen this game pan out a little bit more differently than we've seen in the day that has passed and this first session that's in play.
First of all, I would like to see the 65 over thing going on. The main reason is it becomes a bit more interesting, right? You have no choice. Either you bat the 65 or that's it, right? Because otherwise sometimes it can tend to get a bit boring. Be batting 70 overs, 75 overs, trying to bat once. But on pitches like this, you should have...
පුටු මේසට ගන්නවානේ පලංචියට දානවානේ ඇන්ටනා බටේට ගන්නවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ හයන් පුටු මේසට ගන්නවානේ පලංචියට දානවානේ ඇන්ටනා බටේට ගන්න
Beginning of the 39th. Getting back to that question, I would say that it's a good. It'll make it interesting for the viewers and even the spectators. Even for us seated here doing the commentary, we have a lot of things to talk about. What sort of things they're looking at, because you know that you only have 65 overs in the first innings. So you can't play negative cricket basically.
Second chance going a begging.
So that's like
this time an edge of Shahrujan's bat. Off the wicket keeper, chance for first slip.
That was a very ordinary shot by Shahruj. Is he tiring, you think?
I hope not.
Because even in the previous over, he just walked out of his crease and missed the ball.
I hope not. There's still a lot to play in this innings, and I hope Shahrujan has a big part to play in it.
And I think when Malinta may have just have a word with him on and off, saying just hang in there. You can see him signaling for some water, maybe tiring a bit, losing concentration. much better there. Estates being very friendly, giving 2 chances.
Similar too has got into a nice groove, nice rhythm. Just as I say that, he drags one a bit short down the square leg. So 150 up for the Benz, 150 for 6.
So after 39, it's 150 for 6. So the 150 for St. Bendix coming in 161 minutes of 235 balls. That innings had 18 fours and 1 6. And interestingly, 13 extras. Don't think St. Bendix will complain about the extras or the drop chances. What do you think, Shai?
No, I don't think they will.
You'll welcome those.
Of course. Especially off the set batsman. Sigera again on a line and length.
Just looking at when Wesley brought up their 150, took 259 balls. A little longer than Ben's 235 balls. But the boundary is 17 to Ben's 18. They've got 3 sixes, but 1 6 by St. Bendix.
I get the feeling the bowlers are trying a bit too hard to make things happen while the pitch is playing so true. Half stop at extra cover. Batsman crossover for a single.
And one other thing we forgot to mention here, the extras for the 150. There's 9 extras in the Wesley innings, whereas 13 in the Ben's innings. You see the bowlers, like you said, are working hard, especially Semila, creating the chances, but unfortunately his teammates not helping him. Sometimes it can get really frustrating because when you have a man on dropped on 57 and then again 58 or 59, you sit and wonder how are you going to get him out.
Yes, I feel for Semila, being a left arm spinner myself.
So 40 gone, 151 for 6. 25 overs remaining in this innings. (151).
Come on, Shevilaya.
Well, this is the thing I don't like to see, just coming and bowling it and, batsman leaving the ball, not making anything happen. You need to create something. Oh,
Yes, definitely.
fast-ish.
The more you make the batsman play, the more you have an opportunity of getting an nearer out of him. With Semila bowling so well, so consistently, I would like to see someone under the lid.
Oh no, that's pathetic.
Not the help Semila would have wanted again. He's been bowling so well, and to see runs leak like that, it's a shame.
Poor Semila. His fielders are letting him down one by one. Are they taking it in turns? The wicket keeper drop, then the slip, now the cover point. So are we going to see extra covers do the next blunder?
Come on.
Semili must be wondering, where is he going to get a wicket from? Or at least stop the flow of runs.
Well, if that were the case, Michael, I would be on the watch, because the next chance would be coming to me.
Come on, Shevilaya.
So that's the end of the 41st. St. Benedict's 153 for 6.
එට්ටුවට දානවානේ රැලි නොවැටි නවල ගන්නවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ හයන්
Interestingly, we see a fielder in front for Malinta.
Come on.
So we have a change of bowler from this end, and it's Minon.
Another left arm spinner from the college end. Nicely bowled on a length slightly slower than his first delivery.
Come on.
Get nudged down to a short fine for a single. They bring a fielder in for Malinta, but not for Sharu.
Looking at the way Sharjan has played, I would keep that field even for him.
Well, yeah, in the last few overs he has not been that usual flowing self. Yeah. Don't forget he was keeping for St. Benedict, so he's basically out there the whole day, basically. Because he came to bat at the fall of the first wicket. Cut powerfully again. This time there's a fielder to cut it. Seems to like the cut a lot.
Yeah, Malinta is quick to pounce on anything short. I don't think he's missed out on any of the chances he got to get back into his crease and put it out to cover. Once again, the field at Selim, who was at short leg, going back into the covers for Sharjan.
And it's a new bowler, different bowler as well. So, you know, he needs to see these guys. So after 42.
Come on, Jamie Layo. Come on, Jamie Layo. Come on, Jamie Layo.
Benedict's 156 for 6 after 42 overs. Only wickets to be fall. The fast bowlers, since then, the spinners have been bowling in tandem. Nice played for Sharujan. He's on 63. Similar to continue from the Boral end to continue in the commentary box. But our good friend Farman Qasim. Good morning to you, Farman.
Good morning, viewers. Good morning, Faris. I hope you're having a good Cartman Cup.
So far, it's been brilliant. Second year running. I all remember last year played at Kotena. Went to a close game and ended up in a draw. And hopefully this game, Wesley will make a game of it when they come to bat.
Yeah, hopefully there'll be some more positive cricket than last year. I think last year's second innings was not very good from Wesley. The scoring was pretty slow. But this year, good recovery from 107 being 117 for 6. Good recovery. And now the bowlers are doing a good job.
Definitely something that the entire school, both schools I should say, would be wanting for. Both teams trying to go for a result. And Benedict's has been real fighters, not giving away. Picked up the wicket in the morning, Wesley College, but since then, these two batsmen, Sharujan and Dilan, have put the brakes on Wesley College. It's easy single there. This is not good cricket by Wesley. 4 fielders saving the single and made it look so easy to cross over that single.
Yes, I think the Benedictine batsmen have been batting with a positive intent. Ball going into gaps and running hard, running fast, which is a good sign. Looks like they are moving the scoreboard very fast to probably even go for a declaration. Who knows? Let's wait and see.
Full this time. Easily nicked away by Dilan Tabru, who has been brilliant for St. Benedict's. Very powerful batsman. Showed some lovely boundaries. Nothing short of some power hitting by this lanky fast bowler. Bowled again.
It's a good partnership for Sarujan seems.
And at the 43rd, we come back to that point. 158 for 6.
College, and the left arm split to continue. Samila with Sharujan and Dilan Malinta putting up a fight for St. Benedict's. We were talking about the previous comment. Varman, you may continue.
Yeah, Sharujan batting well, looks a very stylish batsman, compact and stylish, as all most left-handers are. Pretty young boy too, I think 15 years of age. Looks very confident, looks very compact, looks very, he knows what very organized, seems to know what he's doing.
Sharujan Shanmuganathan is the son of a famous photographer, Nathan Shanmuganathan, who's been in the industry for a very long time. And just as the father, the son fighting out for St. Benedict's. That's a good running again. We spoke about Wesley College not trying to save the singles, but giving away the easy singles, neglecting the pressure, whatever has been created.
Yeah, I don't know what they're thinking. A lot of fielders on the ropes, and also the fielders in the ring are hanging back, giving the easy single to St. Benedict's. I don't know exactly what they're thinking. Probably trying to limit the scoring, but then they also need to put pressure, get dot balls, and get the wickets.
It's just no brain at the moment. Wesley College should be watching to definitely pick up the wickets. But saying that, I don't think Sahil does. Oh, that's hammered. Extra cover field right in his wrist. It's not a never good feeling. Tishan Senanayaka getting a blow. We all mentioned Dilan Tabru, how powerful he could be. Smashed it. 4 written all over. You got to say well fielded by the Silimidov fielder.
Yes, very well fielded. Anyway, it's all part of the game. I mean, the good old days, we didn't have helmets, we didn't have pads and all that, so you can say it's to save 4 runs for the team. I mean, this is all part of the game for us, so you have to take it.
One thing for sure, you never fielded at Silimidov. You were always a third man fine leg.
Yes, I mean, sometimes that happens because the faster fielders have to be a third man and fine leg, and the younger guys who are nimble and smaller have to be at short leg and up front, So there is always a method to this.
Gone are the days where the junior player fielders have no choice but to field at Silimidov or the Silimidov. Yeah. Flight again. This time I think Sahil has got the field position right, moving the deep extra cover fielder very square, where Tabru has been pretty brutal, anything full.
Yes, he looks a strong lad and playing the drive with a lot of power. Any Faroese, we're looking forward to the Cartman Cup going from strength to strength. I mean, you and I, we didn't have the opportunity of playing a Cartman Cup or game of importance. I think it's a good day for Wesley, a good 2 years, and hope this goes from strength to strength.
Definitely in my resume, that's something missing. I kept on saying it. If I had the opportunity of playing important games such as this with so much attention being given, I would have been the most happiest, and my curriculum vitae before. We'll talk about it in the next over. Under the 44th, Benedict's going nicely. 160 for 6.
Kawon, kay Wilaya.
$160 and Benedict's after 44. The drone giving some beautiful pictures overlooking the Campbell Park around the Borella area. Campbell Park looking in a very good state. Got to be mentioned, the groundsmen have worked really hard in these trying conditions with the weather being so hot and humid. Lots of watering, and the preparation for this game, I was told, at least happened a month ago.
Yes, excellent work by the ground staff, and the person in charge, Prasad, needs to be given a recommendation. I mean, they're done really well. So the drone showing the lovely pictures. So behind would be the school, on the left would be the prison, and on the right would be the All Saints Church. So that's the graphic of the area.
We're talking about the importance game. I mean, we all know, as fellow Wesleyans as well as fellow Benedictines, the amount of work behind scene went through to get this game going, at least for 3 years. We were planning so much with the COVID. It wasn't that easy. Last year it did happen. Weather did play a big part. But this year, Wesley College and the St. Benedict's College committee have worked tirelessly to get this game going. Lots of sponsors coming in, huge thank you for them. The two principals, the old boys, have done a lot of work to get this game of importance running in.
Yeah, the sponsors need a special mention because this trying time for the sponsors to come forward, especially the main sponsors and all the other sponsors have done really well. Also Cartman Cup Farviz. I mean, sometimes people ask why Cartman Cup. So the name Cartman, of course, is a former principal, obviously, a sporting principal. He was the first president of the Sri Lanka Schools Cricket Association, and also introduced our war cry Farviz, Zam Zam Zake. So Cartman, aptly named as this match after Reverend James Cartman, who was a very sporting principal, played first class cricket, our club cricket at that time in Sri Lanka.
That's something that I've been missing. War cry, Zam Zam Zake, has not been sung for a little while. Hopefully Wesley College can do that today. And saying that, St. Benedict's have been pretty adamant in trying to come back to this game. 166, I think. Even at the moment, it all depends on once Wesley College comes into bat again, how much of emphasis he'll put in to declare and get St. Benedict's again to bat and give them a target.
I really hope so, Farviz, and get the game going, because again and again I say this because last year was an absolute disappointment to me. I mean, the way Wesley batted the second innings. Hopefully they've learned from that, they'll move from that. They batted well in the first innings. Their bowling not too bad. The game is wide open, I would say.
Yeah, definitely the win or lose. I don't think that's secondary. The rivalry, the intention, those are the things the schoolboys has to be thought is neatly played away by Dylan Malinda Thabru. There was no short fine leg field, a huge gap. Slightly different towards leg side, and made sure got some bat and end the over with a boundary. End of the 45th minutes, 164 for 6.
To know how you can get the CIMA qualification faster, join CIMA through the CGMA Finance Leadership Program, a self-paced digital learning and assessment platform designed to ensure smarter learning and faster success. Discover the power of opportunity with the fastest route to completing the CIMA professional qualification at an affordable price and at double the speed.
Interestingly, Semila Linege, boundary of the last over, that was the first boundary he has conceded in 10 overs. That's how good he has been, putting the pressure on the two Benedict's batsmen. But it took a good shot. Full toss this time by Sakesh Binon and Sharujan. No need of a continuation to put it to deep mid boundary for a boundary.
So St. Benedict's on the move now. 2 boundaries in 2 balls. The left armer flighting the ball but not pitching it right.
Very important to put away the loose deliveries. And Sharujan is batting at 65 before that boundary. He was not going to miss out in those opportunities. It is much better. The wicket isn't assisting any spin at the moment. I just feel probably after tea or maybe just before tea, the spinners might come into play. But to say that, the game situation is going to be very important.
So Farviz, yesterday you said that the wicket is full of runs. I mean, are the batsmen not batting too well, or is the wicket now taking turn?
Scoring 300 runs and 15 wickets on the first day is quite decent, I should say. But when I did the pitch report this morning, there was not much the spinners could work in. Especially the scuff marks of the fast bowlers run-ups were not that deep, and lots of grass left in the middle of the pitch, and it's not going to help any spinners. But just if the batsman gets in, there's so much runs to be made. That's why I said the situation of the game matters. What the team wants to do. If they want to force a result, they've got to take the initiative.
Yeah, you hope Wesley bats like they batted in the first innings. The opening pair were very proactive. In fact, Gomez scored a 6 and 3 boundaries in 4 balls, which was really good. I hope he keeps batting like that, and we'll be in for some entertainment there.
Yeah, definitely I enjoyed that innings. So got to be said, with the opening batsman, a fast bowler coming all guns blazing. Unfortunately, got out, but some of the strokes he scored was brilliant and set up the Wesley innings.
Yeah,
End of the 46. We come back to that point again. 168 for 6.
ටයන් ලංකායනු ශ්‍ර ලංකාවේ GI පයිප නිෂ්පාදනයේ පුරෝගාමී වන අතර අද වන විට විවිධ අවශ්‍යතාවන් මත විවිධ පරාසයන්ගෙන් පුළුල්ව නිෂ්පාදන කටයුතු සිදු කරනු ලබයි. කාලගුණික හා දේශගුණික තත්ත්වයන්ට මනා ලෙස ඔරොත්තු දෙන ආකාරයට නිෂ්පාදනය කෙරෙන පලංචි සහ ප්ලේට් පාරිභෝගික අවශ්‍යතාවන්ට ගැලපෙන ආකාරයට මෙරටදී නිෂ්පාදනය කරනු ලබන උසස්ම තත්ත්වයේ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියක් සතු ප්‍රමුඛතම ආයතනය ටයන් ලංකා ඔබ සැමගේ ශක්තියේ විශ්වාසය වෙනුවෙන් නිබඳවම කැපවී සිටී.
Down the next side, huge appeal. Don't think the umpire was an interest at all. Looks like it's going to be a boundary down the next side. An important 4 runs.
So runs are coming thick and fast for St. Benedict's. Also, I was talking about Chamat Gomes, who lit up the grounds yesterday. Scored 30 in no time, and I hope he keeps batting like that. Also talking about batting, I think I'm with Farwiz Maruf, who holds the highest score for Wesley College, 242. I think we need to remind that and think about that. That was made in goal. At the goal Esplanade for us.
Yeah, I remember that. When I went to bat, Wesley was something close to 100 for 5. We ended up at, beg your pardon, 40 for 5. We ended up something close to 350 for 7. Now, one of those days, whatever I planned, whatever chance I got, it just went everything for 6 or 4. And I don't think you, as batsman, you get those days every time. But when you do get it, it's important to pounce on it.
So 242, the highest individual score for Wesley. That was breaking Mervyn Harmer's record of 232 against Kingswood. So Farwi is breaking that record and being the highest individual run scorer for Wesley, 242. You broke Mervyn Harmer's record, Farwi. It stood for a long, long time.
Again, one of those innings. And also at Campbell Park, amount of time we had memorable innings as well as memorable bowling analysis. Those are the memories you live for, you die for. And there's very important these youngsters do have those importance. Because if I have a choice, if somebody asked me what more I could do, I would love to play for my college again. Because that's the most privilege any cricketer would get it. And as schoolboys, hopefully these guys will know about it. And these guys have the privilege of playing a big match. We call it a traditional match, but for us it's a very good match.
Of course, the Cartman Cup is going to be big, going to grow from strength to strength, and going to be one match that all the cricketers from both schools, the fraternity will be looking forward to. The old boys, the present boys, the cricketers. Like you said, the best times to play cricket is for school. Every one of us cherished the years that we played in school and played for the team, wearing the college cap, wearing the blazer. I mean, those little things you never forget.
And also urge all the old Wesleyans, old Benedictines to come and support this event. Does the committee wants help, as well as the spectators coming in, giving support to their old alma mater, would play a big role in these young budding cricketers to play their natural game. We've seen players like Sharujan, Sahil Dials of Wesley College. These youngsters are the big names that are going to come forward. And just a quick shout out to these two batsmen who have scored 54 runs in tandem in 105 deliveries as a partnership. And on the 47th, Benedict's 173 for 6.
But if she doesn't lay eggs, she'll have to go. Okay, all right. Your pet can stay.
UHD quality video streaming on Sri Lanka's first, fastest and widest premium fiber network. Internet like a boss. SLT Mobitel Fiber.
.173 for 6 after 47. The two Benedictine batsmen doing a wonderful job. Sarjun Shanmuganathan, Dilan Tabru doing the hard work. See the press box. My fellow commentator Farman Kasim in the house. Very hard man to catch. When we do, we never let him go.
Yes, but not good looking as you, Farvi. So. Anyways, the Benedictine batsman doing a good job after 2 early wickets that Wesley managed to get. but now they consolidated themselves and now on the move. Also the Cartman Cup first played in 1896 between Wesley and St. Benedict's. Of course not for the Cartman Cup, but the first encounter was that.
Bowling change from the college end. Dinal Subasinghe coming into the attack. Straight away put under pressure by Dilan Thabru with that booming off drive.
Also the first scorecard is embedded in the trophy. So the 1896 scorecard, the first match that these two schools played, is embodied on the trophy. Wesley winning that first match by 64 runs and being victorious the first match. So hopefully they can repeat it and bring the Cartman Cup where it belongs to Cartman Gardens.
One of those occasions where the Sathasivam Trophy was brought back to Wesley College. This year beating St. Thomas's. That's a huge achievement by this young Wesley College team to beat those Thomians, the mighty Thomians. I remember the first year of the Sathasivam Trophy, which was played here in 99-2000, which I played as well. The game was done just after lunch in the second day.
Yes, so the Sathasivam Trophy was inaugurated that year, even though we've been playing St. Thomas's for over 100 years. The time we played, there was no trophy. And also then so the trophy, the Sathasivam Trophy is also now at Kashugarh. And so is the Oliver Kunthilaka Trophy. So both the trophies against St. Thomas's, cricket and rugby, are at Wesley College.
Full toss this time. Sharujan Shanmuganathan getting the placement right, picking up 2 runs. Good player, very gritty player, someone who's not going to give that wickets easily. And the temptation would be high with mid-on and mid-off up. Even when the left-arm spinner was bowling, the 2 fielders were in the ring trying to save the single. Any other batsman would have loved to come down the track and hit it over the top. But in Shanmuganathan's case, he's someone that he collects the runs with those very subtle wrist positions and wait for anything loose, playing for his team. Very important for a batsman to hold up an end and let Dilan Thabru to play his natural game, which is aggressive.
Very organized, very compact in his mind. I think he's very clear in exactly what he wants to do and how he wants to do it. No complications, no deep thoughts, just keeping it very simple, picking the runs as and when they are available, putting it into the gaps and then hitting the gaps when there's a loose ball.
Neatly played towards deep short square leg for a single, almost a run out chance. Feel that square leg, not feeling it clearly. End of the 48th, Benedict's 177 for 6.
කොයි කවුරුත් දන්නවානේ අපි කවුරුත් ගන්නවානේ අපේම රටේ හදනවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ හයන්
Aerial look. All Saints Church just next to the West College grounds, the Campbell Park, very iconic, lovely view. So much memories for Farman going back, playing for college. I'm sure you as well.
Yes, of course, a lot of memories. Of course, when we played our first 2 years, it was a matting wicket, and the wicket was from your grounds to facing your grounds to the pavilion. And then in our last year was the year that the wickets came in, the turf wickets, and the wickets were turned towards college and the Burrell end. That was in 1991. Lots of good memories. Everybody tries to hit a 6 to All Saints Church.
I was told off air by our good friend Darshan Nenagale, you hold the biggest 6 towards All Saints College. You're only trying to hit those areas.
Yes, because All Saints School, All Saints School was quite a target that everybody had in their minds, and in fact the sisters of All Saints School had to put up these barricades. You see, in the classrooms, you see there are certain barricades like other things. So the sisters had to put that up because we had a lot of support from the school. A lot of admirers, a lot of supporters. Darshan Lenage used to spend a lot of time at the milk board outside waiting for the girls to walk past him. So yeah, a lot of good memories. I'm sure you also would have hung around outside there, Farviz. Being a national player and captaining Sri Lanka schools and all that, there would have been a lot of attention from All Saints School.
Never say no to attention.
Yes, and going and knowing you, I mean, you would never avoid such a situation.
when you recognize, you make them full use of it. And we learned from the seniors. You played before us. We saw you how you grew. You told us how to do, what not to do. We learn from the best, Arman.
So that's good. That's good that you'll be learning lessons. I mean, that's great.
We talk about it. You know, the 49ers, Benedicts, 177 for 6.
IMF report on Sri Lanka reached not guilty. IMF only speaks to all the buggers who owe money and say this is the plan and they are going to follow the plan. And then the buggers say, okay, we'll the loans. Then that we have to go and restructure the whole thing. And IMF will say you have to increase the tax, you have to stop giving jobs, proper fiscal. Then the mother seal of approval, confidence. International monetary fund.
පුටු මේසට ගන්නවානේ පලංචියට දානවානේ ඇන්ටනා බටේට ගන්නවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ ටයන්
So Farwe is coming back to the things that you learned and you didn't learn in college. You were saying, well, frizzy drinks and all that, a big thing during your playing time. Because when we played, I mean, it didn't matter whether you had a Coke or whether you had a frizzy drink. I mean, that was not a big thing. And things obviously have changed during the course of time. So when you were playing, you would have played 10 years, 12 years later. Were frizzy drinks and all that a big thing? Or how did it go?
Natural sources. Jeevani was our drink, given to us by medical. The MIC, Mr. Nimal Disula, got to be mentioning his name as well, was very supportive from our days. And if he's listening to us, Nimal sir, hope you're well. That's what Jeevani gave us strength.
Yes, Nimal sir was an iconic figure, Wesley master in charge for a long, long time. A strict disciplinarian. Of course, when we used to go out of Colombo, get into trouble. Far as you know, when you go to Kingswood and Richmond, what you end up doing. You were one of the, I think, biggest culprits during that time. I mean, so there are a lot of good stuff that goes on after the match. And thankfully, in those days, we didn't go by bus, so we had to go by train. So we stayed an extra night. After the match, after the match is over, we stay a night.
Beautiful shot, slog sweep, a huge gap between deep square and deep mid wicket, easily found by Tabru. This is good batting. Can't say it's a loose delivery, it's a decent delivery, but Tabru, one of those days where whatever he finds is going for a boundary.
Very good batting, Farwis. Really getting the scoreboard moving.
Talking about the outstations game where either we go to goal or can be, as players, that's what we're looking forward for, the players together, at least for 2 nights or 3 nights. And everyone who's listened to me would agree that those games are the most funniest. You spend the entire day among yourselves playing songs, playing cards late in the evening, and the marking judge comes and says curfew time, you go to bed, and you still don't sleep.
Yeah, Ryan Kern did one extra. I mean, he did one on the first day of the match. And he was disciplined for that. So I think he was the record breaker.
For 182 for 6 in the 50th over. 15 more overs to go after this over. Pretty sure Benedictines would bat out if they can, unless they get themselves all out and probably have a lead close to at least by 50 to 40 runs, which the deficit has to be raised first by Wesley College. And it's just interesting to see after that what sort of a game plan the Wesley is going to have. Hopefully they will have that attacking mind frame and try and get St. Benedict's back again.
Yeah, hopefully, because they'll have to bat at least 30-35 overs. You'll have to give St. Benedict's to bat about the 25 overs at least if you're pushing for a result. Otherwise, there's no point in declaring at least 25 overs.
A dot ball to end the 50th over. Benedict's 182 for 6.
ජය අපේ පැතුමයි ලබැඳි යාවෙන් සහය සදනා.
Welcoming all of you with warmth and care. Commercial Bank. Our interest is in you.
Ganesh, that's a good. I have Ganesh Malwagana with me again. Gana, that's a good rule to have the new ball after 50 overs.
Absolutely, Paulie. It's a bit of a new concept, but I really like that. I mean, after 50 overs, the balls do get worn out, and it gives opportunity for the bowling side to sort of revisit and get their new bowlers in and get some in route into the pace attack.
Yes, Wesley have a couple of good fast bowlers. I did. I thought actually the wicket also had a good amount of bounce in it, and with the new ball, that gives an opportunity for the Wesley fast bowlers to come back into the game.
I think so, but although we had pretty good fast bowlers, but they lacked a bit of discipline yesterday, Paulie. They bowled a bit short, so it gave the Bens upper hand to score that extra runs. I'm sure they learn from their mistakes and try and come back and do their best today.
Yes, because this wicket has put on about 50 runs for the 7th wicket. St. Benedict's lost their 6th wicket early morning when Mevanta Sanayaka was out for North. That was about 128, I think.
That's correct. I mean, these two batters have done a very good job for Bens. Unfortunately, Wesley put down 2 good opportunities. Sargent was batting well, and there was a stumping chance and there was a catch at the slips which was put down. If they had taken those 2 chances, they would have things would have been different. But anyway, the Bens are cruising well at this stage.
Well, these two have added 63 runs for the 7th wicket. That's a big, huge partnership.
That is a valuable partnership. And Paulie, if you can remember, Wesley was in this situation yesterday, and there was a big partnership for the 7th wickets. Both teams are doing their best, and it's going to be a good game.
This Sarujan Shamuganathan is on 72. I like this boy, Ganesh. He's batting really well. Of course, gave a chance or two. But still, he waits for the ball. He plays the shots very late and selects a shot well.
Yes, I mean, Sarjan, as I was mentioning yesterday, he looked a pretty good player to me. The thing about is in Sarjan's head is still whenever he plays that shot. I mean, for a good player, he keeps his head still when he plays a shot. That gives him a good balance, and that's a sign of a very good player. He got a very good future in Sri Lankan cricket.
Yeah, we must not forget about Dilan Tablu too, who has provided valuable support for him. He got 31 runs at the moment.
Yeah, the big fellow is really hitting that ball hard, isn't it? I mean, he got his structure. He's a big boy, can hit the ball hard. Of course, he had some nervous moments at the initial stage of the innings, but he has settled down well and he really provided some good support to Sarjan.
The Sarjan is just 15 years old. I think, he's supposed to play in the under 15, but I suggest he should be playing in the under 17 tournament instead of under 15, because what I hear is under 15 is you go back to the mat.
Yeah, that's something he got to decide. I mean, even the school authorities can, make a note of that and let him play his cricket on turf rather than playing on matting.
Again, so it's a 183 for 6 and Benedict.
Yeah, probably interesting thing is when you talk about these 15 years, I met the current Sri Lankan captain Velalage about 4 years ago when I came down with a cricket team from Sydney. We played against St. Joseph's, and this young man, a very good bowler, bowled really well, batted really well. I was talking to a few boys.
So that's the end of over number 51. It's 6 for 183. So it's 6 for 183 after 51 overs. Wesley deciding to go with spin still. And that's off the back foot, beautifully cut. There's a sweeper cover right down in the boundary, stops it inside. The batsman get 2 there. That's a good shot, Ganesh.
Yeah, it's a pretty good shot. I mean, these two guys have settled in well and they're seeing the ball well and taking those singles and the doubles at ease and putting away the bad balls for boundaries. So looks like Wesley going to have a tough time. It's important that they get a breakthrough very soon.
That's again put away this time to deep mid-on, gets a single. Well, Kana, let us talk about some 1985 cricket. Well, when you were captain, you were the champion Wesley captain in 1985. Well, the other schools, what are the type of players had in the other schools? Like, you were talking yesterday about Roshan Mahanama and Asanga Gurusingha from Nalanda, and how you got them all out for 60 or 80, 60 in the first or second innings, I can't remember, and 80 in the other innings. So what about the other schools? Had great players?
Yes, definitely. There are a lot of good players around during my time. Of course, Trinity College had Denham Madana, NLK Ratnayaka from Trinity, and the Royal had a pretty good side, like Eshan De Silva, Inam Qasim, and Juram Patis, and of course St. Thomas's had another good side. So all around there was a lot of good cricketers around during my time.
So the big man Eshan De Silva was captain of Royal that year?
Absolutely. I mean, Hesho and me played against each other in the school cricket. We ended up joining Hong Kong Bank, and we played in the same team, and then we both of us ended up in Dubai, and we had the opportunity to play along with each other for the Dubai Lanka Lions, and then of course the three nation tournament.
Well, we won the 4 nation in Dubai.
Yes,
under
that's
Heshan.
right. That's right. I can still remember those days fully. It was very tough, not easy to win those competition, but we had a good side.
Well, Heshan played with you at the CCC also. Heshan was a CCC player.
Heshan and me was at CCC, that's correct, yes.
And of course, Johan too was there.
Yeah, Johan was a fantastic cricketer.
That's off the back foot this time. Shahjahan puts it nicely into the boundary for 4. So that's the end of over number 52. St. Benedict's 192 for 6.
And the Hadan
Shahjahan
and the gate toward the Danavani, Rally Novati, Navalaganavani, Vani higher than in a Vani, Hayan.
In 18 for 5. Then early morning today they lost their 6th wicket at 119. And now from there onwards these two batters have been playing very good shots. Rotating the strike, Dilan Tabru and Shahjahan Shanmuganathan.
Yeah, that's correct, Polly. I can see the energy level has been dropped in the Wesley camp. It's obvious when a set batsmen are going well, things tend to get a bit loose, but that's cricket. I mean, if the Wesley guys can hold on and bowl well and feel well, I'm sure they can get a breakthrough soon and back in the game again.
Well, guys, 13 overs left, 192 for 6. How much do you expect St. Benedict's to get at 65?
Look, if I'm from the Ben's camp, I'll be sending a message. We got to get some runs. I mean, Ben's got to get at least to 250. 250 will be a good score with a lead of about 30. And that will give opportunity for the Wesley to go back in and see what a sporting declaration they can provide.
That's nicely stripped away. This going towards the fine leg boundary. Well faded inside the boundary. Good bit of fielding there by the Wesley fielders. Batsman throws over for 2. Well, definitely, see, if they can get about a 30 to 40 run lead and then get a couple of early wickets, that will really put the pressure on the Wesley batsmen.
That's correct. That's correct. I mean, Wesley has to be mindful of how the Ben's openers batted yesterday. When they are giving a target, you don't want to give a low target, because I was very, very impressed the way the Ben's batted yesterday, and they could create. I mean, they could get any total within a short time.
Well, our scorer Dinesh Kumar has provided us some statistical information. These two have added 75 runs of 133 balls and 81 minutes. There's 75 runs coming of 81 minutes. So that's a good performance for the morning session.
Absolutely, it's brilliant. Brilliant for the Bens, except for that loss of 1 wicket. These two guys are really held the innings together. And looks like it's going to be a long day for Wesley.
Well, Wesley College have to restrict their Bens now. They got 218 in their 65 overs. St. Benedict's, as you said, might be looking to get around 250, 260. That should be their target.
That's right. They'll be looking around 260 mark. That gives them a bit of buffer. But then again,
Whether you want an authentic...
If you looked at Wesley batting lineup, Ben's so fortunate to get Shahil Dias out very early on in the innings. Shahil is a very good player. So wicket has settled down, and Shahil will be hoping to get some runs in the second innings. So it's going to be an interesting day of cricket.
Bikes and even bikes aerodynamically engineered. Come and see our range at the Cycletech showrooms. Bikes with attitude from Cycletech, a Jam Holdings entity.
Wickets early, they're definitely going to be under pressure if St. Benedict's have a lead of about 50 to 60 runs.
That's correct. It's going to be an interesting game. That's right. I mean, the main target for Ben's is get about over 250 and put Wesley back and bowl well and take some wickets, and they'll be in the game.
Shahil Dias, a lot of responsibility on him.
Shahil is a very good player, 50th colorsman. I'm sure that he wants to get some runs in the second innings. We'll see how he goes.
That's an appeal, a loud appeal from Owen Pereira. He has 3 for 26. He has bowled his heart out for Wesley.
Yeah, young man has did plenty of work yesterday on the ground, bowled really well, and I'm hope that with the new ball, I think they are taking the new ball, Polly. Is that right? No, still they are operating with the old ball, but probably they are getting him warmed up to get the new ball, or they might continue with the old ball. We got to wait and see.
Yes, after a couple of deliveries, they might ask for the new ball.
Yes.
We are in the 54th over, because 10 overs or 11 overs most probably will the new ball.
Yeah, it's no harm taking the new ball and trying to get some wickets.
At the same time, there's been a lot of gaps, and the newer ball travels fast.
Yes, that's a gamble Wesley take. Whether they want wickets or they want restrict runs, so we'll see. It's interesting to see what Shaili is going to do.
But anyway, they got to be on the attacking side, otherwise you cannot play cricket actually. Got to be attacking.
Absolutely, you got to take your chances. If you don't take your chances, it become very boring, isn't it? So we'll see. It's interesting to see what Shaili is going to do next.
So 196 for 6, St. Benedict's. Shanmuganathan on 78 and Dilan Tabru on 38. I think this Tabru boy also have batted well today. This morning he came and followed the 6th wicket early morning when the Sanaika was out for North.
He had done extremely well, really played that supporting role, helping Sarjan, and I think these two guys are settled in really well and taking along, and nice to see them really settled in well.
That's the Chambaganathan. That's a beautiful drive between extra cover and mid-off. Comes down the wicket, and that carries a boundary. 4 more to him, takes him on to 82, and the score moves on to 200. So St. Benedict's in the 54th over has reached 200.
What a fantastic shot, Polly. Nice to see that copybook cover drive. It felt like Sangakkara out there.
Well, this boy is called Little Sangha, that's what I heard.
Is that right? Oh, wow. Yeah, it looks really, that's right, Sangha.
That's another good delivery outside the off-stump. He withdraws his bat away. He watches the ball very well. This youngster, 15 years of age.
Yes, he got plenty of potential. I think Sri Lankan cricket will be looking at him very closely in the next couple of years. As I said, Walalage was a pick. He did extremely well in the Under-19 World Cup. And young man, I met him 4 years ago. Very happy to see him progress through the ranks.
Well, in the one-day Super League tournament in the final, he soon came after the World Cup. Okay, we'll talk about that after in the next over. It's 54 overs gone, 6 for 200, St. Benedict's.
We are here to better your lives and champion your every goal. With 12 billion rupees worth of customer benefits in 2020 and a life insurance fund worth over 100 billion rupees, our strength is your strength. You focus on your goals. We will take care of the risks. Zilinco Life.
Come on.
So Chanda Shammuganathan on 82, Delanda Tabru on 38. Well, we were talking about Velalage in the previous over, Ganesh. Velalage, soon after the World Cup, he came in and played in the National Super League Cricket Tournament final and was the man of the match in the final.
Yeah, look, I was watching him closely. I was following the news from Sydney. Yeah, that young man got a very good future in Sri Lankan cricket.
That's a beautiful shot there. Put away towards deep mid-on, gets a single. Well, St. Benedict's have got the message very clear now. 10 overs remaining. The 11 overs with this. They're definitely going to push their score now. Pushed on the pedal.
Yeah, they're batting very easy. at ease. I mean, looks like they are settling well. I mean, I'm sure Sargent will be keen to get his 100 very soon, and in time for the declaration.
So 65 overs is the first innings restriction. And another rule that is coming to this game is after 50 overs you can take a new ball. But Wesley has opted to go on with the old ball.
Yeah, Polly, we saw that the last over from the school end, the fast bowlers trying to cause some damage, but now the wicket has settled down well and playing with ease. So I think Wesley will continue with the old ball till close of this innings.
Well, our scorer Dinesh Kumar submits as further statistical data. 200 runs coming in 323 balls, 6 wickets down, and this 200 runs had come in 219 minutes with 21 boundaries, 1 6 and 18 extras. That's a lot of extras, isn't it?
That's a lot of extras. I think they bowled a lot of wides yesterday and even today. That's pretty good going for Benz.
So it's end of over number 55. It's 201 for 6. Well, also Ganesh, Dinesh Kumar has provided us a comparison also. Wesley got their 200 in 247 balls, whereas St. Benedict's has taken 323 balls to get that 200.
I was a bit surprised with the statistics, Polly, to be honest. I thought Ben started off very well, but probably...
That's nicely put away. Pass down to deep square leg boundary for 4. 4 more to Tabro. He moves on to his 40s.
Yeah.
And St. Benedict's score moves on to 205.
I don't think it's a great idea to bowl the fast bowlers from that old ball. I mean, wicket has settled down well. Shai should look at bringing on some of spinners from the college end and probably restrict his run rate a bit.
Yes, exactly, Ganesh. If they're going to bowl the fast bowlers, they should opt for the new ball and try to get the wickets. But this is not going to help them at all because runs will be leaking and they must try to restrict the lead now. It's again another short delivery. This time it takes the edge, goes down towards third man. It gets a single.
Yeah, the runs are coming at ease. I mean, the Bens are looking so comfortable out there. Shahil must be thinking, what next? I mean, my advice to Shahil is try and restrict the runs in the next couple of overs. I mean, they got another, how many overs to go, Polly?
It's another 10 overs with this.
Yes, another 10 overs probably. I'd be happy if Shai can restrict the bench for about 40 runs, but Benz will be looking to score more than that. So obviously it's an interesting situation at the moment here at Campbell Park.
Well, I think Ben should aim at 275. They could finish at around 260. That will be a good lead. A 50-run lead will be a very good lead in this wicket at this stage of the game.
That's correct. That's correct. Ben will be trying to score the maximum, and Wesley should be trying to minimize the runs. So it's going to be an interesting next 10 overs.
Because remember, Ganesh, we heard Faris Maruf in the morning saying there might be a little bit of turn later in the day. He suggested it will be after tea, but if there is going to be a bit of turn, then Wesley with a 50-run lead is going to be in a bit spot of bother.
Yes, that's right. That's right. I mean, especially.
And this is out. It's given away. I thought he gave it away. Ball going wide outside the off stump. Just put his bat to it. After such a wonderful innings, this boy has just thrown it away. He's out for 82.
This is something Benz doesn't want at this stage of the innings, and I'm sure Sargent will be very, very disappointed with that shot. I mean, I'm sure he's going for some runs, but that was a bit of a loose shot. Anyway, young man, still a lot to learn. I'm sure he will learn from this mistake.
So he's gone for 82, and St. Benedict, Wesley got the 7th wicket. St. Benedict's 206 for 7.
ටයන් ලංකා යනු ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ GI පයිප් නිෂ්පාදනයේ පුරෝගාමී අවන අතර අද වන විට විවිධ අවශ්‍යතාවන් මත විවිධ පරාසයන්ගෙන් පුළුල්ව නිෂ්පාදන කටයුතු සිදු කරනු ලබයි. කාලගුණික හා දේශගුණික තත්ත්වයන්ට මනා ලෙස ඔරොත්තු දෙන ආකාරයට නිෂ්පාදනය කෙරෙන පලංචි සහ ප්ලේට් පාරිභෝගික අවශ්‍යතාවන්ට ගැලපෙන ආකාරයට මෙරටදී නිෂ්පාදනය කරනු ලබන උසස්ම තත්ත්වයේ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියක් සතු ප්‍රමුඛතම ආයතනය ටයන් ලංකා ඔබ සැමගේ ශක්තියේ විශ්වාසය වෙනුවෙන් නිබඳවම කැපවී සිටි.
There's a bit of nervousness creeping into Chamatz. You want to get that single pretty quickly, but Dilan sent him back. No damage done. Score remains on 2 on a 6 for 7.
That was Erwin Pereira getting his 4th wicket.
I thought
Chamat Chaturya. That's a nice shot, driven straight down towards deep mid-on, gets a single.
Yeah, hats off to Erwin Pereira on this wicket. He has bowled his heart out. I mean, it's rewarded him.
That's the end of the 56th over.
207.
207 for 7.
A car is not just a car. A bike is not just a bike. They're characters in the story of your life. Some like their privacy. Others like to be shown off. The older ones are wiser, having done more with their time. Some are strong road warriors, out to do battle. Some like to take things slow, while others live to fly. A ride is not just a ride, just like mobile is.
That's correct. They're going to be a bit cautious. Runs were coming easily when Sargent was at the crease. Since they lost the early wicket, they might think twice how they're going to approach the next 9 overs.
Well, my theory is to bat till 60 and then think about the last 5 overs.
That's
the new batsman got to set himself in. Of course, Dilan Tabru on the other end, batting very well. He's on 44. And he's a batsman who can give a couple of good shots, play a couple of good shots.
Yeah, he's a big fellow, isn't it? He can hit a ball. I mean, he'll be looking to wait until the 60th over and so go for those big swings. Paulie is interested to see. I was sort of looking at the wicket yesterday from here, bowling from the Olsen end. There's a bit of something happening on a good length there. Some balls are keeping low, some balls are kicking in. So it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen in the next couple of hours.
Yes, all this Wesley got to be thinking of when they go into bat. They must restrict as much as possible, restrict the Benedictines as much as possible.
Yeah, that will be their challenge in the next couple of overs.
So that's the end of over number 57. St. Benedict's 7 for 209.
can ask with Sashan Mana with SOS Village.
It's 207 for 9, St. Benedict's. That's edge towards third man gets a single. Well, Ganesh, I heard you were involved with Roshan Mahanama and doing some work with the SOS Village. You want to tell something about it?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, Roshan and me have been playing alongside each other from the age of 13, and even after I left school, I went on to Dubai, and we still kept in contact. And as part of my cricketing program, which I brings a lot of teams to Sri Lanka in December every year, and I started helping the SOS Orphanage Village, sponsoring kids. And my classmate Divakar Ratnadura is a national director, so Roshan is a brand ambassador. So it is happy to see that Roshan is doing a lot of good things after his cricketing career, and I'm very glad that I'm part of that program, and it's going to be a good good for the kids at SOS Village.
That's great work, Ganesh. Good work for you and Roshan. All the best to you in your future endeavors.
Yes, something I enjoy doing it, Polly, with my high-profile banking job, with my coaching is something I really enjoy. I just want to help as much as orphan kids I can. I'm sort of spreading the word around Sydney. Hopefully, we can get more sponsors coming to sponsor those orphan kids.
Back into the game, it's 212 for 7 and nicely driven this time, gets a single. So Dylan Tatabro approaching his 50, he's on 47.
Yeah, Big Ben has batted really well, isn't it? He came in when the Vents lost that early wicket, but he really played well. He played along Sarjan, and he's taking the leading role now, and he's going to cause some damage for Wesley in the next couple of overs.
Again, nicely driven between cover and extra, gets a single. Well, Irwin Pereira, a word about Irwin Pereira, he has bowled his heart out. He got 4 for 41, being the pick of the bowlers of Wesley College, isn't it?
That's correct. I mean, he had bowled his heart out, no doubt about it, and he was rewarded with 4 wickets, and he'd be happy to take another wicket. Ended up with a 5-er. Yeah, poor guy is struggling a bit there. Of course, in this heat, it's not easy for the fast bowlers to really come running hard and bowling.
So that's the end of over number 58, St. Benedict's College, 7 for 217.
Discover the power of opportunity with the fastest route to completing the semi-professional qualification at an affordable price and at double the speed.
Right, so over number 59 getting underway. Nice to work to be on the onside. Mid-wicket is a long chase. They get one, looking for 2, but they set for the single. And we also say good afternoon or good morning to Jeremy Savaramuthu.
Hi, Rick, and good morning to all our viewers as well. The Ben's piling on the runs this morning for 2 wickets.
It's a good partnership, in fact, for the 7th wicket. Helped St. Benedict's along on their way. So Malinta is on 48, 2 short of 50. He's faced 61 balls. He's batted superbly, in fact. Punished the loose deliveries. So at the end of this over, there will be another 6 overs left in the St. Benedict's innings.
That's
They
right.
want to make as many runs as possible.
That's right. They would love to Nice and slow by the left arm leggy. Yes, the Bens would love to pile on at least another 50 runs in the next 6-7 overs before closing for lunch.
Yes, a 50-run lead will be very useful for St. Benedict's because they restricted Wesley yesterday 218 for 9 when they won the toss and invited Wesley to bat first.
Yes, the Bens will be able to put on some pressure on the Wesleyites if they have a decent lead. And like you rightly said, the 50 to 60 run lead would be very useful.
Well bowled, beaten outside the line of off stump.
Quite a bit of turn.
Hence the over 59 completed.
Whether you want an authentic urban or off-road sensation, the best way to experience it is on a Rally Coyote and Hero bike. We stock a range of bikes for juniors, including BMX models and mountain bikes. Bikes with attitude to take you beyond the end of the road and in any terrain. Heritage bikes. And even bikes aerodynamically engineered. Come and see our range at the Cycletech showrooms. Bikes with attitude from Cycletech, a Jam Holdings entity.
So 215 for 7, St. Benedict's after 59 overs. The innings will last up to 65, so another 6 overs to go. Scheduled lunchtime is 12 o'clock, but if the 50 or 65 overs are completed before 12, they'll take lunch straight away. Edge down to third man.
That's 50.
That's his 50.
He's played very well this morning. Grafted his runs and put on a great partnership with Shahrukh.
So 50 of 62 balls. Excellent effort from Dylan Malinta.
The Bens would want him to carry on till the end of the inning for sure. And if so, they might probably get even that score of 260 to 265.
I think Chaman's role here is to push the single, allow Malinta to have the strike. He's the senior partner, he's played superbly, and they could pile on runs.
Yes, I think they'll really want to take it up to the bowler starting now. The field is spread out. Quite a bit of gaps, Eric.
Yes, you're right. The Benedict's College schoolboys enjoying themselves with the college flag as well. That's what it's meant to be. Enjoy the cricket. Good support for both schools, in fact, from the schoolboys themselves.
No run.
So Benedict's 2 away from equaling Wesley's first innings total of 218 for 9 after 65 overs.
Last evening, the Ben's captain was quite positive of getting 265 runs.
Yes, he said 280 in fact.
280.
Yes. Yes, having a handy first innings lead always very useful.
You could see the Wesley bowlers slowing things down a bit, not letting the Bens add on those runs to their.
Wait for the cut shot. Let's make contact. Wicketkeeper collects end of the over. 60 completed. Sembenedics 216 for 7. So 5 overs left in the Ben's innings. 216 for 7 after 60 overs. Chamat is on 4. Faced 20 deliveries. Dylan Malinta is on 50 of 62. He's batted superbly, in fact.
The left arm spinner making the batsman wait. He's not pushing the ball through fast.
Driven down the grounds towards deep mid-off. Easy single.
I'd like to see the Bens using their feet now because the left arm leggy is giving quite a bit of air.
So man coming at bat pad at City Point. Putting pressure on Chamat, in fact.
Yes, nice to see them still attacking, given it's the last 4 overs of the Benedictine inning.
Now the dot ball, so a couple of dot balls to Chamat as well. He's faced 22 deliveries for his 4 runs. Perhaps he should be looking at just pushing a single. Plenty of gaps on the onside as well.
Oh, spin and bounce. That would be encouraging for the Bens, who will be bowling straight after lunch.
Slow turn, in fact. But still the wicket, a very good one for batting. Ends the over as well. 61 completed. Sembenedics 270.
Koi kawrut gannawane, api kawrut gannawane, apema rati hadanawane. Putu meseta gannawane, palanchiyata danawane, antenna bateta gannawane. Enda hadanna gannawane, gettuwata danawane, rally nuwati nawala gannawane. Koi kawrut gannawane, api kawrut gannawane, wane hayya dananawane. Vani higher than in a Vani. Tayan. Vani saha galvanized Vani butter. Tayan. Koi kawrut ganna Vani. Ape rate hadana Vani. Vani higher than in a Vani.
And the man of the moment is Dylan Malinta. He's on 51. He's batted superbly today. And the Bens will be focusing on him to do most of the batting to score runs. He's a very strong young man. Tall. Well built.
Yes.
Standing outside the crease, one step outside the crease. Good tactics.
That's pushed into the extra cover region. He should get 2 runs. Probably even 3.
Right, so Sembenedics overtake Wesley by 1 run on the first innings. 219 for 7. Psychologically, that's an advantage.
Indeed. With just below 4 overs to go, they have to focus on getting that 30 to 40 run lead in these next 23 balls.
Big pull shot in the air. Wicketkeeper can't get there. Falls in no man's land. Towards third man. They'll pick up a single for that. Intention was pull it to the backward square leg boundary region. Got a top edge maybe.
It's important that Chamat pushes the single and gets his informed partner on strike.
There's 3 balls left in the over. St. Benedict's 220 for 7. Lead Wesley by 2 runs on the first innings. So 3 overs and 3 balls left in the Ben's innings. Played a miss outside the line of off stump, a half-hearted appeal. There's no bat in that.
His partner Dylan Malinta is walking towards Shamat, probably asking him to get back to ball and get the inning going.
Yes, another hot and humid day out here at Campbell Park. Oh,
bowled him.
Bowled him, cleaned him up. And that's a big breakthrough that Wesley have got in the 62nd over. Shamat, who was really struggling, Yorker length and disturbed the stump. So Chamat's gone for 4 and St. Benedict's are 220 for 8 after 61.5 overs.
He seemed to have yorked himself, Eric.
So Chamat faced 26 balls, of which 22 were dot balls, picked up 4 singles. Perhaps a blessing in disguise, St. Benedict's. Get a new man in who can just push that single.
Exactly, and hopefully Dylan Malinta can smoke a few out of the ground towards the end of the inning.
So there's the trophy. This is the Reverend James Cartman Memorial Trophy on offer to the winners of this game. Handsome trophy, in fact.
Talking about a win, it'll have to be an outright win, I guess.
Yes, an outright win. Sachin Saranaka, the new man in, second-year player. Plays mainly as a bowler, but bats right-handed as well. Right arm fast medium. Driven, bowler gets a hand beat on his follow through.
Bowler showing
So
some
another dot
aggression.
ball.
And the intent looks clear.
Ends the over as well, and at the end of that over, St. Benedict's are 224, the loss of 8 wickets. So there's the batting card. Suhas, the captain of St. Benedict's, didn't make an impression, out for 1. Kojita made the quick fire 30. Sharujan, top scored so far 82. This is a 1, and Samaratunga 25 with Malinta on 54 at the moment. Goes a big heave on the offside, out towards sweeper cover. Picked up inside the boundary. Fumble on the field, they come back for 2. That's good running between the wickets. Excellent running. Little fumble at sweeper cover.
Exactly. The fielder making a good effort, but wasn't able to prevent the batsman running the second one.
Double Nelson, 2-2-2 for 8. Field well spread out. Short third man, backward point. The extra cover, the sweeper cover. Long off. Again good for a big heave. Out LBW, the finger goes up straight away. Big shout, trying to play across the line that time. The Bens lose their 9th wicket, and that's the man they wanted to bat through this innings. Dylan Malinta well made 56, but he goes LBW to Semilla, and it's 222 for 9.
Yes, very well played. Very well played by Dylan Malinta. Building that partnership with Sharujan this morning. And he deserves a standing ovation. Well played, young man.
Do you want to know how you can get the SEMA qualification faster? Join SEMA through the CGMA Finance Leadership Program, a self-paced digital learning and assessment platform designed to ensure smarter learning and faster success. Discover the power of opportunity with the fastest route to completing the SEMA professional qualification at an affordable price and at double the speed.
Come out all guns blazing after lunch, trying to fold up the Wesley team.
Madhu Malka turns it nicely on the onside. Intelligent batting, get one. They're looking for two. Settle for the single.
Just doing the right thing. Lots of gaps in this field.
So the lead now 5 runs is 223.
– 108 runs put on for the loss of 4 wickets this morning. They would have loved to get those runs at a quicker pace though. Oh.
What's going on?
It's called a dead ball.
Dead ball called?
I think he was anticipating for the batsman to come out and go at him.
That's in the air, but it'll fall safely. The bowler is after it. Only pick up a single for that. They'll need to put the pressure on the fielders. They need to look at those twos, put the pressure on the fielders.
At this point of the game, they need to show that intent, converting the ones into twos.
Again pushed, single being taken, could be close. Well, direct hit may have done it. Not to be.
Hesitated at the start, but managed to get in safe. I thought the bowler could have come across and stopped that.
Wait for the cut shot. Doesn't make contact, kept a trifle low. And that ends the over as well. There we are. So it's 225 for the loss of 9 wickets. And we've got 2 overs left in the innings.
Wouldn't have been the ideal way to
ටයන් ලංකායනු ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ GI පයිප නිෂ්පාදනයේ පුරෝගාමී අවන අතර අද වන විට විවිධ අවශ්‍යතාවන් මත විවිධ පරාසයන්ගෙන් පුළුල්ව නිෂ්පාදන කටයුතු සිදු කරනු ලබයි. කාලගුණික හා දේශගුණික තත්ත්වයන්ට මනා ලෙස ඔරොත්තු දෙන ආකාරයට නිෂ්පාදනය කෙරෙන පලංචි සහ ප්ලේට් පාරිභෝගික අවශ්‍යතාවන්ට ගැලපෙන ආකාරයට මෙරටදී නිෂ්පාදනය කරනු ලබන උසස්ම තත්ත්වයේ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියක් සතු ප්‍රමුඛතම ආයතනය ටයන් ලංකා ඔබ සැමගේ ශක්තියේ විශ්වාසය වෙනුවෙන් නිබඳවම කැපවී සිටී.
Nice played.
I'll get one for that. Both teams, I think, towards the end of their innings, they've bowled a fast bowler from one side and a spinner from the other.
Yes, Samatta 1 for 49 from 9.1 overs. And since the last pair is in, even the singles are very handy. Driven out towards long off. Looking for 2, but the return on its way.
Very well placed by Sachin for 1 run. Let's see what Anisha can do. Quite a quick outfield.
Oh, beats the wicket keeper. Awkward bounce. Picked up inside the boundary. They come back for 2. Could be 2 byes. We wait for the umpire's call. Yes, 2 byes.
Very important runs coming towards the end of the inning for the Bens. Doesn't matter how it comes.
Exactly, no matter how it comes, as long as it comes. Look at the awkward bounce for the wicket keeper. And this one gets a touch to it.
Get 4 runs for that. Nicely caressed through the third man area. Very important runs for the Bens.
Yes, useful runs, very useful indeed.
Just using the pace.
On that.
Yes. The ideal way to go. Just use the base to the advantage of the batsman.
There's a third man in place, but he had no chance in cutting that out because the outfield is lightning fast here at Campbell Park. Again, single taken. Good running, excellent running, good understanding.
This is what the Bens would have wanted 6 overs ago. These two building up a nice partnership. We'll be hoping for a good finish.
Bowled him. That's it. St. Benedict's bowled out for 234 in exactly 64 overs. So they have an overall lead of 16 runs on the first innings.
Played right across the line, but it was warranted at this moment of time. Ben's folding up 1 over before they are allotted 65 overs.
Yes, Wesley struggled to 218 for 9 in 65 overs. St. Benedict's bowled out for 234 in 64 overs. So the game pretty even Steven at this stage.
I would think so. Hopefully there'll be a sporty declaration by the Wesleyites. We have 65 overs to go for the day, including the 20 mandatory overs. Wesleyites having a good session, taking 5 wickets for just 119 runs during the session. I think they'd be quite pleased with their performance in this session.
Yes, I think they'll be pleased with it because yesterday at Stumps, St. Benedict's went in at 115 for the loss of 5 wickets. But a good partnership today for the 7th wicket really helped St. Benedict's along to this total of 234. And in the meantime, I think Wesley also pretty pleased that they didn't concede too much of a lead on that first inning. So we have the Bens bowled out at approximately 11:55. So Wesley will bat the second innings at 12:35. We'll start 5 minutes earlier. We're not going to lose any overs because of a changeover. And
Yes,
of course, I think
that's important. That was laid out in the playing conditions.
That's right.
So that we'll have the full 195 overs being played at Campbell Park. And I think that's what everyone wants to see as well. Hopefully, there'll be a result enforced by both teams.
Yes, it'll be nice to have a result in these games because sometimes there's no real reason to play cricket if you don't look for results, and both teams should be looking for results. And there's the highlights going on of what happened today. Playing across the line, paid the penalty that time to bowl the Bens out. And looking at the batting card for St. Benedict's, Suas, the captain, out cheap yesterday for 1. Kojita made 26, Sarujan top score of 82. Disoiza making 1, Samarthunga 25, Soiza making 8. Disanaka didn't trouble the scorers. And today, Malinta 56 of 69, and Chamatha Chaturya making 4, and Sanaka making 2, with Madhwanka not out on 4. There's the bowling card for Wesley. Gomez 2 for 55, Obin Pereira 4 for 41, and Sanithu Amarasinghe 1 for 13, and then down the lineup is Sigera 1 for 24, and Minan 1 for 27. Lianage along with Super Singer and Vikram Singer didn't pick up a wicket there. 21 extras in that total. A lot of extras in that total. After 64 overs, St. Benedict's bowled out for 234.
The quick bowlers doing most of the damage in both innings. I think they've shared 6 wickets each in both innings. So
Right, just story down at Campbell Park. The first innings of both teams have been completed. Wesley making 218 for 9 in 65 overs. St. Benedict's bowled out for 234 of 64 overs. It's lunchtime down at Campbell Park. Play will recommence at 12:35 and we'll be back on air at 12:30. Keep it locked until then.
The Cartman Cup 2022.
Cup 2022.
Good afternoon. The second session on the second day's play between the game at Campbell Park between Wesley College and St. Benedict's College. The two umpires walking into the middle. Umpires officiating Damita Sanka and Tilak Fernando. Reserve umpire D. Jayasuriya. Match referee Nalaya Devarajan. St. Benedict's overnight 115 for 5. Went on to score 224 in 64 overs. I have with me Kennedy Michael. Kennedy, your thoughts on the St. Benedict's innings?
Overall, I think it will be pleasing for the Bens to have overtaken that score of the Wesley, which looked a little daunting when stumps were drawn on the first day. But all credit to young Sarujan, who played the sheet anchor role. He got his 82, batted for 214 deliveries out in the center. Mind you, he was keeping and he almost has been there for the entirety of the game so far. I was also impressed by the 56 runs which Dylan supported later in the innings. Almost like a runner ball, we could say, in the context of this game. 69 deliveries to get his 56, which was very well welcomed by the camp, I'm sure. But besides that, there's very little to write home about. Amita, we have 26 by Kolita with 17. I think he was a little bit on the too much on the charge to my liking earlier on in the innings. And of course we had Shenal who got in with another 25, a runner ball again, 26. So overall we've seen good starts, brisk scoring, but never went on to capitalize except for Sharujan. So all in all, the game now stands at just as one would expect a two-day game to stand, with both innings closed. It'll be good to see what the Benedictines come out with when they come out to bowl for the second time. Personally, I would like them to go with all guns blazing, especially after the break, and fresh legs to go on and make as much as they can with the new ball and trouble the Wesleyites.
Wesley, on the other hand, batting yesterday got 218 in 65 for 9 in 65 overs, so just 6 runs ahead of St. Benedict's. Also, Wesley bowling Yuvin Pereira exceptionally got 4 wickets for 40 runs, and Shamat Gomez got 2 for 55. Those were the standout bowling for Wesley College. 1 wicket each for Samita, Semila, Ravindu and Sakesh.
If you ask me, Amita, between the two bowling sides, I think Wesley bowled well. All credit to the Benedictine batsmen to have churned out those runs and garnered those runs out with a better bowling side.
So Wesley College captain missed out in the first innings, Sahil Dias, and Chamat Gomez in the middle. Dias got a 50 in last year's game, so he'll be keen to make amends of missing out in the first innings. Also Jan Sarujan Shanmuganathan's 82, as Kennedy was mentioning, fine knock and a youngster, so great prospect for St. Benedict's and also for Sri Lanka cricket in the years to come.
I'm sure as he matures, gets more strength into his batting and physique, we will see a little more freedom coming out of those young hands of Sarujan. Tender age of 16, he showed fantastic temperament. He was never rattled by the 1 or 2 deliveries that caught him by surprise at the college end.
So Sachin runs in from the Wesley College end, first delivery. He got 2 for 39 in the first innings. So it's very important to bowl wicket to wicket, make the batsman play. That is how you can tempt the batsman.
When you look at Sachin running into bowl, Amita, you see a full package of a school pacey. He's got that build, he's got that wide shoulders, and really makes those shoulders work when he delivers the ball.
So field of 2 slips, gully, cover extra, mid off. mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
What are your thoughts of the field placing right now, Amita?
I think a little more attacking would have been a little better. One more slip in or silly mid-on, because it's important to capture the wickets, try and get a wicket, put the pressure on the batsman. Batsman on the other hand has to concentrate bat through. The light roller was used at the break.
The wicket looks very patchy. A lot of bare areas when I had a look in the morning, and with the hot sun beating down on the track, it's going to get a little more puffy, I suppose. Interesting to see what those glazed out patches at the college end will turn out to be, Amita.
Yeah, that's true. And also I think Furways Maruf, who did the pitch report in the morning, said probably after tea we'll see a bit of turn. He's probably quite familiar with this wicket at Wesley College.
And taking a cue from that, All Saints end, I'm sure, is going to show more turn than the college end, where there's a fair amount of dust that was being swept at the turn of the innings.
So a bit of chatter going on in the middle, encouraging the bowler, which is good.
Sachin runs. Would have loved to see that ball being pitched in line with the wickets, but isn't troubling the batsman right now.
Yeah, that is what should be done. Make the batsman play closer to the wicket, wicket to wicket, and trouble the batsman, make him play.
Because the bench should realize that this heat is going to get into them very soon, so their freshness is going to wear off very, very quickly. So Sachin.
That's a better delivery. Make him play.
Well negotiated in the end.
So
still the scorers have been troubled yet. 5.
අද වන විට විවිධ අවශ්‍යතාවන් මත විවිධ පරාසයන්ගෙන් පුළුල්ව නිෂ්පාදන කටයුතු සිදු කරනු ලබයි. කාලගුණික හා දේශගුණික තත්ත්වයන්ට මනා ලෙස ඔරොත්තු දෙන ආකාරයට නිෂ්පාදනය කෙරෙන පලංචි සහ ප්ලේට් පාරිභෝගික අවශ්‍යතාවන්ට ගැලපෙන ආකාරයට මෙරටදී නිෂ්පාදනය කරනු ලබන උසස්ම තත්ත්වයේ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියක් සතු ප්‍රමුඛතම ආයතනය ටයන් ලංකා ඔබ සැමගේ ශක්තියේ විශ්වාසය වෙනුවෙන් නිබඳවම කැපවී සිටී.
and to take it as the over starts because the advertising. So second over to be bowled by from the Borala end. Two slips, Gully once again, cover extra mid-off. Dylan Tabru coming in from the Borala end, a tall lanky lad, good height for a pacey, good bell, running in right arm over the wicket.
Dylan must be a tired young man after his exploits of 56 in the middle, but I'm sure that confidence will keep him bending his back a little more than what he would actually want to do right now.
So Wesley College skipper Sahil Dice taking strike. Chamat Gomez, the other batsman. Nicely got to the pitch of it. Hit past extra cover for lovely shot. Lent on it. Ran down for 4 runs.
He took full use of that loose delivery and perfectly executed. So well earned 4 for the Wesleyites.
So Wesley commenced their innings with that boundary in second innings. Over pitched, placed it well, powerfully hit.
Also with a lot of room for him to bring that bat down and place it wherever he wanted to. So Benz will do well to bowl wicket to wicket right now.
Yes, that is very important. Make the batsman play. not a very confident shot, just one bounce to the slip fielder.
I think including the keeper, the slips will have to learn very quickly to read the bounce and then position themselves, because that delivery looked as if the ball is not carrying that far wherever they are staying, Amit.
Yes, I think the second slip, another one step forward, will give him a better chance to take a sharp catch. As Dylan runs in from the Borrell end. That's a wayward delivery left alone.
Very lucky to get away with it, wide of the crease.
So young Sarjan Shamgunathan, wicket keeping for the St. Benedict's, runs across, has a small chat with the bowler, which is good to keep the feedback. Oh, that was meant to be hit. Given room, Dias pounced on it, cut very sharply over cover for another boundary. Very effectively hit.
So 2 loose deliveries in that over.
Probably Kennedy, as we were discussing, Dylan after that 50 may be a little tired, and also it's hot and humid in the middle, but also from a Benedictine point of view, he has to bowl that line and length.
Even if he cuts a yard or two of his space, but still hits it on the right spots in the deck, it'll be more welcome than what he is trying to do right now.
So very watchfully left alone. So at the end of 2 overs, Wesley College in their second innings, 8 runs for no wicket. So at lunchtime, St. Benedict's for 224 all out in 64 overs. Starting on the second innings of Wesley College after 2 overs, 8 runs for no wicket. Sahil Dias, the Wesley College keeper, got 2 boundaries in the previous over. 2 deliveries outside the off stump, one driven powerfully passing extra cover, the other one nicely cut away over cover point. That's a good delivery by Sachin. Came in sharply. Kennedy kept a little low, isn't it?
I think it did catch the batsman by surprise there, the bounce. But for the Ben's Hearts, we'll have to say a wee bit on the leg side. An inch or two towards the middle stump would have been a different story.
This came in sharply, kept low. Chamat Gomez slightly late to come down. It's a tall lad.
I saw this happen yesterday also, Amit, because Sachin seems to surprise the batsman with his speed.
Yes, Sachin with his height and a smooth action gets a fair amount of pace for a schoolboy cricketer.
A lot of that pace is generated off the wicket, although this is somewhat of a dead wicket. What we see now, he's able to generate a fair bit of pace off the wicket.
Chamat yet to open his account. Dias on the other hand is on 8. Nicely tucked away onto the onside. So he opens his mark with that single.
So Sachin keeping things nice and quiet at the college end for the Bens. and all the action happening on the other side. It'll be interesting to see how the Ben's think tank move with the next couple of overs.
Two slips, gully, cover, extra, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and fine leg. Very spread out field, enough room for singles. Once again, lucky not to connect. It was wide outside the off stump.
We see the wind picking up, across wind that is blowing. We saw this happening last evening as well. It's good, brilliant conditions for cricket. Bright sunshine, strong wind across the field.
Left lone.
Good aggressive fast bowling from Sachin. Good to see him really going at the batsman every ball.
Sahil Dias, the Wesley College keeper. He's one of the danger men if he gets into form. Slightly over pitch, didn't get hold of it. That's the end of the third over. Wesley College 9 runs for no wicket.
ඔබේ ජය අපේ පැතුමයි ලබැඳි යාවෙන් සහය සදනා.
Welcoming all of you with warmth and care. Commercial Bank. Our interest is in you.
Two umpires in the middle. It's a hot, humid conditions, tough umpiring conditions. Chamath now taking strike, taking guard. The cover has been dropped down because the previous two boundaries by Dias. One was cut away, one was driven. Dilan should make use of the crease, ball closer to the wicket, make the batsman play. Dilan running in from the Burrell end. With the stroke, good call on single. So it's important to rotate the strike.
You feel for the batsman sweating under those helmets, Amita?
That's right, it's very hot, humid here at Campbell Park. But these youngsters nowadays play so much of cricket, probably used to it. But still it's very hot and humid here.
Much better line from Dilan this over.
Oh, dive a little too late, running down to the third man boundary. So Dias dealing in boundaries. It's his third boundary, moves up to 12.
So Dilan straying onto the offside a wee too much on that occasion. Fully capitalized by the Wesley skipper.
Anything slightly loose, Sahil Dice pounces on it immediately. Good batting in the middle by the Wesley College skipper. Slight breeze going across the ground. It will help the fielders, batsmen and the umpires.
Good to see the traditional paparazzi doing their bit.
I was just about to say that, Kennedy. That keeps the game live, keeps the crowd entertained. That's the delivery, that's the line he should be bowling. A beautiful delivery. Very lucky not to get a edge.
That was brilliantly bowled. Nip and bounce both for Dylan on that occasion.
Left alone, so that's the end of the fourth over. Wesley College in their second innings, 14 for no loss.
Check out my life and story. I'm gonna make them all see. Gotta do what I gotta do, and this is my theme.
Mobile. Protect wholeheartedly.
So Wesley College openers slowly but surely just staying on batting, watching the ball, especially Sahil Dice. He's on 12 with 3 boundaries.
So Sachin, on the other hand, has been bowling exceptionally well. He's bowled his 2 overs for just 1 run from the college end. Comes in for his 3rd over.
So the field of 2 slips, cover, a deep extra, short extra cover, mid off, a deep mid on, mid wicket down on the boundary line almost.
A slight holding up of play, something bothering the batsman.
I think someone went across the side screen. That's a good delivery, that's a good bouncer. Trouble the batsman.
He's been very tight, like I said, Amita. So good to see him keep that pressure from one end.
Took 2 for 39 in the first innings, and Dylan Tabruk took 4 for 42. Has been a little expensive. A little bit of attention. I think he got a shot almost in the chest area. Not feeling too good. The 2 umpires walking up to the batsman. Little bit of pain, probably medical attention required.
It's again that unexpected nip that Sachin
අපේම පුංචි පැටව දෙන්නෙක් ගේ පුරාම දුවනවා පනිනවා නම් කොච්චර ලස්සනද
ඔයා වගේ එක්කෙනයි මම වගේ එක්කෙනයි මාර කියුට්
අපිට 12ක්ම පුළුවන්
Multiple devices එකවර කනෙක්ට් කළ හැකි ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රථම වේගවත්ම පුළුල්ම ප්‍රීමියම් ෆයිබර් අන්තර්ජාල ආවරණය Internet like a boss SLT Mobitel Fiber.
We saw this happen last year when we started the Cartman's Cup for the first time, and I'm sure this is going to go on between the 2 schools because we have had a fairly good run of play all these years, Amita.
Yeah, that's right. As you said, last year we had the rain disrupting play, but it was well organized and then agreed upon by the 2 teams. And played on Friday was a washout, Saturday, and then Monday was holiday, and the game continued on to Monday. So it was agreed by both teams. That was the important point. So the school authorities too must be commended for decisions for the benefit of the school and for the game.
And in all fairness, all players have contributed in the same spirit. There's aggressiveness, but very controlled aggressiveness.
Yes, when you say aggressiveness, we saw a bit with the two opening bowlers, so that should be there. It's part of the game, but it must be controlled and managed. That is the important point.
Because aggressiveness in sports is good. Competitiveness is good as long as it does not get personal, Amita, because if you leave everything on just for the game, life is so much nicer to see from outside the boundary.
So a slight field change, leg slip position created, close in field, brought in on the leg side. That's good, because Sachin is getting a bit of bounce. Last delivery troubled the batsman, got him on the chest, so he'll probably try that again. It's nicely tucked away onto the onside. Chamat responds well. Dias is on 12. Chamat Gomez is on 3. He's faced 13 deliveries. Dias has faced also 13 deliveries.
Almost looks as if it's two stories written on two different days when you look at the two ends, Amita. So Sachin running in. Lets it fly.
Good piece of fielding by young Shanmuganathan. Dives to his left.
Saved a certain 4 there.
That's encouraging. Bright future, the youngster Shanmuganathan. Saw him batting, getting that 82, and now behind the wicket doing his job.
He's an elegant keeper to watch from a distance, to me.
Nicely tucked away to the third man boundary. Oh, there is a misfield, and batsman crossover for 2 runs. Dias saw it early, called early, responded well by Gomez.
So good running by the Wesleyites. A bit of a let off by the Bens.
Yeah, this is what is very important. To support the bowler, fielding has to be spot on, because that keeps the batsman on pressure.
Especially when the bowler has been bowling very well.
Sachin 2.4 overs, just given away 4 runs. He's getting that lift and carry very well. Nicely left alone by Dias. Lets it go past.
So Dias very happy to let those good deliveries go by and pounce on the loose ones. He's done well. So he's dealing in boundaries almost.
He's 3 boundaries in his 14. Opened the account with a boundary. So the Wesley College camp having the Papare band, keeping the crowd entertained. Nicely tucked away onto the onside. So Dias picks up another single.
A bit of excitement there as the fielder tried to pounce on that.
So that's the end of 5 overs. Wesley College 18.
Dun, 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 dun. කවුරුත් දන්නවානේ අපි කවුරුත් ගන්නවානේ වානේ හයිය දැනෙනවානේ වානි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ ටයන් වානේ සහ ගැල්වනයිස් වානේ බටර් ටයන් උයි කවුරුත් ගන්නවානේ අපේ රටේ හදනවානේ වානේ හයිය දැනෙනවානේ
2 on the second innings. Gomez on 3 and Sahil Dias is on 15. Dias didn't fire in that first innings. Wesley looking to Dias, perhaps the most senior of the batsmen and the most talented of the batsmen to score runs.
Yeah, Eric, I was really disappointed with Shahil's first innings performance. He's a very good bat. I have seen this young man, followed him for many years. He's a very good bat. He has been scoring a lot of runs for Wesley this season. And Wesley will be looking forward for him to score some runs in the second innings.
So our stats guru has handed me a lovely sheet of paper. Lots of information on this, partnerships, wickets that have fallen. Excellent job he does with the statistics. Thank you so much. So St. Benedict's, they had those partnerships. There was a 50-run stand of 98 balls between Sarujan and company. The seventh wicket put on 87 runs. That was where the turning point came in the Ben's innings.
That was a very good partnership, which was needed for Ben's. I thought Sarujan and other boy batted really well, which really gave them the platform to go past Wesley total.
So Chamat Chaturaya into his first over. In the first inning, we saw Chamat Gomez play a bit of a cameo. He raced away in that first innings to 30. Had some big shots as well. With subdued today's pace, 13 balls for his 3 runs. Instructions from the dressing room must be to give Sahil Dias as much as possible this strike as well.
It's a bit of contrast to the way he bats normally. I have seen him playing a very aggressive innings from the beginning, but today he seems to be playing a supporting role to Dias. I think Wesley will be looking forward for these two guys to bat on for some time and put up a good score.
Nicely played, but straight towards deep mid wicket. The man on the boundary will tidy up. They pick up a single. Now, Ganesh, looking at the state of the game at the moment, Wesley have cleared the deficit of 16 runs. They now lead by 5. What should their strategy be? Set a target for St. Benedict's, go for runs quickly, set themselves up for a win. The Ben's on the other hand also looking for the same type of thing.
Yeah, to make a match of it, I mean, for the sake of the game and for the sake of spectators, I think Wesley should put some runs on the board.
ටයන් ලංකායනු ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ GI පයිප නිෂ්පාදනයේ පුරෝගාමියා වන අතර අතවන විට විවිධ අවශ්‍යතාවන් මත විවිධ පරාසයන්ගෙන් පුළුල්ව නිෂ්පාදන කටයුතු සිදු කරනු ලබයි. කාලගුණික හා දේශගුණික තත්ත්වයන්ට මනා ලෙස ඔරොත්තු දෙන ආකාරයට නිෂ්පාදනය කෙරෙන පලංචි සහ ප්ලේට් පාරිභෝගික අවශ්‍යතාවන්ට ගැලපෙන ආකාරයට මෙරටදී නිෂ්පාදනය කරනු ලබන උසස්ම තත්ත්වයේ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියක් සතු ප්‍රමුඛතම ආයතනය ටයන් ලංකා ඔබ සැමගේ ශක්තියේ විශ්වාසය වෙනුවෙන් නිබඳවම කැපවී සිටී.
$21 for no wicket. Wesley in their second innings after 6 overs. Gomez on 4. Sahil Dias on 17. Dias made 3 in the first innings. He was trying to cut one too close to his body and he was bowled yesterday.
I was talking to Shahil yesterday after his innings and he was saying the ball was keeping a bit slow off the wicket and which really caught him by surprise. But he would have learned these lessons and today he's batting sensibly. Of course, the wicket is helping him. It had dried out hard, coming onto the ball, coming onto the bat really well. He's a type of player who likes to like the ball to come onto the bat very quickly. He's loving the conditions out there.
Well, the wickets at Campbell Park have always known to be good batting tracks.
That's right, Eric. I mean, I can remember I never played on turf wicket on this ground. I had the opportunity to play as an old boy against Royal Old Boys, and I got a good 75 in that old boy game. It's a batting paradise.
Well played, well run as well. Soft hands, just dropped it on his toes, called quickly, and Gomez responded well. That's what they should be doing, look for singles, rotate the strike. There's no need to get tied down and only look for boundaries, even though it's a fast outfield, but you need to rotate the strike.
This is what Benz did well and Wesley didn't do well in the first innings. They were not looking for that quick singles, but I think they are looking to take those extra singles, milk those singles, and put the short ones away for boundaries. Another good delivery from Sachin. Played back to the bowler. No run.
Yes, Sachin Senanaka into his fourth over, none for 6 his figures. He bowled well in the first innings as well.
Looking at this ground, Eric, it never looked greener than this ever before. Of course, the COVID has helped the authorities to maintain the grounds. Hats off to Raja, who have been a groundball for many, many years. He had done an excellent job.
Yes, good old Raja. He's been solid doing all these wickets, and perhaps a little support for him in getting things done here. When you prepare a wicket and an outfield for this type of a game, a lot of work involved.
A lot of work involved, absolutely. That guy, I know him for many, many years. I mean, he does a tireless job. I always enjoy the little chats I have with him whenever I come on holidays. He's a great guy.
Shot, hit away, uppishly, clears the boundary. That's a big one, that's 6.
That's how he plays. Chaman's a big hitter, and he loves to hit that ball hard, and that was a short one which pulled away. A good shot.
Right, so there we are. That's a good shot. Picked it up well from the toe of the bat, I think, more or less, from the sound of when the ball struck the bat, but still he gets 6, so he moves in double figures on 10. Wesley on to 28 for no wicket in the 7th over. No overs restrictions in the second innings, like in the first.
Yeah, that's interesting. If Wesley wants to make a game out of this, they'll be looking to score quick runs and give a sporting total for Benz to chase.
Again, looking for one sent back by Sahil Dias is Gomez. So that completes the over as well. 7 overs completed. Wesley in the second innings, 28.
Whether you want an authentic urban or off-road sensation, the best way to experience it is on a Rally Coyote and Hero bike. We stock a range of bikes for juniors, including BMX models and mountain bikes. Bikes with attitude to take you beyond the end of the road and in any terrain. Heritage bikes. And even bikes aerodynamically engineered. Come and see our range at the Cycletech showrooms. Bikes with attitude from Cycletech, a Jam Holdings entity.
Samatsa Chaturanga will continue. The left arm spinner, bowling to Sahil Dias. I like this field. A slip, forward short leg. The man just under the bat. And then
They must have done some homework how Shahil bats. I think they have kept a perfect field for him. There's not much room to get those singles.
Looking at the rest of the field on the offside, they got the backward point, the extra cover, mid-off, deep mid-off. On the onside, the backward square leg. Of course, the forward short leg along with the deep mid wicket and the mid on.
I like the way Chamath is bowling. He's bowling in his field. That's very important. I mean, you can set a field, but if you don't bowl according to your field, you're going to milk runs. So this young man is bowling really well. So really keeping Shahil Dias under his control.
Going for the pole, doesn't make contact. Collected by the wicket keeper. That kept a trifle low. Perhaps Dias expect that to bounce a bit more.
Yeah, I was talking yesterday with the fellow commentators. There's something happening bowling from the all sense end. The ball is keeping low sometimes, the ball is popping up.
Hot and humid conditions. Well, it's a normal day for cricket.
Yes, beautiful conditions out here. The breeze blowing across, bit of humidity. It's a typical subcontinent conditions, isn't it, Eric?
Right, end of a good over. Maiden over, in fact, from Chamath. 8 overs completed. Wesley 28 for no wicket.
කොයි කවුරුත් දන්නවානේ අපි කවුරුත් ගන්නවානේ අපේම රටේ හදනවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ ටයන්
For no wicket, Wesley in their second innings. They now lead by 12 runs. Had a deficit of 16 in the first innings. Wesley put in the bat yesterday, made 218 for 9 in 65 overs, and today St. Benedict's were 234 all out in 64 overs.
Yeah, Wesley was fortunate enough to restrict Baines for that total. At one stage, they were looking like scoring over 250.
Good run. Direct hit, given out. That's the end of Sahil Dias. Excellent cricket from the bends. The ball was played in soft hands. It went out towards extra cover. The fielder had it very quickly. Direct hit, and Sahil Dias is short of his ground. So he's run out for 18. And Wesley lose their first wicket 28 for 1. There's the replay coming up.
Yeah, that's a very sharp single low. That's a very good decision by the umpire. Absolutely. Direct hit is always going to be creating issues for the batter. Something Baines wanted, which something Wesley doesn't wanted.
ඇඳ හදන්න ගන්නවානේ ගේට්ටුවට දානවානේ රැලි නොවැටි නවල ගන්නවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ ටයන්
It is a big wicket. It is a big wicket. I mean, yeah, Baines were looking for that breakthrough which they got now. With some sharp fielding. So Wesley will be looking forward for his number 3 batsman along with the opener to steady the innings from this point onwards.
So here we go. Number 3 man is in. Chamath Gomez, he's there on 10. He's faced 20 deliveries for his 10 runs, a hard-hitting batsman. In the meantime, one of the stumps has been replaced, but not the stump that the direct hit took place. On the other side.
Interesting, isn't it? I don't know what's wrong with the stumps anyway. There's a bit of delay. In the meantime, I like to acknowledge the amount of work Wesley principal Avanka Fernando and St. Benedict's Principal Reverend Brother Dr. Pubda Rajapaksa had done to make this event a reality. All boys like us were looking forward for this traditional encounter for many, many years. Wesley and Benz have tried this event to be eventuate for more than 20 years. We have gone through many principles, but something which Avanka and Pubudu has done a tremendous job to make this happen. For me as an old boy coming all the way from Sydney, I'll be looking forward to come for this event every year. Likewise, many old boys around the world will be looking forward to coming.
Right, so there we are. Ashan Isira is the new man in. So Benz have got that man very close to the bat on the leg side. Very short leg. Got that backward point, a slip and a gully as well. Man on the offside is the extra cover and the mid-off standing fairly deep. On the onside, they got the mid-on, deep backward square leg, and a fine leg.
Yeah, looking at the field, looks like Ashan could expect some short ones. They kept the man down at the square leg boundary and kept one close to the batter. It's a pretty good delivery. Push down to cover. No addition to the score. Score remains on 1 for 28 in the 8.2 overs.
There's another important aspect is that we got through the overs pretty quickly. Yesterday was 95 overs and they got through that quite quickly and ended up bowling it before the scheduled closing time. That was really good.
I thought the over rate was very good. Both teams have been very, very disciplined with their bowling. They got through the overs pretty quickly. Good to see they learn their discipline from school level, so that when they go on to represent at a higher level, they will have that discipline. The ICC have been pretty strict with the over rate at the international level. I'm sure, Eric, that applies to school cricket as well.
Well, also thanks to our match referee, Nallaya Devaraj, is giving them a pep talk yesterday about disciplines of the game, what to expect. So advice coming from all the senior citizens in the cricketing world, and who better but Nallaya Devarajan to give them the expertise that he knows to carry this game forward.
Yeah, nice to see Nallaya Devarajan here. I have played with him when I was playing for the first time for the college in 1983 on this same venue. Nallaya was representing Royal and I was representing Wesley. I was fortunate enough to score 78 runs in that game. I can still remember him hitting for a 6. That's correct. I scored 80. He corrected me.
Yeah, he's got a good memory. He's got a memory of an elephant, they say.
That's correct. They never expected who is this young guy. They were focusing more on the senior players to get runs. They had strategies to, curtail them. Never had a strategy to curtail me.
But he was a strategist, right?
That's right. They had a crack side that year. I can remember Chulaka, Amar Singh got a 200 and there are a lot of players who scored, and they scored more than 200 in the game. 300.
Good bounce as well. Ends the over. 9 completed. Wesley, the second innings, 28 for 1. So 9 overs completed in Wesley's second innings, 28 for 1. Roshan is still to score with Gomez on 10. He's faced 20 balls. Chamath will continue to bowl his third over, none for 3 his figures. So the left arm spinner in operation.
Yeah, Chamath is bowling really well. I mean, he has set a field and he's bowling his field, so there's no room for the Wesley players to score runs at ease.
Single to start the over. We're talking about match referees and how important the role of a match referee is. I think not many people know the role of a match referee. And he talks to the captains before the start of a game. He tells them as to what he expects them to do during the game, how to behave, how to talk, how to walk off when they're given out. So lots of things that a match referee could share with players. And some of these younger players have never had the experience of being corrected by a match referee.
Absolutely, Eric. I mean, match referees are unsung heroes of the game. The amount of work which goes into, they got to know a lot of stuff, and they got to watch the game, and they got to discipline when it's needed, and they do a tremendous job, but it goes unnoticed. I can still remember when we played the first World Cup match against South Africa. Our management got Ranjan Madugala to come and talk to us about the role of a match referee and on what we can do and what we can't do in a game. That was quite helpful. There's so much of information which we should know before a game.
Yes, over the years we've seen that the match referees have brought in a lot of disciplines to players, particularly those playing at national level. The great players, as they call them, the legends around as well. So they have been disciplined to a great extent.
That's correct. Over the years, the match referees' roles have expanded, and good to see there are a few Sri Lankans up there. Of course, Ranjan is heading up the panel, and Roshan was there for a long time. There are a lot of match referees in the local competition.
Also, don't forget that the Lebroy brothers are on the ICC panel as well.
Good to see the Sabroy brothers. I can remember playing with those brothers at CCC, Graham and Maxi. Wendell. Wendell is here. Maxi is in Australia. He plays some cricket with us in Sydney.
You correctly said unsung heroes. Right, in the meantime, 10 overs completed, the West second innings, and they're 29 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Jaya ape patumai labandi javen sahaya sadhana.
Welcoming all of you with warmth and care. Commercial Bank. Our interest is in you.
මේසට ගන්නවානේ පලංචියට දානවානේ ඇන්ටනා බටේට ගන්නවානේ වානි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ ටයන්.
So technically, Wesley are 13 runs ahead in the second innings. Had a deficit of 16 runs in the first innings, with scores of 100 and 218 for 9 was what Wesley made the first innings, and St. Benedict's made 234 all out in 64 overs. So Wesley conceded the lead of 16 runs, and now they've wiped it off. They're 13 runs ahead. And Sachin to operate, none for 12 after 5 overs. Short lifting outside the line of off stump, bending his back to get that extra bounce.
Absolutely. I mean, I watched him bowling in the first innings. He did a very good job. I mean, very contrast to the Wesley bowlers. I mean, although they're bending their back, they're pitching the ball at a right length, which really getting the batsman no room to play those shots.
It's a couple of short delivered, then followed by perhaps a Yorker. Would do the trick.
That's it. Over the years, Eric, a lot of cricketers who played cricket at the school level gone on to become cricket administrators, cricket umpires, and those who are passionate about cricket, they have become coaches. It's good to see many of them holding those positions in Sri Lankan cricket. I was talking to Chintak Edirimana, a fellow cricketer who played with me at the CCC, and he was in Dubai as well. And good to see he's the manager of operations of the Sri Lankan cricket at the moment.
Oh, pulled away. Pulled away. That's going down towards the boundary. No stopping that. One bounce to the boundary for 4.
Pretty good shot by Chamat. Waited for the ball, pulled away down to cow corner for a well-deserved boundary. Talking about umpires, I'm pretty much in touch with Peter Manuel. Peter Manuel was my first boss at Hong Kong Bank. Nice to see Peter has gone on to become a very good umpire, and I think he's sort of looking after the umpires at the moment at the ICC level.
Yes, he's a motivator for umpires. That's Peter Manuel's job at the moment with the ICC.
Good to see Peter has sort of gone that far. Something we really enjoy doing it. Very good banker, but passionate cricketer.
Yes, I had the option of playing with him at the BRC.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Yes, I can remember he played cricket at BRC along with Jerry Wouters.
That's right.
Kirti Gunaratha. And Kirti is, in fact, the current coach of Wesley First 11 team.
K.H. Nandasena was also a stalwart at the BRC. Pushing for a single. No single on that time. Good call from the non-striker. Ashan Astira, who is still to score his first 10 balls.
Yes, talking about Nandasena, I had the opportunity of playing against him. I was a youngster, just joining Hong Kong Bank. We were playing in the Mercantile A Division, and I had the opportunity to play against Jagannadhans and Nandasenas and Gunaratnas. Yeah, it's a good experience facing those veterans.
Right, that ends the over. Right, new over starting up, this is zone number 12.
Wesley Camp has gone quiet in the last couple of overs, except for that boundary. Intent is not there. I'm not sure what their strategy is.
It's nowadays good to see in school cricket, in most of the games, that sides make token declarations with having no conviction of winning a match or the opposition winning. And I don't think there's any need to have token declarations. If you declare, you need to declare, giving yourself a chance to bowl a side out.
Pretty sad, isn't it? I mean, game has progressed so far, but we have lost some of those sporting declarations, what we saw in the past. But talking about that, Eric, you would have witnessed yesterday, Australia made a very sporting declaration, and at one stage they were criticizing Pat Cummins to making that declaration, but look at the end results. They had a series win in Pakistan after 30 years.
That's right. They didn't tour for about 22, I think, or 24.
That's right. That's right. Yes. We like to see that type of cricket. Talking about umpires who have gone on to sort of do their job at the international level and elite level, and there are so many other umpires who played the game with passion, and they are doing a hard yard at the lower level. And I know I'm very close to a friend of mine, Upul Suman Sekara, old Kingswood cricketer.
Defying gravity doesn't define an athlete. It's the connection, a rhythm of consistency, the heart rate that makes life a sport.
With decades of precision comes a partnership between man and technology. Stay well connected at home or on the go with SLT Mobitel.
Yeah, so we are back. The second innings, Wesley's second innings. 33 for 1. 13th over in progress of the second innings. Shamat Gomez on 15 of 27. And Ashan Isira still to open his account. He has quite a lot of balls. And that one is pulled away by Shamat Gomez to the boundary. Will be interested to see what Wesley's idea is about, as I welcome Juad to the commentary box. Good afternoon, Juad.
Good afternoon to you, Michael. Well, the message definitely from the dressing room to Chamat is to stay there, unlike the first innings where he did go all out. In the second innings, he seems to be waiting, looking for the singles, waiting for the loose ball, and capitalizing on that.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. It needs to make things happen. He needs lost his partner and captain, unfortunately run out, so he'll have to do all the scoring. It'll be interesting to see what the Wesley thinking is, whether they set a target or they just bat. Maybe bat till T, see where they go, don't lose too many wickets, and then maybe go after have a particular target in mind, leaving a number of overs. And as we talk, that's hiked over the mid-off fielder, and that's 6. That's the second 6 in this innings. So Gomez is putting his foot on the pedal.
Like you said about the approach from Wesley College, I think it will mostly depend on this session and where they will be at tea. And that's gone. Shamat Gomez bowled right after that beautiful 6. Unfortunately, has to go this time. A good comeback by the bowler.
Well, taking it easy, I think, this time. Just losing some concentration. Not sure what happened there exactly. Can see that replay again. Oh yes, playing for the turn. Beating the outside edge and hitting the stumps. And he has to walk back. Shamat Gomez gone for 25 of 32. And Benz losing their second wicket.
හදන්න ගන්නවානේ ගේට්ටුවට දානවානේ රැලි නොවැටි නවල ගන්නවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ හයන්
Check out my life and story. I'm gonna make them all stay. Gotta do what I gotta do now. This is my thing.
Mobile. Protect wholeheartedly.
have a look at the betting card so far. That's the second innings. Sahil Dias was run out by Chanel for 18 of 29 deliveries. He was looking good. And Chamath Gomes once again getting a start and then just losing it. Bowled by Ashen for 25.
Sahil Dias unfortunate to be run out there. A very cheeky single to be getting at a time like that, where you want to settle in and build a long innings with your opening partner.
Yeah, I think that's the idea, was to just get a few runs. I saw them running some good singles. Well, these things happen. It was a direct hit, and unfortunately he was short of his crease.
Chamath Gomes, a good inning, just couldn't convert. I think this partnership will be very crucial. They have been, in fact, Wesley definitely needs someone to play that anchor role and pull it up until at least the end of this session.
Correct. I think this has been the norm right throughout the match. Even the first innings, they were batting well, then suddenly they lose wickets. Then again a good partnership, and then again you slow down. Even when St. Benedict's were batting, we saw the same things. So this has been a norm. Nicely defended. That's the end of over number 13. Wesley 43 for 2.
මේසට ගන්නවානේ පලංචියට දානවානේ ඇන්ටනා බටේට ගන්නවානේ වානි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ ටයන්
It will be Ashen De Silva to continue. Will be bowling to Ishan Ishara. Strange is still not off the mark.
Just not yet.
17 deliveries.
Well, he is a man who does take his time. Small man. Can go for a big hit here and there. But definitely man who goes for those singles and builds his inning, and that's gone. Behind the keeper. Does it reach the boundary? Yes, the ball wins the race. That will be signaled by for still not off the mark, in fact, Ashan Isira.
Well, Wesley won't mind it. Runs coming, they wouldn't mind it anyway. So it basically missed everything. It missed the bat, it missed the wicket keeper, it missed the stumps, and it found the boundary. That's a full toss. Driven again. Some good piece of fielding by that fielder. Chasing it all the way to the boundary, pulling it back. Just saving a couple of runs.
And Ashan Isira is off his mark after 18 balls. Well, we spoke about someone coming in and putting together. Let's have a look at the replay there. The ball winning the race to the boundary line once again. In fact, a very good stop by the fielder.
Field had to run a long way from inside the 30-yard circle, I would say. Just pulling it back. A good piece of fielding there. Time nicely worked on the onside for a single.
Wesley in fact have their vice captain on the crease, a man who can build that long inning and set things right for Wesley College and pull it together until the end of this session at least.
Well, they'll need that to happen because they can't lose too many wickets. They need to bat on till T, which is about 50 minutes away. Get some runs as well for. Oh, there we see slow turn, ball very slow, and that completes another over. 14 gone, 49 for 2. Send a message. So there's a lovely drone shot of the church and the ground. All sends Borella. And then we come along to the Wesley grounds. But live here. But nicely cut, but to the fielder. Score has moved on to 50. Coming in the 14th over. Shane De Silva continuing, has 1 for 10. Been a bit expensive in his first over, giving away a 6 and a boundary, and then taking a wicket in that next delivery.
I think we see the off spinners because the two left-handers are at the crease, definitely.
Yeah, that has been the norm in the first innings as well. So I'm going to put you on the spot now, Joad. What do you think Wesley will be comfortable with in terms of setting a target? Maybe we'll say looking at giving St. Benedict's 20 overs to bat.
Well, I'll get you after as well. Another good dot ball. I think at least a target of 180 to 100 has to be there because we do know that St. Benedict's have an explosive batting lineup. So at 20 overs, you've got to have some runs on the board, and your bowlers have got to do a really good job and have to be tight on their lengths and lines.
Yeah, that I think that would be what they would be looking for. 180 200 you said, right? So you're looking at with a 16-run lead. So something in the region of 200 in this inning, 200 to 216. It's a loud appeal there. A bit too high. Umpire not interested. And after 15 overs, best 51 for 2.
Whether you want an authentic urban or off-road sensation, the best way to experience it is on a Rally Coyote and Hero bike. We stock a range of bikes for juniors, including BMX models and mountain bikes. Bikes with attitude to take you beyond the end of the road and in any terrain. Heritage bikes. And even bikes aerodynamically engineered. Come and see our range at the Cycletech showrooms. Bikes with attitude from Cycletech, a Jam Holdings entity.
First 50 runs, they lost 2 wickets, 63 balls for 8 fours and a 6. And in the second innings, first 50 coming again, losing 2 wickets, taking longer time, 83 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes.
That stat actually shows that my guess was quite right. The message from the dressing room was to wait and build that long inning. Unfortunate to lose 2 wickets, but I think that clearly is the message from the dressing room, to build a long inning and stay there and not to go for any fancy things around. You know, play a solid inning and then come back.
But I would don't understand. They lost the toss, they were asked to bat. And generally that first hour, 1.5 hours is tricky. But they got 50 runs in 63 balls. But here on a drier, flatter surface, you get the 1583 balls. 20 balls longer than the first innings. So, like you said, maybe a little bit too cautious as well. If they push singles, maybe put a lot of pressure on the Benedictines batting, on the bowling, right? St. Benedict's also would have made mistakes. So that is an interesting stat that I see. I would have wanted Wesley to, score that at least in that same region of 63 balls, the first 50 where you are looking to push, you have not lost wickets, your opening pair is there, try to get closer, get a lead, make a match out of it. Now they put themselves in a situation where they have lost 2 wickets, 2 of their leading run scorers. So now these 2 batsmen have to, they have to consolidate. The one has faced 25 deliveries for just 5 runs, and the other still to get off the mark. This is 9th delivery. I think your target, we might have to reduce it.
That is what I was thinking as well. Will Benedicts be batting by this day, before the end of this day, or are we just going to see Wesley bat the day?
I don't think they'll bat the whole day, unless of course they lose a few wickets and then put off the shutters. After all, you need to make it interesting. Let's wait and see. And after 16 overs, Wesley are 52 for 2. So interestingly, we completed 50 overs for the day, the minimum of 45 to be bowled. One quick single, safely home. Another 45 to go. So if we were talking of letting St. Benedict's bat for 20 overs, they need to put up some runs. It's going to be interesting.
Like we spoke, Michael, if we do want to see a target, Wesley will have to hit the pedal right now.
But with relatively two new batsmen in, they'll need some time out there.
And these 2 batsmen are also recognized to build their inning quite slowly. They take their time, work those singles, and then go for their shots.
So there are a lot of gaps in the field. If you look at between extra cover and the point field on the off, and on the leg, a mid wicket, and then beyond that there's no one. This needs to work it in that area.
Anudit Wickramasinghe too yet to get off his mark. So you see that slow approach from him as well. So definitely is a message sent from the dressing room to take their time.
There is a loose ball. Get down to that. The deep fielder there. You can call it a deep fine leg, I would say, or a bit of unusual placing there. Not a square leg, but a fine-ish. I would call it a fine leg for the sweep. That one is guided down nicely. It depends on the batsman are willing to take a second. No. Fielder is quick to it. Restricts to 1. And after 17, Wesley 55 for 2.
ටයන් ලංකායනු ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ GI පයිප නිෂ්පාදනයේ පුරෝගාමී වන අතර අද වන විට විවිධ අවශ්‍යතාවන් මත විවිධ පරාසයන්ගෙන් පුළුල්ව නිෂ්පාදන කටයුතු සිදු කරනු ලබයි. කාලගුණික හා දේශගුණික තත්ත්වයන්ට මනා ලෙස ඔරොත්තු දෙන ආකාරයට නිෂ්පාදනය කෙරෙන පලංචි සහ ප්ලේට් පාරිභෝගික අවශ්‍යතාවන්ට ගැලපෙන ආකාරයට මෙරටදී නිෂ්පාදනය කරනු ලබන උසස්ම තත්ත්වයේ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියක් සතු ප්‍රමුඛතම ආයතනය ටයන් ලංකා ඔබ සැමගේ ශක්තියේ විශ්වාසය වෙනුවෙන්
See a Papare band playing there. Fielders taking their time. Running repairs, getting the shin pads on.
The Wesleyites enjoying their time, having the Papare band right behind them as well.
Some of your batchmates, is it?
Yeah, a few of my batchmates.
I've seen a lot of Benedictines today. Yesterday there was quite a number of them on one end, schoolboys, but not turned up today.
Definitely because it's a Saturday. Yesterday was
Maybe
school day
having-
as well. Taking the day off.
Maybe having classes as well. I think most of them must be having their private classes. Nicely cut away. There was a hesitation, but all good. See the
Anudit
on eight.
Wickramasinghe too taking 14 deliveries to get off his mark. Experienced campaigner for Wesley College, has been playing cricket since the under 13, and still in the setup, playing his bonus year this year.
So he is last year player. He is the vice captain of the side, bro.
Yes, he is.
Shanil. Quick single taken. Throw was a little wide. Very close call there. Ends up no harm done. See that replay again. Ball was quick to get to the ball, but he had to turn and throw. Well, if he had picked it up left-handed and thrown, it would have been much faster, but bowls with his right arm, so definitely that's his throwing arm as well.
And the last thing Wesley College want is another run out, especially after losing their captain the same way.
If it was a direct hit, I think the result would have been different, but all's well that ends well.
And as a batsman, the last way you want to get out is run out.
Definitely. And you wouldn't want to come to the pavilion because your coach is going to give you a earful.
That too after a cheeky single like that.
Well, if you're sure of your partner, then yes, you can take those runs. Can't have a yes-no situation. There we go again. Ball anticipating it, but it was placed better.
Ashan is slowly working his way there as well. Playing those singles. And that marks the end of the 18th over. It's 2 for 58.
ඇඳ හදන්න ගන්නවානේ ගේට්ටුවට දානවානේ රැලි නොවැටි නවල ගන්නවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ ටයන්
19th over about to start. So Ashin
played towards square leg for another single. Takes Ashanisara to double figures. 10 runs off 32 balls.
He has got a move on now. Message may have come to just push it on a little. And so is the moment playing it on its merit. Should be mindful that there is a big gap on his leg side. The ball turning away from him. Just happy to just play it on its merit. There we go, quiet over here. Bit of a cool breeze blowing across. Players won't mind that.
කොයි කවුරුත් දන්නවානේ අපි කවුරුත් ගන්නවානේ අපේම රටේ හදනවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ ටයන්
We have a change in bowling. Madhu Malka. Anish Madhu Malka. For his first over. Just driven past the short extra cover fielder for a single. Wild throw there to the keeper. Lucky the slip was backing up. Had to dive and stop it. And that ended up with a few more runs.
Another off spinner introduced into the attack this time. Seems to be flighting the ball more than the previous ball who sent it quite fast and flat. Looking to get something out of the pitch.
Yeah, you need to do something different as well, just make things happen. Anish has bowled in the first innings, has 1 wicket in that first innings. Just 4 overs. So maybe not a regular bowler, but comes in just to give a relief.
So far, decent first over for him as well.
And he is doing his job, keeping it quiet. To play for Wesley.
keeping it tight as well, not offering any space to the batsman.
Covers again, but no run. And after 20 overs, Wesley are 64.
Do you want to know how you can get the CIMA qualification faster? Join CIMA through the CGMA Finance Leadership Program, a self-paced digital learning and assessment platform designed to ensure smarter learning and faster success. Discover the power of opportunity with the fastest route to completing the CIMA professional qualification at an affordable price and at double the speed.
So 2 for 60, Wesley in their second innings. St. Benedict's got 234 in the first innings in reply to Wesley's 218. A lead of 16 runs, and now Wesley 60 for 2. So they are about 44 runs on top, being joined by one of the former Benedictine skipper, Shaheen Pereira. Good afternoon, Shaheen.
Good afternoon, Paulinus. Good afternoon, everyone.
Well, what do you think the St. Benedict's line of attack will be now? Well, of course, they cannot get the Wesleyites all out and then go for it. They must be expecting a challenging declaration from the Wesley side. That's a good delivery, beat him outside the stump.
Yes, Paulinus, if I was the Benedictine skipper, I would be expecting a declaration, and I would be expecting the Wesleyites to go for some runs. We're looking at about 40 overs till the end of the day. So ideally, I would like to have about 20 overs to bat.
Well, definitely Wesley will want to declare, but when you look at it now, they have a lead of about 45 runs lead, plus another 40 overs of play remaining. If they bat another 20 overs, get about 80 runs, or more than that. They should look at, say, 100 runs. They'll be 140. And give St. Benedict's a target to get 140.
ජය අපේ පැතුමයි ලබැඳි යාවෙන් සහය සදනා.
Welcoming all of you with warmth and care. Commercial Bank. Our interest is in you.
So it's Anish Madhumaka is the new bowler. So that's beautifully hit. Gone well fielded there, deep down in the middle of boundary. Restrict the scoring to just one.
Excellent commitment down at long off. Just going back to the targets and possibilities. Yes, ideal would be for the Bens to have at least 20 overs.
They see the replay of that. A very good bit of fielding. He was involved in a direct throw earlier in the day. Shanal Samratunga.
Very good fielder deep down in the boundary. Yes, Shine, you can go ahead with your target. Well, 20 overs to get 140 is definitely asking a bit too much at this level. But it will be very difficult, I would say, to set a target at this stage, because Wesley will have to accelerate a bit if they want to set a target. Of course, they must have a chance of dismissing the opponents also if they want to declare. But I don't see at this stage 18 wickets, or say Wesley will be able to get the Benedictines all out for the second time.
More than the wicket coming into play, I think giving the Benedictines a target of so many runs to get in 20 overs would only see how positive the Bens will be at chasing that target, and through that the Wesleyites may look at getting some wickets and making a game out of it.
Well, I certainly agree with you. To make a match of it, they can declare and give us a reasonable target, but not just give about 160 to get in 8 overs or something like that. That's not going to happen at all. So anyway, it's 2 for 64 at the moment. Ashani Sara on 13. Adudit is on 4. Anudit Wickramasinghe.
Full-blooded drive, hitting the field at silly mid-off.
So that's the end of that over. It's 2 for 64 Wesley in their second innings.
Defying gravity doesn't define an athlete. It's the connection, a rhythm of consistency, the heart rate that makes life a sport.
With decades of precision comes a partnership between man and technology. Stay well connected at home or on the go with SLT Mobitel.
So there is a bit of hold up in play, injury to a player. So we're talking about another 24 overs to complete the 80 overs, the minimum requirement. From there onwards, it will be 15 mandatory overs, which should be bowled for the last hour. So we have exactly 41 overs remaining. That's a long time, Shaheen. A lot of cricket in 41 overs.
Yes, still a lot of cricket to play. The way the game has been played so far and the way the game is panning out, it's just that one of the teams need to grab it by the scruff of the neck and just give it a good shake.
Well, I thought Wesley lost an opportunity when St. Benedict's were 118 for 5 yesterday, and they lost their 6th wicket at 119. And then there was a huge partnership about 70 runs for the 7th wicket between Dylan Tabru and Shanmuganathan. Those two batted really well, brought St. Benedict's back into the game. And with that partnership only, that St. Benedict's got into a lead of 16 runs.
Yes, we saw a similar situation in both innings, both sides losing 6 wickets just over 100, and then partnerships slow down the order, taking them to a decent score.
An appeal for a caught behind, but the umpire says no. Ashendi Soisa is the bowler, tall young boy. It's down the leg side. Bowling a good line, good length, keeping it tight. The Wesley batsman just interested of just staying there. Oh, they too should look to push a bit if they are keen on giving some kind of declaration for the Benedictines.
You get the feeling that someone needs to push the pedal now.
Again pushed just on the outside, no run there. So that is the end of that over.
කොයි කවුරුත් දන්නවානේ අපි කවුරුත් ගන්නවානේ අපේම රටේ හදනවානේ අයුතු මේසෙට ගන්නවානේ පලංචියට දානවානේ ඇන්ටනා බටේට ගන්නවානේ ඇඳ හදන්න ගන්නවානේ ගේට්ටුවට දානවානේ රැලි නොවැටි නවලා ගන්නවානේ කොයි කවුරුත් දන්නවානේ අපි කවුරුත් ගන්නවානේ වානේ හයිය දැනෙනවානේ Wani higher than in a Wani. Kayan. Wani saha galvanized Wani butter. Haya. Ui kaurud ganna Wani. Ape rate hadana Wani. Wani higher than in a Wani.
So it's Anisha Madhumalka to continue from the Barella end. Well, Shaheen, you were the captain of St. Benedict's in 2000, correct? The year 2000?
Yes, I was.
So, how was your season performance during that year? How was St. Benedict's performance during that year?
Well, we were unbeaten. We couldn't win a match, but we were unbeaten during that season. So the next year we managed to get a few wins in 2001, and I think it continued positively over the next 3 or 4 years.
So did you play in 2001 also?
Yes, I played under Virosh Fernando, still a good friend of mine.
So what was St. Benedict's performance in 2001? What has been your personal best also? I heard you got a couple of wickets in one game against Wesley, is it?
Well, I remember I got a 4 in one of the games against Wesley. But other than that, there were a few teams that I used to like to play against and would definitely manage to grab a few wickets.
So it's Anisha Madhumalka bowling to Vikramasinghe, keeping it quite tight. Who were the best players during your time, you know? The players whom you would have liked, who was your hero? So anyway, we talk about it later. That's the end of the over. So it's Ashen D'Souza to continue from the college end. Wesley 2 for 66. That's again off the back foot, try to pull it, but didn't get hold of it properly. It's a vacant area from fine leg towards the mid-wicket area, completely vacant. Try to put it there, but didn't get hold of it. Shine, who were your heroes at St. Benedict's when you were a young kid? I'm sure you would have been watching some school cricket.
I was lucky enough to play under Pradeep Hevage my first year, playing for the first 11 of the college. An absolute star. I used to enjoy watching him bat.
He went on to play for Sri Lanka in a one-day international.
He captained the Sri Lanka under-19 side in South Africa in the World Cup. Won the player of the tournament there. After I played under Rally Tissera, another wonderful wicket-keeper batsman. Made loads of runs in the domestic circuit.
But that's the end of that over. It's 2 for 66. That's put away nicely towards the square leg area, well fielded inside the boundary. So that's Ashani Sara.
Some positive intent shown by the Wesleyites. Let's hope it continues.
This time Vikramasinghe drives it straight to mid-off, no run. Well, if the Wesleyites have an intention of declaring, I think they should put the pedal on now, because we have about another 40 overs, close to 40 overs of play remaining for the day. It's a good bit of fielding. Just a single in that over up to now.
Well fielded at extra cover. Sort of commitment you need on the field. Sort of spark you need, something to get the team going.
That's again good bit of fielding by Samaratunga, who ran in firmly, attacked the ball. That's the end of that over. One more delivery to go. Mr. College 2 for 69 in their second innings. The batted first got 218 for 9 in 65 overs. Dismissed St. Benedict's for 234. So that is the end of that over. It's 2 for 69.
Do you want to know how you can get the SEMA qualification faster? Join SIMA through the CGMA Finance Leadership Program, a self-paced digital learning and assessment platform designed to ensure smarter learning and faster success. Discover the power of opportunity with the fastest route to completing the SIMA professional qualification at an affordable price and at double the speed.
So it's 2 for 69 Wesley College in their second innings. While Vikramasinghe for his 5 runs had batted for faced 43 deliveries. While Ashan is for his 16 has faced 62 deliveries. That itself gives us no indication of Wesley going for a declaration. Shaheen, your players will got to strive hard to get them all out.
Yes, I doubt we'll have enough opportunity to get them all out. But definitely the Bens might need to try something on their own if we were to make a match out of this. Having said that, you never know. There was a message that came out between overs. So maybe there is some news from the dressing room.
Let's hope so. But at the moment, the batsman intent is to just stay there at the wickets. Ashen D'Souza is continuing from the college end. Wesley College in the second innings, 2 for 69. St. Benedict's had the lead of 16 in the first innings. That's driven firmly towards the mid-on, gets a single.
The Bens are doing something right. There are 2 fielders under the lid in front of the batsman, at least making the effort to grab a wicket.
Yes, they got to attack a bit. Have a couple of fielders round the batsman. Try to get the wickets. That's what the Ben's bowlers should try to be doing. Put the pressure on the batsman. Batsmen are not going to take any chances. Vikramasinghe has faced 46 deliveries for his 6.
Unfortunately, Vikramasinghe seems to be having completely different ideas to what we have up here.
It's again pushed on the outside, well fielded at the extra cover area. That's the end of the
ටයන් ලංකායනු ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ GI පයිප නිෂ්පාදනයේ පුරෝගාමී වන අතර අද වන විට විවිධ අවශ්‍යතාවන් මත විවිධ පරාසයන්ගෙන් පුළුල්ව නිෂ්පාදන කටයුතු සිදු කරනු ලබයි. කාලගුණික හා දේශගුණික තත්ත්වයන්ට මනා ලෙස ඔරොත්තු දෙන ආකාරයට නිෂ්පාදනය කෙරෙන පලංචි සහ ප්ලේට් පාරිභෝගික අවශ්‍යතාවන්ට ගැලපෙන ආකාරයට මෙරටදී නිෂ්පාදනය කරනු ලබන උසස්ම තත්ත්වයේ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියක් සතු ප්‍රමුඛතම ආයතනය ටයන් ලංකා ඔබ සැමගේ ශක්තියේ විශ්වාසය වෙනුවෙන් නිබඳවම කැපවී සිටි.
2 for 71, Wesley in their second innings. Anisha Madhumalka to continue, and he's bowling from the Barala end. The game has slowed down a lot. We saw some attacking cricket yesterday, but today we're seeing some a dull display at the moment, Shaheen.
Sadly, once you get into that frame of mind, it's a bit difficult to get out of it. Whereas yesterday we saw both sides being positive. Probably the idea of playing 65 overs in the first innings, keeping them or giving them that mentality to be positive throughout. I hope no messages have gone out asking the batsman to close out the game for the day.
St. Benedict's bringing in another slip. Keep on attacking the left-hander. Both left-handers in the wicket. So we have a slipper gully, a silly mid off, very close to the batsman. So that is the end of over number 28. One more delivery to go.
The batsman allowing the bowlers to now get into a decent rhythm, hit a decent line, just keep pegging at the same area. No risks been taken so far.
Well, St. Benedict's have to make things happen. You cannot wait for the Wesleyans to give them the opportunity. The bowlers have to make things happen. So that's the end of that over. It's 2 for 71.
Whether you want an authentic urban or off-road sensation, the best way to experience it is on a Rally Coyote and Hero bike. We stock a range of bikes for juniors, including BMX models and mountain bikes. Bikes with attitude to take you beyond the end of the road and in any terrain. Heritage bikes. And even bikes aerodynamically engineered. Come and see our range at the Cycletech showrooms. Bikes with attitude from Cycletech, a Jam Holdings entity.
So there is a bowling change. There is a bowling change, and Mevan Disanaika has been brought in from the college end in place of Ashen D'Souza. Well, he's bowling to a field of a slip, a short leg, that's a forward short leg, and a silly bit off, and bowls it wide outside the off stump. And a wide called.
Looks like this Anaka has been kept in the wilderness for too long. Needed to be a bit more on cue.
I think the bowler should be attacking a bit more, applying a bit of more pressure on the batsman. Get those deep fielders up. Deep mid on, deep mid off. Should be brought up. At least invite the batsmen to go for their shots a bit. That's again driven firmly, but straight down to deep mid off. No run there.
Loopy leg spin by Disanaika. Still trying to get out on line. Big shot.
just a single again. Takes the Wesley score on to 74. So there is a change in field. The curve point has been taken off and put into short mid wicket. Mevan Disanaika, left arm, round the wicket.
Safely played again. Not much of turn and
Sorry, bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed batsman. That swept away nicely, but of course we have a fine leg fielder there. Another single. So that's the end of that over. It's 75 for 2.
We are here to better your lives and champion your every goal. With 12 billion rupees worth of customer benefits in 2020 and a life insurance fund worth over 100 billion rupees, our strength is your strength. You focus on your goals. We will take care of the risks. Zelenko Life. We are here to better your life.
Anusha Madhumarka to continue. He's bowling from the Parala end. That one driven straight down to deep mid-off, but they're still not taking a single. That's driven to Samratunga, that's why. Samratunga has been fielding really well for St. Benedict's. Got a batsman run out with a direct throw.
the Ben's trying to do something different. 3 close-in fielders. But sadly, nothing happening off the wicket. And these fielders are not coming into play as yet.
Slipper gully, a silly mid-off. Right arm off spin.
Oh, quicker ball that time. Nicely dug out. You can see that the Bens are trying to do something, or make something happen. They just need a bit of luck.
Well, they got to work on the batsman. Get another fielder or two, apply a bit of more pressure, because the batsmen are content and staying there without getting runs. Most probably they want to stay for tea. That's the end of another over. It's 2 for 75.
There's nothing like Crystalline Series automotive window film from 3M to help keep you cool and comfortable in your car. And thanks to nanotechnology, it's almost invisible. But it doesn't just help keep the heat out. It also helps protect you from harmful UV rays. No matter what shade you choose. That's the magic of Crystalline. Visit our website for more information.
Face 57 deliveries for his 8. So now we have a leg slip instead of the normal slip. A forward short leg and a silly mid off.
Mevan also coming round the wicket. Once again trying to do something different, trying to create a different angle, which is nice.
Again pitched up to him.
He's also slowing it up a bit. You can see some variation in the pace that he's bowling.
Ashan Nisira just continues to hang around there, knowing very well this will be the last over before tea.
I would love to see the boundary riders come in with this being the last over before tea. Doubtful that there'll be big shots played. Well bowled this time.
Yes, you're right. I would have also preferred to have this deep mid-off coming in right in, at least to the mid-off position, and also the deep mid-on down there in the boundary. Bring them up, invite the batsman to go for some shots. That one down the leg side.
Probably got another 2 fielders under the bat just to create something different, create a little bit of pressure.
That one swept away nicely towards fine leg, but we have a fine leg fielder there. Just a single. So that's the end of that.
Do you want to know how you can get the SEMA qualification faster? Join SEMA through the CGMA Finance Leadership Program, a self-paced digital learning and assessment platform designed to ensure smarter learning and faster success. Discover the power of opportunity with the fastest route to completing the SEMA professional qualification at an affordable price and at double the speed.
So directly they have a lead of 60 and they walk into tea. Just another session of play remaining in this game. The result seems to be pretty doubtful. The second game for the James Cartman Trophy.
The only way a result is possible is if one of the teams or the Bens were looking to do something different during the latter part of that session. But the Wesleyites need to make a move on if they to make anything out of this.
So Anudita Wickramasinghe is not out on 8 and Asha Nisra is not out on 19. Wickramasinghe has faced 58 deliveries and Nisra has faced 67 deliveries. So they have been there in the wicket for quite a long time. Seeing the ball when they should be able to push the score a bit and try to make this game a bit interesting, at least to play some shots and get some runs. But they're happy with just staying there at the wickets. There you see the summary of the innings. Shahil Das was out for 18. Chamat Gomez got 25. Sharon not out on 19 after facing 68 deliveries, and Anudit Wickramasinghe not out on 8 after facing 57 deliveries. It's a long stay for these two players. Well, the second encounter for the James Cartman Trophy is heading for a draw. So you see the Campbell Park ground, beautifully decorated. There you see the highlights of the session. Well, Wesley started positively with Chamat Gomez getting a couple of shots. And even the skipper, Shahil Das, also played some useful strokes. He got 18 and Wickramasinghe, Chamat Gomez got 25. So after the dismissal of Gomez, these two new batsmen came in and have been satisfied with staying in the wicket. That was the delivery that took the bears of Chamat Gomez. There I see the Ben's bowling. Not much to talk of. Ashin D'Souza getting 1 for 20 of 8 overs. That is the only wicket taker.
Like you can see, the rates of the economy rates of the bowlers are just about 2 runs per over. So none of the bowlers have come under pressure except for Dilan Malinta, who went for a few boundaries in that initial knock by Gomez.
So they have faced 31 overs in the innings to get 74 runs. Well, it's tea on the second day of the second Cartman Trophy encounter between St. Benedict's and Wesley College. As we hand you back to the studio, and we'll be back with you after 15 minutes of time.
Cartman Cup 2022.
අපේම පුංචි පැටව් දෙන්නෙක් ගේ පුරාම දුවනවා පනිනවා නම් කොච්චර ලස්සනද.
ඔයා වගේ එක්කෙනයි මං වගේ එක්කෙනයි මාර කියුට්.
අපිට 12ක්ම පුළුවන්.
Multiple devices එකවර කනෙක්ට් කළ හැකි ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රථම වේගවත්ම පුළුල්ම ප්‍රීමියම් ෆයිබර් අන්තර්ජාල ආවරණය. Internet like a boss. SLT Mobitel Fiber.
2022.
Ashan Isar and Anudit witnessing up. Good afternoon, Jeremy.
Good afternoon, Amita. We're into the final session at Campbell Park in this Cartman Trophy. Wesley 76 for 2. Effectively, that's 60 runs into their second inning. Have lost 2 wickets. The most important thing we need to see is whether Wesley will make a declaration. So we have effectively we have 16 overs up to the 80 over mark, and then the 15 mandatory overs to follow. So effectively it's 31 overs that is left in the second day's play. Yeah, time will tell whether Wesley will make a sporty declaration.
Yes, that's right. I think Wesley are 16 runs short, so whether they will make a declaration, we'll have to wait and see. If at all this first 15-20 minutes or half an hour, they'll have to open out, try to push for those singles, take the loose balls, and see that they are punished into the boundary line. But also on the other hand, St. Benedict's will try to capture a few wickets, try to go inroads to the Wesley batting.
I think in the next 2 overs we'll get some sort of an indication to see where the Wesleyites are progressing with this inning, or how they're progressing with this inning.
In the first innings, we saw Wesley also having a collapse, going in for lunch at 117 for 6. But then the top order, maybe Anudit got 25, he's in the middle there. And Ashan got 31. They are capable batsmen, probably want to continue from that. But then Lina Yuvin got 34 and 24 respectively. Samita got 26 for Wesley College. Bottom order batting clicked in. Oh, that's short, meant to be hit.
Well fielded at deep mid wicket, conceding only 1 run.
Should have got more than that. That was short. Got onto position but didn't place it. Hit to the left of the mid-wicket fielder.
It's good to see the Ben still attacking with 3 fielders around the bat, trying to pick up a few quick wickets.
Yes, that is what we didn't see in the game.
Easy run to square leg, playing the bowler's angle and picking up 1 run.
Anisha will have to be mindful of the field set. It's in fact offside field, so he'll have to bowl on the off stump or outside the off stump, troubling the batsman. Yeah, that's a better line. That's a better delivery.
He's not letting the batsman get to the ball easily, slowing it down in the air.
That's the line he should be bowling, making the batsman play, getting him on the front foot. Give it a little more, yeah, Jeremy, no? Try to bring the
That's
batsman
what he's
out.
doing, Amita. I think again, keeping it very tight, Anisha. Of course, Ashan Isira has been very good in his defense, even in the first inning.
Nicely swept away, got to the pitch of it. It to the deep square leg region. Batsman crossover for a single. So that's the end of the first over after tea. 78 for 2.
Do you want to know how you can get the CIMA qualification faster? Join CIMA through the CGMA Finance Leadership Program, a self-paced digital learning and assessment platform designed to ensure smarter learning and faster success. Discover the power of opportunity with the fastest route to completing the CIMA professional qualification at an affordable price and at double the speed.
Slip fielder, so that's a good attacking cricket. Straight away making the batsman play, that is what he should be doing.
Lighted and defended well, Ashan Isira.
So Mevan coming in from the Wesley College end. Getting the batsman on the front foot, that's good.
This pitch has been played really true over the couple of days, right, Amita?
And as Fawaz Maroof said in the pitch report, probably the last session will have a little more spin.
It has been equally rewarding to both spinners and fast bowlers.
Jeremy, tell us something about your cricketing career at St. Benedict's. When did you play, and who were your people that you admired, played under, played with?
Well, I started off playing for First 11 at the age of 15, and I played from 1998 till 2003. As a young cricketer, I always admired watching Benedictine cricketers like Pradeep Hevage and Raleigh Tissera.
Is Jeremy captain the alma mater? So that's the end of the 33rd over. Wesley College 81 for 2. We'll continue next over. Is at the top of the mark, because always with the edgeman you miss about 2 or 3 deliveries there. Ashan is on 22, Anudit is on 10. 81 for 2, 33 overs completed. Shadows going across the ground.
Quite negotiated. So
Jeremy, let's continue your Benedictine cricketing achievements and moments that you had.
So I captained school in 2003. I had a very prolific run with the bat. Managed to score 950 runs that year and bag 94 wickets as well. Played as a all-rounder, leg spinning all-rounder. Indeed, the last 2 years of my first 11 career was very successful careers.
He's getting 950 runs. That's a great achievement. A good call. Throw wavered. Well responded. Batsman crossover for a single. Any memories of the Wesley College encounters that you have had in your school career, first 11 career?
Yes, Amita. Actually, I've played Wesley College in 5 encounters during that tenure. We did lose one game to Wesley, and the rest of the 4 encounters ended up in draws. Very prominent characters did play for Wesley at that time. The year of 2003, when I captained St. Benedict's, Farviz Maharouf was the opposition captain.
34 overs completed, Wesley College 82 for 2.
කොයි කවුරුත් දන්නවානේ අපි කවුරුත් ගන්නවානේ අපේම රටේ හදනවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ හයන් පුටු මේසට ගන්නවානේ පලංචියට දානවානේ ඇන්ටනා බටේට ගන්නවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ හයන්
So Anisha continuing from the Wesley College end.
I think the intentions of the Wesley College team is quite clear. We are into the 4th over into this last session. It doesn't seem like they're going after the runs and trying to make a declaration any soon.
So Mivan continuing from the Wesley College end. Left arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Yes, Wesley are just going through the motions. Yeah, Jeremy, both sides batting that 65 overs right through. Probably then it's very difficult to get a result, because any school will be very keen to win the game, wouldn't want to take any chances. So
I agree with you, Amita. We're looking at not more than 27 overs remaining in the day. That's well swept. Cut off at the boundary. He'll pick up 2 runs for himself. Wesley moving on to 84 for 2.
Good piece of fielding in the square leg boundary, running across from mid wicket. Picks it up and throws it, cuts off 2 runs. It's placed into the open area, but the fielder's reactions were fast. Got onto it quickly, picked it up and returned.
It's driven to mid-off, very well fielded by the mid-off fielder, and sends it back into the circle very quickly. Batsman picks up 1 at the end of the over.
Batsman scamper through for a single. The return hits the batsman.
Jaya ape patumai labandi javin sahaya sadhana.
Welcoming all of you with warmth and care. Commercial Bank. Our interest is in you.
line is maintaining.
As you said earlier, Amita, both teams batting their 65 overs has not left much positivity in closing out this game. And the batsmen are pretty happy to play the ball down.
So fall of wickets for Wesley, 1 at 28, 2 for 45. So these two batsmen have continued. 2 for 85 now. Yes, Wesley playing it very defensive. Not taking any chances, not trying to make a match of it. Not go for anything rash. Anisha too going through the motions, coming in from the Bural end.
Tossed up and played back to the bowler.
That's
No
what he
run.
should be doing. Giving a little more flight, tempting the batsman.
Exactly. He needs to look to make something happen. Try to get the batsman to do something different. It's the end of the over again. 85 for 2, Wesley.
So the open stands on either side, Wesley College on their school side, St. Benedict's on the other end. Crowd enjoying themselves.
It's driven to mid-off. Collects one. Amita, I'm a little surprised to see that both teams didn't have a wrist spinner in their bowling lineup.
That's
A
right.
leg spinner could have done some damage even on this flat-looking wicket.
Actually, these days in school cricket, you lack the leg spinner. Slight breeze going across Campbell Park. Mevan once again makes a few field adjustments at the top of his mark, running in from the Wesley College end. The Benedictine spectators enjoying themselves with the music and the band. It's nice, encouraging to see. A good delivery.
Certainly going down the leg side. Picks up a run.
Nice to see a crowd this year. Last year, we're not able to entertain any crowds. Benedictine crowd all activated, cheering their school team.
Swept. Restricted for 1 run. Three fielders around the bat, trying to see whether there's any purchase on that wicket to take a inside edge and probably pop a catch to silly mid-off or short leg region. The Bens have tried all avenues to pick this wicket.
That's probably the only way to try and capture, but whether they'll be able to go through the Wesley batting, that is the question, because Wesley have basically decided they'll play through not make any declarations, batting quite defensively, content with that.
Wesleyites have been equal to the task as well. Carefully negotiated once again. It will bring up the end of the 37th over. Wesley 88 for 2.
ටයන් ලංකායනු ශ්‍ර ලංකාවේ GI පයිප නිෂ්පාදනයේ පුරෝගාමී වන අතර අද වන විට විවිධ අවශ්‍යතාවන් මත විවිධ පරාසයන්ගෙන් පුළුල්ව නිෂ්පාදන කටයුතු සිදු කරනු ලබයි. කාලගුණික හා දේශගුණික තත්ත්වයන්ට මනා ලෙස ඔරොත්තු දෙන ආකාරයට නිෂ්පාදනය කෙරෙන පලංචි සහ ප්ලේට් පාරිභෝගික අවශ්‍යතාවන්ට ගැලපෙන ආකාරයට මෙරටදී නිෂ්පාදනය කරනු ලබන උසස්ම තත්ත්වයේ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියක් සතු ප්‍රමුඛතම ආයතනය ටයන් ලංකා ඔබ සැමගේ ශක්තියේ විශ්වාසය වෙනුවෙන් නිබඳවම කැපවී සිටී.
Full toss, push mid off, no run.
Good piece of fielding at mid-off, running across, keeping his eyes on the ball, fielding it cleanly, cutting off a single. It's powerfully hit. It's a good delivery. Came in with the arm, a faster delivery. Very unfortunate not to get a nick. Just kept his bat out.
It will be interesting to see if the Benedictine skipper will bring in the fielders from the boundary to a catching position. Try and force something out of the Wesleyites and probably pick up a few wickets.
So Anisha running in from the Burrell end.
Carefully played down once again.
St. Benedict's supporters enjoying themselves on the far end, the Borella end, with the music, singing, game played in good spirit.
It doesn't end here, Amita. Next week we'll have the 50-over encounter live from the P. Saravanamuttu Stadium, which will definitely have a result, and it'll be interesting to watch because both teams are equally experienced
and they bat deep. Both teams have a good batting lineup, so it'll be interesting. It might be a high-scoring match. So that's the end of the 38th over. Wesley College 88 for 2 finished.
ඇඳ හදන්න ගන්නවානේ ගේට්ටුවට දානවානේ රැලි නොවැටි නවල ගන්නවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ ටයන්
20 plus 50 no 80 machang 80 first continue finish the 80 and from there on 1 hour 15 minutes. So Wesley College 2 for 88 in their second innings. Remember St. Benedict's have a lead of 16 runs. So Wesley at this moment is 72 ahead. As I say, good evening to Ganesh. Ganesh, good evening to you.
Good evening, Paul. Nice to be back in the commentary box. We are witnessing some, I would say, rather exciting cricket. I don't know what's the intent of the Wesley team. Not looking for runs. Of course, you can't take the credit away from the bench bowlers. They're really bowling well. That was a sharp nick. Down towards the third man. 2 rounds of that, Wesley moved to 90 for 2 in the 38th over.
Well, Ganesh, I think, the way Anudit Wickramasinghe has been batting is 17 runs coming off 82 deliveries. And even Ashan Isra batted 87 deliveries and scored 24 runs. I think the spectators are getting a bit excited because of that. That is not what they expect at this moment. They want to get a bit more runs and push the Wesley score up, and they're expecting a declaration, isn't it?
Yes, Polly, I don't know what's going on in the Wesley camp. Obviously, the spectators are getting a bit restless. They want to see some good cricket. As I said, credit to the bench bowlers who have kept the Wesley intact. But we like to see some attacking batting here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. I was talking to Shaheen earlier on, because even if there is a kind of declaration, but Wesley will not have any opportunity of winning the game. So I don't see any reason why they should just declare for the sake of declaring, because they must have an opportunity to win the game and get the bench all out if they want to declare.
That's correct. I mean, they haven't tried from the beginning. I mean, it's only 92 runs. They don't have enough runs to bowl at. So I think looks like the game is going towards draw.
Yeah, we have to face it. It's going to be a draw most probably, but still, as we were talking about earlier, if the Wesley College wants to declare, they should be able to have enough time to bowl a number of overs to get the Benedictines all out.
Yeah.
So that's the end of that over. It's 93 for 2, and it's Eric Gowder to join the box now with Ganishmail Vaganam.
Mobile. Protect wholeheartedly.
Anudit on 18, Anisha is the bowler with Isiro on 24 of 88. So very negative cricket at the moment from Wesley.
That's right, Eric. There's no intent in batting, isn't it? When you look at their number of balls faced and number of runs scored, doesn't look like any intent. And it looks like we are heading towards a draw.
Unless something dramatic happens and there's a big collapse.
Yeah, there's only 2 wickets down. Let's push away down to the mid-wicket area. They get a single.
So schoolboys come to life. That's the St. Benedict's College schoolboys at the far end of the grounds to our right.
Obviously, they must be having a good time over there. It's good to see all these schoolboys.
There we are. I always go with the theory that if you're making a declaration, you should give your bowlers plenty of time to bowl a side out. You should have enough runs on the board. But at the moment, Wesley are just ahead by 78.
That's right. Not enough runs, not enough overs to bowl at.
So end of the over, 40 completed. Wesley the second innings 94 for 2. Then kiyak dal hukum ada. Mesti kai dia ni. So technically there's only 21 overs left in the day's play. 95 overs to be bowled in a day. And with those number of overs, I can't see a decision in this match.
No, definitely. That one pulled away down the leg side for a single. Yeah, not enough overs to make a match out of it. Let's wait and see what's Wesley going to do.
From the way they are motoring along, you could see that, well, they have no intention of declaration. There's no point making a declaration and then having another side bat for about 15 or 16 overs.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it's unfortunate that these games are played over 2 days. If they had another extra day, things would have been different.
So the partnership for this third wicket is 52 runs.
Yeah, it's a good partnership, but they are taken longer than what is required to get that 50. So Eric, how many schools play 3-day encounters for these traditional games?
To the best of my knowledge, I think only the Royal Thomond is played over 3 days. The other games are just over 2 days.
And I think there's another school, probably in the north. Central St. John's must be playing a 3-day game.
Yes, you're right. The game in Jaffna. In fact, I was there just before the COVID, doing commentary on that game in Jaffna. St. John's versus Jaffna Central.
That's correct.
Oh, the crowds for that game.
Yeah, I have some great memories of those two schools. In fact, my father represented Central College.
Okay. So 41 overs completed. Wesley in the second innings, 95 for 2.
Koi kawurut gannawane api kawurut gannawane apema rate hadanawane wani hayya danenawane Tayan.
Yes, I went to do commentary for the 3 days. For the dialogue TV.
අපේම පුංචි පැටව් දෙන්නෙක් ගේ පුරාම දුවනවා පනිනවා නම් කොච්චර ලස්සනද.
ඔයා වගේ එක්කෙනයි මං වගේ එක්කෙනයි මාර කියුට්.
අපිට 12ක්ම පුළුවන්.
Multiple devices එකවර කනෙක්ට් කළ හැකි ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ප්‍රථම වේගවත්ම පුළුල්ම ප්‍රීමියම් ෆයිබර් අන්තර්ජාල ආවරණය. Internet like a boss. SLT.
Once again, straight to a fielder. There's so many gaps on the onside. The man at deep backward square leg and the man at wide mid on. There's no protection on the boundary at mid wicket.
Yeah, that's correct. There are a lot of runs around. Not looking to push that ball to the gaps and take those singles. Looking at Anisha's figures, he had bowled 11 overs for 11 runs.
So slip and a gully in place, a backward point, the sweeper, extra cover and the deep mid off on the offside. Yes, so From what's happened in the middle, indications are that Wesley just going to play this game out.
Looks like it, Eric. Crowd is getting a bit agitated. Of course, the spectators like to see some exciting cricket.
Good drive, well stopped. Deep mid off, moving quickly to his right. Couldn't prevent the single, but didn't give the extra runs away. This what's important in cricket is that you like to see batsmen trying to make runs, use the imagination, work the gaps. Oh, that was a catch. That was a catch, definitely. Did he carry to the fielder? Let's take a look at that again. Here we go. Look at that replay. There we are. Yes.
Yes.
Hit his fingers and just spilled out. When you're fielding at that position, you got to anticipate so much. But in the meantime, he completes the over as well. Wesley 96 for 2.
Then in a warning, high on!
Jaya ape patumai labandi javin sahaya sadhana.
Welcoming all of you with warmth and care. Commercial Bank. Our interest is in you.
And the Hadanna Gannavani, gate toward the Danavani, Rally Novati, Navala Gannavani, Vani higher than in a Vani. High on!
Dusted this 2-day game. I think the next game to look forward to is the limited overs game next Saturday at the PSRR Stadium. Ah, that's where you'd like to be, right?
That's correct.
Going for the sweep. Wicketkeeper had the bails off, but the batsman's foot had not moved.
What I said and done, great atmosphere, Eric, at Campbell Park. 2 days of cricket. Crowd thoroughly enjoying the atmosphere.
Once again going for the sweep. Now they appeal, the bails coming off, but the batsman's foot was well behind the crease. Easy decision for the umpire. So it looks like the bowler is concentrating on the leg stump line.
Yeah, they changed the line a bit. Try to get the batsman to make some mistakes.
This time makes contact. Will pick up only a single. Tied it up at deep back with square leg. Sasha and De Silva 1 for 22 his figures.
With that single, Wesley moved on to 97 for 2.
So the lead now 81, 8 wickets in hand. That's pulled away. In the air, caught out there at deep mid wicket. That's a good catch, well judged. And Ashan Ishara is the man who departs. The fielder placed just for that shot. And Ashan picks up that wicket. Fell for the trap most of the time.
That's correct. He didn't have much power. Didn't get hold of that ball very well. Well caught out in the deep. Another wicket for Benz. So Wesley are down to 3 down for 96.
Do you want to know how you can get the CIMA qualification faster? Join CIMA through the CGMA Finance Leadership Program, a self-paced digital learning and assessment platform designed to ensure smarter learning and faster success. Discover the power of opportunity with the fastest route to completing the CIMA professional qualification at an affordable price and at double the speed.
So the partnership was 54 for the third wicket. Semil Alianagay, the new man in, the third-year player. This is all-rounder.
There's a noise coming from both sides of the spectators' camp. Wesley boys got few flags with them, making some noise. There's a nice band playing on Ben's side. Definitely the spectators are enjoying the atmosphere.
Head umpire calls out one to come. Bowling right arm around the wicket.
The bowler is making some adjustment to the field. He's bringing someone towards extra cover.
Good attempt. Could have picked up a single there. But not to be. End of the over, 43 completed. Wesley in their second innings, 97 for 3.
ටයන් ලංකායනු ශ්‍ර ලංකාවේ GI පයිප නිෂ්පාදනයේ පුරෝගාමී වන අතර අද වන විට විවිධ අවශ්‍යතාවන් මත විවිධ පරාසයන්ගෙන් පුළුල්ව නිෂ්පාදන කටයුතු සිදු කරනු ලබයි. කාලගුණික හා දේශගුණික තත්ත්වයන්ට මනා ලෙස ඔරොත්තු දෙන ආකාරයට නිෂ්පාදනය කෙරෙන පලංචි සහ ප්ලේට් පාරිභෝගික අවශ්‍යතාවන්ට ගැලපෙන ආකාරයට මෙරටදී නිෂ්පාදනය කරනු ලබන උසස්ම තත්ත්වයේ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියක් සතු ප්‍රමුඛතම ආයතනය ටයන් ලංකා ඔබ සැමගේ ශක්තියේ විශ්වාසය වෙනුවෙන් නිබඳවම කැපවී සිටී.
Over number 44 about to get underway. Spin from both ends.
Well flighted delivery push towards extra cover. No run. Anisha continue from the all sense end. Bowling is 13th over.
Yes, even the game is going to drift away to a tame draw. I think the Wesley batsmen have to really look at making runs, look at taking those singles, converting the ones into twos. You got to make the game more interesting, not playing defensive strokes all the time.
I totally agree with you, Eric, there. Yes, they got to have some intent and push their runs along. Give something for the spectators to enjoy. Not a bad shot by Semila Alianagay.
Wild throw to the keeper. Bowler and the non-striker entangled, fell onto the ground. Still made his ground. Few smiles around.
Anudit seems to be having some trouble with his leg. He seems to be recovered. Yep, he's taking his mark to face the next ball from Anisha. Well flighted delivery. Push towards extra cover for no run.
Lovely afternoon at Campbell Park. Not a cloud in the sky. Some drama in the middle. Asking the question, was he bowled or was he stumped? Umpires have not moved on that.
Played right across the line. Tried to hit towards the mid wicket. Beat the bat completely. No damage done. 99 for 3.
Single brings up the 100 for Wesley. Wins the over as well. So 44 overs completed. And Wesley reached 100 for the loss of 3 wickets in their second innings. So here we are. There's the scoreboard, the Wesley College scoreboard, bringing up the 100. Now look, let's look at that. Take a look at that again, that stump chance. Batsman's foot was behind the crease, no doubt. Bails off in a flash. New over starts up. Single of the first ball.
We can hear some noise from the public asking Wesley to declare. I don't think it's going to happen very soon. Wait and see.
So the 100 coming up of 270 balls, 169 minutes of batting, lost 3 wickets, 5 fours and 2 sixes in the innings, 8 extras as well. Thanks to our stats guru, who has kept a tab of all that's going on. He is such an experienced man with all these statistics.
He has done some wonderful job right through yesterday and today, giving us all the information. Not an easy job. As I said, there are some unsung heroes in the game of cricket, along with the match referees, the guys who does the stats, makes our life easier. Very, very informative.
So slip and a forward short leg in position. Rest of the field on the offside, he's got that the point and also the deep mid off on the offside.
Credit to the bench bowlers, Eric. They have bowled really well.
Just to keep things nice and tight.
That's correct.
There'll be a big shout. Gone. LBW playing across the line. Right back on the stumps. And Semila Lienege is the man who's out. Wesley lose their 4th. Are we seeing a change of fortunes at the moment at Campbell Park? Let's wait and see. St. Benedict's on a high. They picked up 2 quick wickets. That's the replay. Absolutely in front.
Plum in front. That ball kept a bit low. He played right across, completely missed the ball, trapped right in front.
ටයන් ලංකායනු ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ GI පයිප නිෂ්පාදනයේ පුරෝගාමී වන අතර අද වන විට විවිධ අවශ්‍යතාවන් මත විවිධ පරාසයන්ගෙන් පුළුල්ව නිෂ්පාදන කටයුතු සිදු කරනු ලබයි. කාලගුණික හා දේශගුණික තත්ත්වයන්ට මනා ලෙස ඔරොත්තු දෙන ආකාරයට නිෂ්පාදනය කරන පලංචි සහ ප්ලේට් පාරිභෝගික අවශ්‍යතාවන්ට ගැලපෙන ආකාරයට මෙරටදී නිෂ්පාදනය කරනු ලබන උසස්ම තත්ත්වයේ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියක් සතු ප්‍රමුඛතම ආයතනය ටයන් ලංකා ඔබ සැමගේ ශක්තියේ විශ්වාසය වෙනුවෙන් නිබඳවම කැපවී සිටි.
Dilshan Tiabru is the new man in. That was in the over as well. 45 completed. Basically, the second innings, 101 for 4. So Tilshan Siranaka, the new man in, the wicket-keeper batsman.
Well-fighted delivery.
Anudit Vikramasinghe, the batsman on strike, on 25 for 105 balls.
Doesn't look like he's in a hurry to score any runs.
Yes, no intent whatsoever.
Try to go for a quick single. Non-striker send him back. The score remains on 101 for 4.
Trying to be defensive once again, beaten outside the line of off stump. When you get this mindset to be defensive, there's no way that you could score runs. That's the replay of that last delivery. A bit of turn, but very slow turn in fact.
Absolutely. If there's no intent, Eric, I don't think you'll be able to score runs.
Once again defensive. So by the looks of things, Wesley have closed this game up.
Looks like it. Although it's 16 hours to go or 15 hours to go after this. Looks like Wesley Camp will be happy to bat out the overs.
Sweep shot. That's a good shot. That's going to run down to the boundary for 4. That's what we like to see from batsmen.
Absolutely. Welcome boundary for Wesley. Crowd is getting excited. We like to see more of them.
And the Hadanna Gannavani gate to what the Danavani rally no vati Navala Gannavani Vani higher than in a Vani. Hayan.
So our stats guru gives us a very good statistic. A boundary after 196 deliveries. Wow, that's a lot of deliveries.
That's a lot of deliveries. Now that really shows the intent of Wesley Camp.
Driven in the off for a single. He also tells me that boundary came after 112 minutes of batting.
Oh. Yeah, it's pretty long, isn't it? Especially in the second innings. The spectators are looking for a sporting declaration.
Well, I don't think we're going to get that. There is no sporting declaration. Wesley don't have many runs to play with still. But they consider a lead of 16 runs in the first innings. So they've got a lead only of 90 runs at the moment.
I don't know, Eric, how much influence the players have on this type of decision these days. The cricket has come a long way. More coaching staff, more structured approach, restrictions of free flow of cricket. Do you see much sporting declaration these days in school cricket?
Never.
Everyone is safeguarding their job, I guess. I can remember the days we played. We hardly spoke to the coaches during the game.
Another sweep shot. Straight to the fielder, deep back with square leg, only a single this time. Yes, my day, the coaches never came to the pavilion.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I can remember the game against St. Joseph's where we played as Campbell Park. Me and a couple of senior players decided to give St. Joseph's 130 to get in 1 hour and 20 mandatory overs. And a lot of people, a lot of all boys raised their eyebrows. They thought we are going to lose the game. Ended up quite an exciting draw.
Right, that'll end the over. 47 will be completed in the Wesley second innings. Total 108 for 4.
මේසට ගන්නවානේ පලංචියට දානවානේ ඇන්ටනා බටේට ගන්නවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ හයන්
So Wesley 108 for 4. Anudit Wickramasinghe on 30 of 112 deliveries. That tells your story.
That's correct, Eric. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a draw here. Just a question to you. Do the umpires or captains decide to call off the game at this stage if there's not going to be a result?
They could when the 20 mandatory overs get underway. The captains can call off a game.
How can they like to play the entire overs even if they are not declaring to give spectators something to watch?
Again, bat pad. Was it dropped? I think it was.
So a sharp chance. Just
Well,
look
forward short leg has to be on his toes. Got to keep a good eye. Let's take a look at that. Yes.
Yeah, wasn't an easy catch, but the half chances to be taken.
They have to be taken. They picked up 2 quick wickets and now they look for their third and fourth as well on the bends. If anybody's going to push for a result, it's going to be the bends themselves to bowl Wesley out quickly.
That's right. That's right.
Nicely driven. Good shot, no stopping that. Finds the boundary.
4 extra runs for Wesley. Takes their score to 112 for 4 in the 47th over.
Those are the shots you like to see batsmen play.
That's right.
Those are the shots, yeah.
I like to see more of them from the 2 batters out there.
The track is still very good, the batting track.
No doubt about it. The track has settled down very well. Looks like a batting paradise. As always, Campbell Park produce a lot of batting tracks.
Ends the over as well, 48 completed. And Wesley in their second innings, 112 for 4.
Mobile. Protect wholeheartedly.
For 4. Incidentally, this is not the first innings, but this is the second innings.
Unfortunately, not a lot has changed since we last were on a commentary stint.
Well, Cheyenne, when I was on my stint, we thought we might see some fireworks, and we were looking at a target of about 18 overs, about 150 to 180 runs maybe. But I think that's just a dream now.
Unfortunately, yes, plans are quite different to what we imagined they would be. I definitely thought the Bens would have been set a target of at least 20 overs, with maybe 6.5, 7 runs per over to get, just to make a match out of it. A simple catch to slip, top edge. Once again, a ball pitching on leg stump. The Wesley's going for a big shot, top edging it to slip. 113 for 5.
Do you want to know how you can get the SEMA qualification faster? Join SEMA through the CGMA Finance Leadership Program, a self-paced digital learning and assessment platform designed to ensure smarter learning and faster success. Discover the power of opportunity with the fastest route to completing the SEMA professional qualification at an affordable price and at double the speed.
As we come back, new batsman Super Singer. Quite a lot of left-handers on this side. You see now Super Singer is all-rounder, bowls a bit of off-spin.
Unfortunately, Wesley, I think, missed the plot. They could have actually been a bit more positive from the outset. The wicket really doing nothing for the bowlers.
But I thought at one period, even St. Benedict's had 7 fielders on the leg and they were bowling outside the leg stump. The left arm was coming bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, pitching outside the leg stump, and he managed to get 1 wicket. Because I think the batsman was so frustrated that he hit it up in the air and got caught on the boundary. But there again, it didn't help the cause.
I don't think there were 7 fielders on the leg because that would have not been allowed.
No, but 7. There were 7 and 2 on the off.
So
we'll come back to that. 49 gone, 114 for 5.
Going back to a conversation about the 7th field. Actually, probably right.
Do you want to know how you can get the SEMA qualification faster? Join SEMA through the CGMA Finance Leadership Program, a self-paced digital learning and assessment platform designed to ensure smarter learning and faster success. Discover the power of opportunity with the fastest route to completing the SEMA professional qualification at an affordable price and at double the speed.
I don't see the lines on the pitch. You see a bit of a change. Pace coming into
Quick single. And it's close. Yes. Direct hit. Run out at the batsman's end.
Superb bit of fielding there. He charged in and
the Benedictines trying to make something out of these last few overs. Brilliant bit of fielding at extra cover.
well. Obviously, he took off. There was a slight hesitation from the strikers end, but brilliant piece of fielding there. Direct hit.
කොයි කවුරුත් දන්නවානේ අපි කවුරුත් ගන්නවානේ අපේම රටේ හදනවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ හයන්
ජය අපේ පැතුමයි ලබැඳි යාවෙන් සහය සදනා
Welcoming all of you with warmth and care. Commercial Bank. Our interest is in you.
Wesley just losing their 6th wicket. $114 for 6.
The Ben's trying to make something out of it, even in the latter part of this second day. A bit too late, one might think.
Well, just about 98 runs in front. So four wickets to get. If they can do it within the next 2 overs, yes, still might be interesting.
Losing 4 wickets, wouldn't that throw the cat amongst the pigeons?
Well, it'll liven up the game. So let's see whether Sachin can create something. 50th over in the innings, just 114 runs.
Sachin was guilty a bit even in the first innings of bowling a bit outside the off stump and not making the batsman play enough. So with the situation we find ourselves in, once again it would be nice if we can get the batsman to play all 6 deliveries.
Wesley letting it go. Shortish. That should be aimed at the batsman, at least onto it, to make him play, defend at it, and hope that the ball goes up in the air. He had a bit of a break when the spinners were operating, so he should be fresh. Nicely defended again.
Definite spring in the step of the Benedictines as they find the Wesleyites 114 for 6. Once again, batsman lets it go outside the off stump, end of the over. Wesley 114 for 6.
Batted for 50 overs in this innings. Managed to limp to 114 for 6.
So we are into the last hour of play.
So we are into the last hour of play. 15 overs have to be bowled here. Wesley don't seem to be in any hurry. So the Benedictine bowlers shine. I think they're taking about the last 4 wickets in the next 2 overs.
Yes, still hoping against hope.
Nothing lost in hoping. Well, we had that hope from the start of this innings. But our hope has bought us only 6 wickets for the 50 overs. And now we are asking for 4 wickets in 2 overs.
Stranger things have happened in a cricket game.
I think they should crowd the batsman more.
Yes, I don't see the Wesleyites trying to hit themselves out of whatever hole they are in.
No, but they are just interested in batting on, wasting a bit of time, see a few overs go by. Nothing lost in just crowding the batsman and playing with the mind. It's about mind games. So we're going to think, what are they doing? And a little bit of chatter.
Correct. Yeah, I would actually want all these boys on the boundary to come in. Asha and Desois are still continuing on that leg stump line. End of the over. Wesley 114 for 6.
හදන්න ගන්නවානේ ගේට්ටුවට දානවානේ රැලි නොවැටි නවල ගන්නවානේ වාණි හයිය දැනෙනවානේ හයන්
In the second inning, there is no new ball given in after 50 overs, is it? Don't think so.
No, I think that rule was applied only for the first innings. Would have been interesting though. But then again, in the second innings, I would doubt anybody thought that the side batting would want to bat 50 overs on the second day.
Yeah, interesting to know whether there is a possibility of taking the new ball if needed. Well, if the first innings a team failed, right, and then the match was going on, I'm sure the second innings that side would have to bat more than 50 to save the game. So it would have been interesting to see then whether you were able to take the new ball and wrap it up.
Yes, definitely a point for consideration.
So you all out for about 40 overs in the first innings, right? Second side bats, they are 60 overs. Then you're fighting for survival. So obviously you'll have to bat at least 70 to 80 overs the next day.
You brought up
then that new ball will be a very interesting point. Maybe something for the organizers to look at.
Definitely.
Let's see whether we can get some clarification whether that rule is in effect or not. It's given as a wide.
Nicely played to mid-on by Subhasinghe.
So what we are told is that there is no new ball can be taken in the second innings for 50 overs. So maybe a point for the organizers to look at. Because if this 50th over was bowled 1 hour ago, it would have been very interesting, right? With 6 wickets down, and if they could have taken a new ball, might have changed the game. Because yesterday we saw the new ball being taken, and with the very first ball, the spinner getting the breakthrough.
Yes, it would have brought a whole new equation to the game.
And so if you are in the organizing committee next year, I think that's a point you can bring up.
I'm sure those watching or listening will make a point of what you've said. Just to speak on Senanayaka, from what I've seen yesterday and even today, he's a person who seems to be bowling his heart out whenever he's given the ball. Always maximum effort put in. Ideally would have liked to make the batsman play a bit more.
I think that's what any captain would want in his side. So after 52 overs, Wesley are 117 for 6. The 53rd over about to begin.
Two overs completed in the mandatory 15 overs.
So De Souza will continue having a long spell, bowling his 15th. 3 for 28. There again we see that leg stump line. Nicely swept, fine. Just tapped in just before the line. 2 runs.
Subhasinghe nicely on top of it, sweeping it fine. I'm sure the spinners would have loved to be in the game at this time.
on the pads. Doubt it was anywhere close to the stumps.
Very difficult to get any LBW decision bowling over the wicket and bowling that leg stump line.
And just an idea. It's going over the wicket, bowling on the leg side. What happens if the left-hander bats outside the leg stump, or keeping all his stumps open, saying, okay, why don't you go for the stumps? No, not much of fielders on the off. You can see just 2 fielders on the off. Or now there's 3 with the short catching.
That's a call the batsman would have to take, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, just to, play with the mind of the bowler. He can't bowl outside the pitch. Then maybe you can use it as a reverse sweep, get it 5. So after 53, Wesley 119 for 6. What do you think? Even so, in that case, even if he bowls that same line, you have a chance of hitting it straight as well, because he's bowling straight at your body. Right? And generally, when the wickets are open, the bowler will try to go for those wickets.
It definitely depends on the mindset of the batsman. The bowler can do all he wants, but if the batsman is not willing to take a chance, there's nothing much that
you can do. Yeah. So just to negate that that negative leg side bowling, to show that okay, now you're bowling at me, I have the choice of going inside out or doing something different.
I bet the batsman would have been looking at those choices had they been in a better position. But right now it's definitely Wesley looking to close out the game.
Yeah, definitely. If they were after runs, I think they would have gone with those attitude. But like you said, not that interested in pushing on, just bat out, count your balls remaining, and just play out the day. End of the day, both teams will be happy to go in with a draw.
I'm not sure whether both teams will be happy going in or finishing this match off, drawing it. I bet the Bens would have thought that they could have done a little bit more to show a little bit more urgency earlier in the game. And the Wesleyites too, in their first innings, they could have done a little bit more. They could have been in a better position had they kept their wickets intact.
Well, that first day was very vital, that first hour. That's where you could have broken the back of Wesley if the fast bowlers just kept to a decent line and length and got them to play more. I think there would have been a lot more. By now it would have been very interesting.
The first innings was important to both sides. Both sides were guilty of losing wickets at regular intervals. Both sides found themselves at about 110, 115 for 6. And it was a rearguard action that actually took them to decent scores. So had the top order managed to convert those, except, Shamuganathan was an exception to it. Had the top order managed to get decent scores, we would have seen a different outcome probably.
Yeah, you got a point there. Let's end off another over. 54 gone, Wesley 121 for 6. About to start.
Fifth mandatory over in play.
The new bowler, is it? Mevan? It's Ashen D'Souza continuing. Long spell here for him. There we see again down the leg side. Just getting back onto it.
Ashen continuing with that leg stump line with the hope of getting an edge with the leg slip in place.
Did get the edge, but it went along the ground.
What's your take, Michael? Would you have liked to seen the pitch do a little bit more for the bowlers on the second day?
Well, not that would be. I would have liked to see a bit more positive cricket being played by the two teams. Can't expect things to happen on the pitch when the players can contribute to what the decisions or whatever can be done. It was a reasonably good pitch, I would say. First they had something for the bowlers. There they couldn't capitalize in the morning. Because when you win the toss, you'd want to have a side. I know it, at lunch they were 6 down, but that came after the spinners came into play.
And that too mainly because of
bad batting, I would say.
Lack of concentration on the part of batsmen.
Like you mentioned earlier, they get their 20s and 30s and just threw their wickets away. It's just featuring out into a tame draw now. Nicely flighted, slow delivery to end another over. 55 gone, 122 for 6.
Here we are into the last 10 overs of this Cartman Cup from Campbell Park. Wesleyites 6 wickets down for 122.
Good to be behind the mic at this exciting passage of play, Jeremy.
Would you call it exciting, Kennedy?
Absolutely, because Mevan bowls well pitched, driven back firmly to the bowler, no run. So Wesleyites 122 for 6. Perhaps, in my opinion, this is perhaps the most exciting passage of play. As we wait for the bowler, steps out, and beautifully held.
Caught and bowled. That's a great catch by Mevan.
Linal Subasinghe departs with his personal score and leaving the gates widely open now for a result.
With less than 10 overs to go and a target of nearly 106 runs as we speak now. Do note that there will be no overs lost if there is a change of inning. But right now it seems that the Wesleyites are playing for the close of play.
Basically, they are closing shutters on the game, Jeremy. But from a Benedictine point of view, I think doing the same thing, expecting different results, it's not going to work. They have been positive in this game, but I would like to see a few more fielders in front, especially on the offside, closing in on the batsman. We need to push for the last 3 wickets and make a match out of it.
Overall, I would say both teams had good sessions over the 2 days. Both teams batted well, fielded well, and bowled well in patches. Is that right to say, Kennedy?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because
some sort of consistency
we saw the Bens let the Wesleyites off the hook in the post-lunch session yesterday, and then this morning we saw a similar passage of play for the Benedictines when they were batting. they were let off the hook, I would say, from the overnight score.
Yes,
But
I agree.
this particular third inning, I mean, without any pressure on the batsman, the Bens have somehow managed to get the 7 batsmen back.
Played and missed. Appealed for a stumping, but the batsman clearly had his feet
Smart
grounded.
work behind the glove, behind the wickets by the keeper.
So with the coming towards close of play, there's quite a bit of noise around the batsman. Trying to get the batsman to do something different, probably lose his cool and throw his wicket away.
So 1 for 18 is Mevan's tally of wickets so far. He's into his 8th over.
The end of the over.
That's that vacant area that I would like plugged, Jeremy, on the offside. One man close in wouldn't harm the cause for the Bens right now.
Try and open up that extra cover region, get him into a catching position, and see what the batsman would do different. Try and get him to force a stroke through extra cover and probably bowl him through the gate.
Because if there is a team there that cannot lose this match, it is the Bens. So from a Bens point of view, I would think doing everything possible is the right thing. Ashen is the new bowler operating from the college end. We saw that ball pitched right up, played down by the batsman Uwin.
Ashen has bowled well this inning. He's managed to use the crease well, and even his point of delivery has been varied right throughout.
His figures speak for what you have been just saying, Jeremy. 3 for 31 from 16.3 overs. That's a spell that anyone would like to have on a big match like this.
It's been unfortunate that the pitch itself hasn't given him enough assistance.
Having said that, Jeremy, I think the pitch has played well over the 2 days rather. We didn't see it assisting any of the bowlers unduly. We saw that occasional delivery taking off unexpectedly, but overall a satisfactory pitch, I would say. So all credit to the ground staff.
Appeal for LBW. Yes, Kennedy. Historically, the Campbell Park wickets have been a batting paradise. I wouldn't be wrong to call it that.
Jeremy, I think you are a better judge of the wicket than me, because during my playing times we did not have the turfs here. So it was just a smaller ground with the matting, and of course we didn't have the peripheral walls as well. So it was a very homely ground at the time we played. But the pitches look as if they are hard, good enough to withstand a 2-day game.
I agree with you, Kennedy. So we are into the 8th mandatory over of this passage of play, and by the end of the 15 overs, it'll be the end of the Cartman Cup 2022.
So
was that a chance missed?
Let's see that replay if possible. I think it fell short of the fielder from this distance. So Mevan continuing from the All Saints end. Bowling is 20th over rather. I'm sorry, he's bowling his 9th over. 1 for 19 is his figure so far.
So 2 fielders still standing at the boundary, one at deep square leg and one at deep extra cover.
It's a bit of a luxury given the stage of the game, Jeremy, because if the Bens manage to get the Wesleyites out, it'll be a good achievement overall for the match.
That's played down as well as expected. 123 for the loss of 7 wickets after 8 overs with 7 to go.
So the Wesleyites showing that they can bat deep. They showed that in the first innings, and we see the resistance on display again second time around.
Yes, I thought the Bens fielded extremely well in the second inning. They did field well in patches as well in the first innings, but they at crucial times they let off some key chances, I would say.
Now the appeal for LBW disallowed by the umpire. So Ashen into his 18th over.
So don't forget to tune in next week. Is the 50 over game played at the P. Saravanamuthu Stadium.
A different venue, a massive change in atmosphere.
And surely a result.
That's nudged away on the offside. The batsman crossover for a single, taking the score to 124 for the loss of 7 wickets. And we are into the 59th over of the day.
And finally you can see another fielder coming in to the slip region or gully region.
So that's a great initiative by the Bens. Being aggressive is a good trait for any team to develop.
The batsman looking to close out this inning without giving any more wickets to the Benedictines. But the Benedictines would love to have the rest of the 3 wickets before the end of day's play. That's driven straight to the boundary through the mid-off region.
Ashen invited him to step out, and it was handsomely accepted and dispatched to the boundary. So we have a slight change in the field.
Probably a little too late.
A little too late, but yes, nevertheless. So 2 men catching in front of this crease.
Played and missed. Appeal for a stumping, but the umpire thinks
some very handy glove work.
he had grounded the feet in time.
We've seen some handy glove work going a begging there. I think the batsman had his foot firmly planted behind the crease.
Slight breeze coming across Campbell Park.
Any memories that you want to share here, Jeremy, from your playing days at Campbell Park? How long ago would that be?
That would have easily been nearly 18 years ago or 19 years ago. I would say.
Any special incidents that you want to?
Every game was special to us. Playing with an opposition, getting a chance to prove yourselves, keep the Benedictine flag flying high. Made some great friends on and off the field playing with these oppositions.
So that's the best take home, isn't it, from all these sports encounters? The friendships that you achieve over the years, the camaraderie that you enjoy.
I can't agree with you more on that.
So coming back to the game, Mevan drifting away on the leg side, well taken by the keeper. So this time on the back foot.
Punched through the cover region,
Ubin
running towards the boundary, and he'll pick up 4 runs for that shot.
So 2 long-awaited boundaries for the Wesleyites.
Campbell Park outfield has been very fast, and there's been value for the shots the batsmen have played.
Yes, whenever the batsman has been able to place the ball and find his timing right, they have been richly rewarded. Again, shortish, driven on the back foot, no run.
The Benedictines taking the honours on a first innings basis, going past the Wesleyites by 16 runs.
It's a very good achievement given that they were somewhat hesitant when they closed the innings yesterday. But all credit to young Sarujan for making that 82. Played that sheet anchor role brilliantly, held all the responsibility on his shoulders, and ably assisted in the end by Dylan with a quick 556.
Exactly. The young Sharujan played a really good inning today. Actually, he continued his well-compiled inning from last evening.
A good lesson to any of the youngsters who were watching this game live on TV1 or on quadrangle.lk, how to compile and be compact and be an accumulator as opposed to a initiator.
Yes, Kennedy, I loved watching him from the start itself, how he came in at a crucial position and close shot.
Confident appeal there, perhaps drifting on the leg side.
Yes, he did come at a crucial position, and the way he grafted his first few runs, knocking it towards both sides of the wicket and then putting the loose ball away. He seems to be a bit of a touch player, don't you think, Kennedy?
Yes, and given his tender age, I think he'll get the power into his game as he ages an year or two from now on. But
just
he's
16 years of age.
16 years of age, he's playing on a bigger field with the bigger lads, but doesn't show that when he's out there in the middle.
Looks very mature in his approach.
He does. In the meantime, Sanitu has driven that onto the onside.
And he did play a valiant role as the wicket keeper as well.
So
a great prospect for St. Benedict's cricket going forward.
Good on him on his stamina as well, because if you look at the time that he spent, the whole of yesterday perhaps, and also the whole of today, basically he's been on the field, give or take a few overs that he was padded up waiting for his turn yesterday.
The Wesleyites batting nearly 4 out of the 6 sessions in these 2 games.
You cannot blame the Wesleyites if they are playing this to see the last few overs through, because I think after they had conceded the first innings lead, they would have always wanted to make sure that nothing exceptional happens here.
You would always wonder when a wicket as good as this plays so well, whether the two captains or the two teams want to make something out of it.
So given the context of today's game and how it has got embedded into the lives of many who are part of this game, Jeremy, that kind of positive cricket I don't think can be expected. But what one can hope for in the years to come is for exceptional bowlers to be nurtured from the respective schools, and hopefully we will see an era where they are able to get 20 wickets like what we used to do in the good old days.
I think that has to happen right from the ball go. You can't really expect much when you have wickets falling at different intervals, holding you back from going for a good score. But that being said, it's usually up to the two teams to figure out what they want to do.
It'll always be up to the team that is fielding to make that, to set that tempo. It'll have to be seen in their intent, where they run across the field, change over for the different bowlers on each end.
Correct. It's still young days in this Cartman Cup tournament encounter actually. So maybe in the years to come,
both schools are. You cannot say that they are really. They have mastered the art of playing in these big games in front of all this excitement. So as the years go by, I'm sure it'll sink into their long-term plans, and they'll have special plans for these matches like the Cartman Cup.
that smash towards mid-wicket collects 4 runs. That short ball down the leg side.
Given the treatment the ball deserved. Your heart goes for the fielder right under the bat there, Jeremy.
That's a dreadful situation for the short leg fielder. Nevertheless, Wesley moving on to 140 for 7.
And funnily, it always goes to the youngest player in the field. That's a privilege that is, reserved for the least experienced guy.
Yes, I think over the years to come, there could be certain changes made to the playing conditions as well.
Yes.
As you are aware, they made this encounter where the first inning is limited to 65 overs for both teams.
That's something that the organizers can think of, whether they reduce it to 60 or 55
ideally.
Because it has its pros and cons. Because I think having these limitations, you naturally assume that your batters are going to bat through, and that you need to put a stop to that kind of progress. But like I said, if you get 2 exceptional bowlers operating in a team, that can make a world of difference to the number of overs your opponents allow to bat.
With a track like this, I would have ideally expected batsmen to make things happen much quicker. You would have seen in both innings, the Wesleyites started well, going at 4.5, 5 runs and over in their first 20 overs or so. You saw the Benedictines doing the same up to about 17 or 18 overs, and thereafter, once the spinners came into the attack, which is as expected, things slowed down.
What we could have enjoyed a little more is an extended stint of well-timed shots. We did not see the timing coming into play in most of the batters.
End of the over.
the sun setting behind the trees and the church, so fairly subdued light now on the playing field, but enough light for a few more overs. So the Papre bands are in full flow.
That's lofted over mid-wicket. Sorry, mid-on. He'll pick up 4 runs.
Sanindu beautifully picks that up. It's always a pleasure to see those pickup shots being played by batsmen, and to see your number 8 play that, it is indeed an absolute pleasure.
The Wesley team batting deep. Hence the reason, Kennedy, I was expecting batsmen to go after the bowling right throughout this encounter. But yes, actually both sides batted quite deep and managed to pile on the runs during their stay at the wicket.
Yep. I think both teams played their part to the script when the first innings is concerned. Where someone could have expected a change is in the third inning, and the Bens have been able to give that partially, grabbing 7 wickets.
Little shimmy down the wicket and dispatch to the boundary once again.
So Sanindu enjoying his stay at the middle.
He moves on to 19 from 21 deliveries.
Great little cameo by him so far.
Nice to see the batsmen using their feet to the spinners, something most of the batsmen lacked during both days.
And holds his balance beautifully when he's in contact with the ball, at the point of contact. So Mevan tossing that up this time. Sanindu is not interested in being aggressive on that occasion. He plays it down back to the bowler. So 148 for 7 as we bowl the 64th over of the day. Hit firmly onto the offside.
148 for 7 with the last mandatory over to go. And Paulinus and Amita will take you through the
and it's goodbye for
last session.
From us, Kennedy. This is Kennedy and Jeremy from Campbell Park.
Hoping to see our viewers next Saturday at for the coverage for live from the Pisara. Over to you, Amita and Paulinus.
So Wesley College 148 for 7. So 64 over, 65th over in their second inning.
Yuvan Pereira is on 10. Sanito is on 19. Yuvan Pereira has taken 47 deliveries for his 10 runs.
So 15th mandatory over in progress. So it's 150 for 7. Wesley in their second innings. So the game is heading for a dull draw. As I have Amita Benaika with me. Amita.
Good evening, Polly, Minus. Shadows quietly coming down, but should be able to bowl the 5 overs.
Well, this is the 15th mandatory over which is in progress. So anytime now we can see the play being called off. But the schedule close is 5:30, isn't it, Amta?
That's right, yes. Both sides batted the full quarter of 65 overs. So thereby it became a long first innings. And also Wesley have held on to in the second innings with 150 for 7. St. Benedict's unable to capitalize and attack more and get the wickets through. However, there's been a lot of entertainment and fun for the old boys who've been present here at the match. Good sense of camaraderie and friendship building up between these two schools, which is nice, which is important for the game, important for the two schools and for future cricket in Sri Lanka.
But they'll meet again in the next weekend, next Saturday, for their 50-over encounter.
Yes,
that's the first. It will be the first encounter in the 50-over because last year they couldn't play the 50-over encounter.
And that definitely we will see a result. Both sides have batting deep, so that will be interesting to see. I think we will see a high-scoring 50-over encounter to be played at the Pisara Oval on the 2nd of April.
Well, Wesley decided to get some batting practice. Batted for 65 overs in their second innings.
Still a little more attacking to be done by St. Benedict's. Probably try to get a wicket or two. Get the better of the encounter. Quite a strong breeze going across the ground. It'll be good for the players in the middle, the two umpires. A long day for them. Done a good job.
Well, the light is also deteriorating a bit. And the pace bowlers operating. The umpires can, because it's a short delivery.
Yuvin Pera is on 12, Sanito is on 19.
Well, with the light fading, umpires can call off the game at any time now.
Haven't seen the umpires looking at their light meters. We'll have to wait and see.
Because there is no point in continuing in this game any further. It could be only injury can happen.
Just going through the motions. Two batsmen just batting through till the end of play. St. Benedict striving hard to get a wicket or two more to get the honours of the second innings. Managed to have a 16-run lead in the first innings. Sachin Perera bowling from the Bura lane, striving hard. So that's the end of the 66th over. Wesley 151 for 7.
Well, the teams want to continue with the game.
Campbell Park, the outfield very well maintained, lush greenery. As we see some
Schedule closes at 5:15, so that's another 10 minutes of play remaining. That's nicely hit this time. That's going towards the boundary. That's 4 more. ball to Sanito, takes him on to 24. And the score will move on to 154-55.
Sanito has been the more aggressive of the two. 28 deliveries for his 24. Yuvin Pereira 12 of 54 deliveries.
This time on the back foot and pulls it towards the mid-wicket area. Long chase given there by the fielders. Fielded inside the boundary. To get 2. Takes him on to 26. And the score moves on to 157.
Shane coming in from the Wesley College end. Bowling right hand down the wicket to the left-hander. Sanito.
So the second encounter for the James Cartman Trophy is heading for a draw. Just 10 minutes of play remaining.
All fielders brought in, attacking field. The Wesley St. Benedict's trying to capture another wicket or two. Nicely tucked away off his toes. Sanito picks up a single.
Well, in the first innings too, Wesley lost their first 6 wickets quite cheaply, and they fought back grimly.
That's right. They
got the score up to 218.
They went in for lunch at 117 for 6 and ended up with 218.
And these two players also have put up a good partnership. So from 120 they brought it up to 158. So 38-run partnership between these two players.
So that's the end of the 67th over, 158 for 7.
So 158 for 7, 67 overs in the second innings. For Wesley College, Owen Pereira is on 12 and Sanito is on 27. That's pulled away towards the mid-wicket boundary. There's a fielder they have picked it up.
In the first innings of Wesley College, they got 218 for 9 and Sanito got 26 not out and Yuvin got 24. So they have been among the runs in this game. As I mentioned earlier, in first innings, Wesley went in for lunch at 117 for 6, and they lost their 7th wicket at 171, 184, 8th wicket and 9th wicket at 208.
So 161 on the board for 7. Anisha Madhubalka is the bowler. One outside the off stump and lets it go. The players just going through their motions. Just about 6 minutes of play remaining. Takes the edge and goes down towards the leg side. They get a single. Owen Pereira moves on to 14 as the Texas go on to 162. Certainly Pence tried very hard in this game, and Wesleyans were equally good. So that marks the end of the 68th over of the second innings. It's 162 for 7.
මට දෙන්න 69th over in the Wesley second innings. 162 for 7. Sanito is on 29. Yuvin Perra is on 14. Right-handed Yuvin Perra taking strike. Probably penultimate over, tries to pull it, doesn't get hold of it. Ashen D'Souza has captured 3 for 48, running from the Wesley College end. He's in his 23rd over, a long spell. He's going through the motions.
That is a good delivery and appeal, and it's given out. So that's the 8th wicket to fall. That's Erwin Pereira, LBW to Ashen D'Souza. So 8th wicket to fall at 162.
Let's see that replay of that is going straight on. Probably hitting the leg stump. And Ashen D'Souza captures his 4th wicket, 4 for 48, well-deserved long spell. Bowled well, kept the pressure on, and richly rewarded with 4 wickets.
So Wesley College 162 for 8 now. Just a couple of overs remaining in this game. Well, just taking it briefly through the scores of the game. Wesley batted first, were put into bat after St. Benedict's won the toss. Got 218 for 9 in their first innings of 65 overs. And the game has been called off. The umpires agreeing with the two captains to call off the game. And so the second innings, St. Benedict's, Wesley were 162 for 8 at the time of calling off. So as we're talking about the first innings, Wesley got 218 for 9 in their 65 overs. Shamat Gomez got 30. Ishan Isra got 31. Anudit Wickramasinghe got 25. Linal Subasinghe 34. Uwin Pereira 24. And Sanito Amrasinghe got 25. Sachin Senanayake got 2 for 39. Dylan Thapru was a pick of the bowlers with 4 for 42. And Chamat Kurang got 2 for 49. St. Benedict's in reply was all out for 234, getting a lead of 16 runs in the first innings. Sarojan Shanmuganathan got 85, Kojita Himsara 26, Dylan Thapru got a 56, Senal Samratunga 25, Win Pereira got 4 for 40, and Shamat Gomez. That's some highlights are being shown there in Wesley's second innings. That was an appeal for an LPW which was given out. I thought Amita St. Benedict should have been more attacking early in the innings, isn't it?
Yeah, and also the line that they were bowling, probably field secondly off, a lot of balls going down leg side. Pressure was not enough because they were on top of the game. Should have put in more pressure to get the Wesley batsmen back in the pavilion. But Wesley defended well at the start. Lost 2 quick wickets in the middle, but concentrated and batted through till to the end.
Couple of good shots were played by the Wesley batters. St. Benedict should have been attacking a bit more earlier on. At the time of calling off the game, Wesley College in the second innings were 162 for 8. There you see the batting cards. Such Shyle Giles was out for 18, Gomez got 25, Isara for 24, Anudit Wickramasinghe 31. He batted for 114 deliveries for his 31. And then Owen Pereira got 14 and Sanithu Amrasinghe was not out on 29. It's 162 for 8 after 69 overs of batting with 10 extras. Well, Amrasinghe's Wickramasinghe 31 of 41, 114 deliveries. That was a long stay at the wicket. There you see the bowling summary in the second innings. Ashin Dusoisa was a pick of the bowlers with 3 for 48. And Mewan Desnaika got 1 for 36. There were a couple of runouts. In the Wesley second innings.
Yes, Ashin Dusoisa kept his line and length well. 22 overs, 3 for 48. For St. Benedict's, kept the pressure on, and the batsman succumbed to his pressure, bowled very well.
Well, correction there, the scoreboard summary. Ashin Dusoisa got 5 for 48, 5 for 47. So he got a fifer.
So it's getting ready for the presentation of awards. It was very well organized. The joint organizing committee of the two schools, Wesley College and Benedict's, did an excellent job. Weather was also fine compared to last year. We had a full day's cricket yesterday and today.
Well, I think Sharuchan Shamaganathan will get the Best Batsman's Award. Santhi Damata batted very well in the Benedictine innings. Got 85. Very well played innings. I thought he just gave it away at a crucial moment. He could have gone and got his 100.
Yes, that would have been a real achievement for him to get his 100.
So we will go back to the studio and get back to you once the presentation party is ready for the presentation.
Test one. Test.
Check. Check, check. Check. Check, check one, check. Check. Check one, check two. 3, 4, 5.
Cartman Cup 2022.
Very good evening to everyone present here. It is with the utmost privilege and honor that I welcome you all to the annual encounter between St. Benedict's College and Wesley College for the second annual year, celebrating 126-year-old, which was held consecutively this year as well at the Campbell Park grounds this evening. In order to commence the day's proceedings of the awards ceremony, I would like to kindly acknowledge the chief guests of the day, Mr. Milroy Mutuelu, an individual that captained the Wesley College cricket team back in 1963, Mr. Serva Perumal from St. Benedict's College. The sponsors, Platinum, Mr. K. Padmanathan, the Managing Director of Thailand Lanka Steel Company Private Limited. The gold sponsor, Mr. Shaminder Gunaratna, the Joint Managing Director of McLaren Lubricants Mobile. The silver sponsor, Ms. Zahara Ansari, the Country Manager of SIMA Sri Lanka. Silver sponsor, Mr. Sasika Pradeep, Manager Marketing Communications of Marina Square. The Principal of Wesley College, Mr. Avanka Fernando. The Director of St. Benedict's College, Reverend Brother Dr. Pubuduraja Paksha. Mr. Lalit Madapulli and Mr. K. Dayabaran, Joint Presidents from St. Benedict's College and Wesley College. Before we commence with the awards ceremony, I would kindly request you all to please give a hand to these wonderful teams for their wonderful efforts on the field over the last 2 days. Commencing with the awards ceremony, I do believe, firstly, we have to acknowledge the efforts of all stakeholders involved in ensuring the fluency of the last 2 days of cricket played on these fields. Thus, I would like to acknowledge the 3 umpires, and I kindly invite Mr. Lalit Madapulli and Mr. K. Dayabaran, the joint presidents from St. Benedict's College and Wesley College, to kindly acknowledge the referees of today's tournament. I also invite all the dignitaries present here today to assist Mr. Lalit Madapulli and Mr. K. Dayabaran with the award ceremony. To commence with acknowledging the referees of last 2 days' cricket game, I kindly invite once again Mr. Lalit Madapulli and Mr. K. Dayabaran, and I also invite the 3 umpires to kindly come over to the awards ceremony in order to achieve your acknowledgement. Could we also please have a round of applause for all 3 of our fabulous umpires and referees? Thank you. We'll move on with the rest of the award after the umpires are prepared to achieve their acknowledgements. I now kindly invite both teams to achieve their respective medals for taking part in the Benedict's Wesley cricket encounter. And I kindly invite the 2 principals, the principal of Wesley College, Mr. Avanka Fernando, and the director of St. Benedict's College, Reverend Brother Dr. Pubuduraja Paksha, to award the teams accordingly. The principal of Wesley College will be handing over the awards to the cricket team of St. Benedict's College, and I kindly invite the Benedictines to please go ahead and achieve their medals. Please could we have a loud round of applause for these gentlemen in green. you very much. I now invite the director of St. Benedict's College, Reverend Brother Dr. Pupudu Rajapaksha, to hand over the medals to the boys in double blue. Could you please have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much to the two principals, the principal of Wesley College and the director of St. Benedict's College, for their assistance with awarding the medals to both the teams. Moving on with the preparation of our umpires and referee, I firstly would like to kindly invite Mr. Lalit Madhapulli and Mr. K. Daparan, the joint presidents from St. Benedict's College and Wesley College, to acknowledge the efforts of our umpires and referee for the past 2 days. Thus, I kindly invite the 3 umpires and 1 match referee to kindly receive your acknowledgement from the 2 joint chairpersons. Could we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. We now will be moving on to the most awaited segment of the day's proceedings, the awards ceremony. To commence the awards ceremony, we'll be starting off with the award for the best fielder. And in order to do the honors, I kindly invite Miss Zahara Ansari, apologies, the county manager of SIMA Sri Lanka, to award the Russell Harmy Trophy for the best fielder. If you would please come forward. And the award for the best fielder with 2 run-out throws goes to Shenaz Somaratna from St. Benedict's College. Thank you very much, Ms. Zahara Ansari, the county manager of SIMA Sri Lanka. And that was the Russell Harmer Trophy for the best fielder. Moving on to the award for the best bowler. I kindly invite Mr. Sasika Pradeep, the manager marketing communications of Marina Square, to award the Sridharan Jagannathan Trophy for the best bowler. And the award for the best bowler goes to, with 4 wickets for 40 runs, Master Ovin Pereira of Wesley College. Thank you very much. And now the award for the best batsman. I kindly invite Mr. Chaminda Gunaratna, the Joint Managing Director of McLaren's Rubicant Mobile, the Sunil Fernando Challenge Trophy for the best batsman, which is donated by St. Benedict's College Old Boys Union, the UAE branch, in memory of Old Ben Victor Fernando. And the award for the best batsman goes to, with 82 runs, Shorujan Shanmugarathan. Thank you very much, sir. And last but not the least, the man of the match. To do the honors of awarding the Man of the Match award, I kindly invite Mr. K. Padmanathan, the Managing Director of Thai and Lanka Steel Company Private Limited, to award the LP Ryan Memorial Trophy for the Man of the Match, donated by the office bearers of St. Benedict's College Old Boys Union, Qatar. We'd also like to acknowledge our bronze sponsor for the day, MTB Cycle, which is available for the value of 100,000 rupees. I do believe with the fuel crisis, we must improvise, adapt, and overcome. But nevertheless, on behalf of Mr. Jayam Perumal, Cycle Tech Chairman, the award will be presented by Mr. Selva Perumal. The bicycle is a 27.5 multiplied by 18-inch alloy MTB frame, mechanical lockout suspension fork, Shimano Altus 21-speed gear combination, Shimano chainset and freewheel Tektro disc brake system, DSI 27.5-inch into 2.10-inch tires, alloy handlebar, stem and seat post. In other words, without fuel, you can go around on this bicycle. And finally, to award the Man of the Match. The Man of the Match of the Ben's Wesley annual encounter, celebrating a 126-year-old legacy for the year 2022, goes to, with 56 runs, 4 wickets for 42 runs, Dion Tubrew of St. Benedict's College. Thank you very much. And now we have finally reached the most awaited moment of the day, the Cartman Cup itself. To do the honors, I'd like to invite our chief guest for the day, Mr. Milroy Muthuwelu, a past Wesleyite that captained the Wesley College cricket team back in 1963, and Mr. Selva Perumal from St. Benedict's College. In order to assist the two individuals, I invite our principal of Wesley College, Mr. Avanka Fernando, and the director of St. Benedict's College, Reverend Brother Dr. Pubudu Radhapaksha. I think the results of the match are quite evident by now, so I won't try to create any hype. But either way, to acknowledge the winning team of the Cartman Cup, this year being a draw itself, I kindly invite the two captains of St. Benedict's College and Wesley College to achieve and take home the Cartman Cup, celebrating a 126-year-old legacy. Can we please have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to both the teams, and this ending up with a draw. We thank our dignitaries for your assistance with awarding the Ben's Cartman Cup, Ben's Wesley Cartman Cup. We thank you all for your fabulous cheers from both ends of the circle. Prominent quote by George Orwell, a former cricketer, and he mentions, and I quote, "Cricket is a game full of forlorn hopes and sudden dramatic changes of fortune, and its rules are so ill-defined that their interpretation is partly an ethical business." George Orwell. The proceedings on the field today and yesterday have been nothing but showmanship of gentlemen and valor, the cultures and morals that these two fabulous institutions recognized and esteemed for their discipline and for inculcating and imbuing the values of gentlemen within their hearts. Thus, I truly want to acknowledge both teams of St. Benedict's College and Wesley College for their fabulous efforts on the field. And before we conclude today's ceremony, I would kindly request you all to please give a round of applause to both these teams, despite all hardships, despite all difficulty, for giving their fullest today on this field. Ceremony of the Ben's Wesley Annual Cartman Cup. I'm your host, Mutaz Bari, signing off. Moving on with the day's proceedings to conclude officially, I kindly request you all to please remain alert to sing the national.
As it comes back.
Cartman Cup 2022.